Oh, a little bit late. This makeup was surprisingly difficult to do, okay? I thought it'd be easy, but sometimes it seems like making the most naturalistic things are the most difficult. Like the most basic shapes and stuff. Sometimes it's tricky. It looks so deliberate. It looks so fake. It's difficult to make it look like it's not on purpose. Yeah, I had to I had a whole makeup thing done. My makeup was ready. It looked okay. But then I was like, it's kind of what I already did, and it doesn't look that great. And then I was like, oh, maybe if I like half wipe it off, it'll look like lazy makeup or like, oh, they were trying to clean up from the battlefield or something, you know? Like another level of messiness. I was like, what if I was a Viking that just cleaned his face? Would that look good? And no, it didn't look good. I just had to clean up my entire face. And I had already tested out all of the forehead. All the forehead was already black. So now my hairline is extremely obvious. It's like the ash powder that was in my hairline, it remains. It got away. I couldn't get rid of it. So I look like an old man that's coloring his hair on purpose so that I can pretend like it's thicker. It looks like I purposefully thickened my hair or made it darker. I colored it, okay? Okay, I did it on purpose. I want it to look like my hair is thicker than it is. Shiny, how are you doing? What's up? And yes, the answer is yes. I did do the X, which I'm not totally pleased with. I'm not totally happy with, but I think it turned out okay. It turned out all right. Wasn't my favorite, but you know, it's war paint. It's war paint. It sort of works. It's almost perfect. It's in the area. It's close enough. Close enough. It took long enough to do this. I had to try like twice. It turns out that it's pretty difficult to make it look like a paintbrush whenever it's powder on a makeup brush.
Yeah.
What is this? Twitter butt.
Kenny.
Hey, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription. Subscribe for 6 months, currently on a 5-month streak. Yo, thank you so much. Hey, I appreciate it. Oh, Princess Toad, you like it? Oh, why, thank you, I appreciate it. It looks a little weird whenever I raise my eyebrows, eh? Check it out with the. It makes it look a little stretched, a little strange. It almost looks like I've got angry eyebrows. But, hey, Alina, how are you doing? What's up, Twitter butt? Thank you so much for the, oh my gosh. Okay, the lurk. Oh my goodness. Oh no. I told myself, Kenny, remember. And then I didn't remember. Oh dear. There we go. Okay, now you can lurk. I'm sorry, Twitter. My bad. Oh, wait. There we go. Sorry about that. My bad. You can lurk. I promise. You can lurk in peace now. Thank you so much for the sub. Enjoy your lurk. Don't bother with ever being in it. You don't have to bother with the chat any longer. I'm sorry. V Riley, how are you doing? Somebody tried to cut my throat. Who did that? Somebody tried to kill me. Oh, oops. I kind of got some fake blood on my hands. Oh, Yeah, just a little surprise down there. I wanted to keep it nice and basic, you know. Hey, Darren, what's up? How are you doing, Darren? I've been watching you play Halo, which I've never seen before. I never played Halo back in the day because my mom was scared of violence in video games, and my friends never had it, and I never got an opportunity to see it ever before. So, Darren, watching you play it and speedrun practice it is the first that I've ever seen, and it does look like a lot of fun. Now I'm tempted to get it. Oh, you were watching Dad and me speedrun? Epic! Yeah, speedrun. It was awesome. I mean, it looks fun. I might try it. I don't know. Frogs are green. You're not late. You're right on time. I haven't even started that. Look, game's not even launched. There is no game. It's no such thing as a game. Whoop! Dang, wrong button. There we go. Okay, listen. Thank you so much for coming, you guys. Hope y'all having a wonderful day. Hey, it's 21st Century Father. How are you doing, Steve? Hi there. What's up? You missed a couple of streams. Don't worry about it, Frogs are green. You do what you gotta do. Also, I saw that Anti-Darkheart was here. Hey, how are you doing, Kelsey? And Moria. Thanks so much for jumping in my chat as well. Dang, it's nice to see you again. Kelsey Friendo, oh yeah. Moi is what you say? Okay. I will try to say that moi. I missed like a million streams. O'Reilly, who cares? You're here right now, which is all that matters. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. What matters is right now you can see this X marks the spot right on my face. That's right. Do you dig the look? How are you doing, Fairy Milk? Ooh. Fairy Milk. Fairy Milk! I've already seen this name. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Appreciate it. I'm having a wonderful day. I'm totally vibing. I'm having a good time. Let me see. Darren, if you get it, let me know. We can play. I'm sure you've got others who would love to play with you as well, though. Oh, you'd be surprised. I have a lot of free time, Darren. I got too much free time. I'm here to my doctor's office calls to head there. Oh, I see. Jedi, it's nice to see you. I was going to say, I almost put off today's stream by like an hour so that I could get the COVID vaccine, which I totally will. But I didn't want to jump right into it, okay? I checked, and like all the clinics around me have like open schedules and unlimited vaccines, I guess. Something has changed. Apparently there's openings now, so I can clearly get it done finally. I mean, I could have done it earlier, but I'm not good at scheduling things, but I'm gonna get it done. There's plenty of openings now, so just keep that in mind. I might have like a day or two will be like, there might be a day or two that I am late or something like that, but I'm just gonna get it done. Yeah. I'm gonna get it done. I would have done it today, but I actually had to get some stuff done. So, where do I live? In the US? Yes, I live in Texas. Texas has like 1 million vaccines. We got too many. We got more. I'm just hoping that everybody gets vaccinated. A Dallas community is at 75% herd immune? Yes! That's what I heard as well. And I want to be part of that. I will be part of that herd. I will be part of the herd. I will be safe. Right now, I'm just hiding inside. I mean, it's not like I come into contact with that many people. But do what I did, schedule the same day so that you don't have a choice. That's what I was going to do. I was looking at today. In fact, right now, I was supposed to do it like 1 hour ago. You got yours in Texas because they have too many. Texas is just like, we'll take them all. How many have you got? And then whatever the distributor is like, are you sure you need all these? And we're like, we got people everywhere. We got plenty of people. Come on, just send us all out. You guys went hard on getting vaccines out. Most of those who already got it, it's an uphill battle to get the rest. That's a struggle, Darren. That's a struggle. Now there are some lazy bums like me. That's the biggest thing. Is there's some lazy bums. Listen, I haven't been to a full disclosure, maybe TMI. I haven't been to the dentist in like 6 years. That's true. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm just not good with setting up like times to go to doctors. Okay, that's my struggle. I don't get myself checked up. I don't take care of myself that well. That's the problem. If I would take better care of myself, then I would definitely be vaccinated already. But I don't set up anything. That's my problem. I'm being lazy. That's my problem. I want to get it done. So hopefully most of the people are just like me and they'll get it done eventually. The rest of them, they get the bonk. They all get the bonk. They get hit with a bat. Me either, Kenny. Actually, longer for the dentist because I need to find a new one. Oh no, that's not good. I'm just figuring out that everybody else in chat also has bad health. What are they? I don't know. I can't think of the word. How are you doing, Storm Shield? You could stream your vaccination. Yeah, that sounds safe. That sounds great. Oh, yeah. Hey, it's that Richie.
Today. New makeup routine.
Oh my gosh, it's a new makeup. You noticed? I tried to go subtle with the makeup today, Richie, but since you noticed, yes, I've been doing a little bit of makeup. Thank you. I just tried to, just trying to bring out my natural beauty. I'm not trying to like do a whole like a whole new face. I just want to take the features of my face and kind of, you know, make them pop.
Important, Nick it too rocky derp.
Hey, Lena, you're using your sub message. You're using your sub message to say going to the doctor is important. Okay. Now that message has been completely received. Thank you so much for the resubscribes, you guys. Golly. Richie with 14 months. Thank you so much. Alina for the 6 months. Goodness. What's with these huge resubs? I appreciate it, you beans. The stream would be over in like 2 minutes if you streamed the Vax process. Yeah, it's way too quick. It'll be like, y'all will be like, take us somewhere else. Come on. Is your skateboard in your trunk right now? Take us somewhere. Come on. Whoopee. Let's drive around. It's definitely subtle. I like it though. Oh yeah, it's just low key. I'm totally gonna take this to the store later for sure. The wait time afterward is longer. Wait time? What are we talking about? Have a fantastic stream though. Hey, no worries. Have a good time, Darren. Thanks for checking in and saying hi. Boom. I'll totally hit you up if I get the Halo collection. But have fun. Have fun. Hope you enjoy your stream, my friend. I will probably be popping in there and probably not saying a word if I'm being completely honest, but maybe I will. Maybe I'll change. Maybe I'll change my filthy ways, but I'll see you later. The wait time after the vax to make sure that there's no adverse reaction. Oh, low key wear this makeup when getting the vaccine. Wear this while I'm getting the vaccine. I feel like they'd be worried. They probably don't want barbarians being able to survive. They don't want to care for me. Let's see how long I'll go unnoticed. Zorpai. I'm sorry, Zorpai. I was saying hi to everybody. Also, hi there, Corey. What's up? Corey's in the house. How are you doing? More Dead Cells. Oh snap! Dead Cells does look fun. I've not gotten around to trying that before. It looks good. I mean, it's pixel art. It's difficult and it's independent. So I don't know why I haven't played it yet. I saw you playing Rogue Legacy the other day, and I was like, yes, Rogue Legacy. Blessings. That's a classic right there. I know you were playing the second one, but the first one, I love that game. You're better now and you have this to watch. Hey, Corey, awesome sauce. I'm doing great. I am just goofing around. I had to do this makeup like 3 times. This is the 3rd try. This is as good as it gets. But I'm just enjoying myself. I'm happy to exist. Super appreciate all the lurks. Yes, Darren, I can't help it. I must lurk. But yes, get the heck out of here and go do your stuff, my friend. Go do your stuff. And good luck. Just imagine you sitting there like saying, do I have a fever? Wait, just imagine me sitting there going, do I have a fever? Do you have allergies? I'll be like, hey guys, let's go check our blood pressure for the 3rd time this stream. Let's see what happens. But seriously, I mean, I may have to put off, I may have to put off some streams sometime. I don't know. Maybe I'll have no reaction. I mean, I got, I don't even know if I mentioned it at the time, but I got the Tdap vaccination and I kept streaming and nothing changed. But I think that one was a little more low key anyway. Sleep schedule's been so whack lately that you feel way too tired to jump onto Twitch. Oh, well, I'm sorry that you're feeling too tired. If you ever want to, Riley, if you actually want to, you can sit in the chat and not say a word. That's if you want to. I'm not trying to pressure you to watch or anything. But if you want to watch and not talk, that's totally fine. Totally appreciate it. And I promise I don't call out lurkers anymore. I used to call out lurkers. At the end of the stream, I'd be like, thank you, this, person. But now, no call outs. If you want to just pop in and just put me in the background, don't worry about it. If you want to. I'm just saying, no pressure to talk. So how are you, beautiful, wonderful beings in the chat today? Aw, Zorpai, you sweet bean! It's like 4:30 for me, just in case you're wondering. KJP, how are you doing? Oi. KJP, I may have been in your chat earlier. I also saw Alchemic and Felix there, but I didn't say a word, and I probably snuck in there way too long. So sorry about that, KJP, but I was watching and I was enjoying. Watching just a little bit of Genshin Impact. How are you doing, KJP? Was that a wig that you were wearing? It looked absolutely amazing. Also, hi there. Is that, yes, Misfit Kings. How are you doing? Nah, I saw you. What? Were you watching the... How did you see me? I was only there for a little while. You saw me? Listen, I didn't. No, it was my real hair. Yeah, it was a wig. I mean, I saw you streaming without a wig. I saw you stream. What? You watch other people's chats? Alchemic, 2 monitors. So you were watching KJP's viewer. Were you watching to see if I was arriving, or if your friends were arriving, or Felix? What? I can't. Listen, I'm gonna have to find new streamers. I'm sorry. I didn't see you there, KJP. That's because you were doing stuff. I'm gonna lurk in the stream while I do homework. Your vibes are immaculate. Oh my! Fairy milk. You sweet bean. Go ahead, put me in the background. Listen, I'll scream at you from the void. I'll holler from the other side. I haven't said this before, but I love your outfit and makeup. Oh, thank you, Misfit. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you like it. Here's to more cosplays, more of them. Listen, I feel like this one's already kind of, you know, it's just a little bit played out. It's not. I mean, I'm gonna keep wearing it, but I'm just saying, like, I've already worn it a bunch of times, so I'm already like, let's see if let's get a new outfit. That's what I'm saying. You're here and you're gonna lurk while you work on something? Ooh, Acer. I hope that it's art. But Tay, how are you doing? Hey, Tay, what's up? You just got home from work and ready to party. It's party time, and by partying, I mean, watch the screen while I play a video game. Party time. Grab your claws, everybody. Let's slam some claws and play some Skyrim. Hey! Come on, Tay! What else would it be? I don't know, Acer. I don't know what you're working on. You could be learning how to do origami. I don't know. Acer, you like origami? You ever tried origami? You got some thick paper? You got some thick paper that you could make into a swan? Take a picture of it. Let me see it. X marks the spot of treasure, so Kenny must be our treasure. KJP. So sweet. The music changed and I couldn't help it. I blew $85 recently on an ocarina that I'll never learn how to play. You're determined. Oh my gosh, Riley, that reminds me. I think that Arisa has an ocarina, and I thought about buying one. And then I realized that I own a piano that I've had for months, and I have not practiced it enough. And then I got inspired to play the piano, and I started to look for the wires to plug it in. Can't find it. Can't find it. I threw away a lot of plugs and wires, but there's no way that I threw away those wires. It has a pedal on it. It's a pedal. There's no way that I'm gonna look at it and go, what is this, a USB cable? I'll throw it away. No, there's a pedal somewhere in here, in this house, and it's a small house. I searched every closet. I searched everything. There's a pedal and an AC plug, and I cannot find them. Apparently there's too much in this house. Apparently I need to get rid of some of this junk because I've got too much stuff. It's a mess. It's an utter mess. Rest in peace, keyboard. I know, the keyboard doesn't exist now. It's just basically a lump of plastic. It's a lump of plastic with more plastic inside. It doesn't play music. It doesn't do anything. It sounds very ADHD to me. Misfit, I believe that I am undiagnosed in most ways. I'm an undiagnosed human being. Whatever I've got, no professional has taken a look at it. Rest in peace, Cord, I think. I just got here. Hey, Blue Jay's here. Also, hi there, Bohemian Moon. Oh, hello there. How are you doing? We thought that we lost Phil's electric razor when we moved, and we found it 7 years later. That sounds like the setup for a Scooby-Doo or something. 7 years we've searched for this razor, but it was under our noses the whole time. All along, it was one of the children. What is this, the USB cable? Yeah, I just threw it away. I threw away way too many. I threw away a bunch of HDMI cables. Then I figured out that I had already taken the one from my PS4, so now I'm one cable short so that I had to keep switching. Whenever we were playing Pokemon Snap, I kept having to move I kept having to move the HDMI between the Switch and between the TV so that I could actually watch DVDs. Yeah.
Wow, time flies when you having fun with amazing Kenny.
Wow. Leela, I mean, Fifi, what? It's L-I, no, it's F-I. Fifi Abby, thank you so much for the 4 months. Hey, I appreciate it. Yo. Thank you so much for the continued support for 4 months. That's a lot of support. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. Hey, Why? I don't want to read that name. I don't want to read it. Can I just say gaming? You are finally awake. You're finally awake. What's up, gaming? How you doing? You're finally awake. I'm trying to remember the rest of that. I don't. Streamer has a breakdown. Trying to remember the opening of Skyrim. Don't mess up makeup. Don't mess up my makeup. Okay, well, regardless. Kenny, you can buy HDMI cables? Really? HDMI cables are way overpriced online. I mean, I could easily download, not download them, but I could buy them on Amazon if I wanted to. Those are affordable. And Amazon basic cables are actually not too bad. You're doing good. You've been here for 2 minutes and you're already intrigued. Intrigue's a good word. That's a good. Oh wait. Oh, you just reminded me. Speaking of intrigued, hang on. I gotta change this background. You just reminded me. Thank you, gaming. Oh, my eyes. There's a reason. The reason why I'm putting this on the background is because Skyrim is the freaking darkest game. It's the darkest game of the year. It's ridiculous. Okay, now we'll be able to actually see in the game. Thank you for the follow. What the heck? Yo. BJ, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, my friend. How are you doing? You think that it's lurking time? All right, Riley. It's time for you to lurk it up. Enjoy your lurks. KJP with your Yoshi licks. Stop Yoshi licking my ear. How dare you? KJP, you get your tongue away from me. That reminds me, I do need to have a, I was gonna switch out Yoshi lick, but then I ran out of time. I was gonna switch it for, I also have a Minecraft click noise. Would that be fun? Oh, you're just cleaning up the blood? KJP licking the blood off my neck? That's KJP. Goodness gracious. Not while there's viewers around. Is there a, look, I can't read anything. Oi, Die! Is Divey here? Nice target, lad. Hey, everyone, how are you doing? Oi! Minecraft click noises? Yes, I want to replace it with Minecraft click noises for just a minute. And take my workout break from Kelsey? But there's no, you can't watch me work out though, right? Right? There's no working out. There's a thing in the way. You ordered that? Do I need to work out? Do I have to work? All right, we gotta work out. Here we go. Now pause that alert! Pause it! Don't let them do that anymore! Stop it! No more. Pause that. Nobody else can do that. Nope. No more workout breaks. I can't do that. Thank you. Appreciate it. The setup! I don't trust if I can't see it. Well, Bohemian Moon, I got you covered. Don't worry. FBI, open up. The FBI are here. Oh, splendid. Hey, what's up, Cyrus Vanguard? How are you doing? What's up? You ready to be a wizard with us? Did anybody see the, You're a Wizard, Harry? Proud of that one. I feel like, Die, you haven't mentioned it a single time. I can't believe it. Okay, well, I hope that you enjoyed that, Kelsey, because now I'm out of breath. I appreciate it. The dream is broken. You're not really in Skyrim. Does this look like Skyrim to you? Do you think that Skyrim is just made out of smoke? Do you think that is just smoke? No, it's not just smoke. Anyway, you guys, listen. Let's get into this game, okay? I'm done with y'all making me work out. Now, I need like 5 seconds to be able to actually catch my breath. Okay, here we go. Let's listen. Let's just start this game. All right. Y'all have caused me enough pain as it is. Oh, and the Yoshi licks continue. Okay. I see how it is. I break my own setup to be able to work out, and you're still Yoshi licking me. I can't believe it. Anyhow, Anyhow, welcome to Skyrim, you guys. My name is Purrcival. I am Purrcival the Khajiit. I'm a Khajiit meow meow named Purrcival. We are still not wizards. We're basically thieves. We're thieves. We're murderers. We're thief. We're murderer. But we still have not obtained the role of wizard. We still are not a wizardly being. And now we need to. We're also a vampire. Forgot to mention. We are a vampire. So we basically need to become a. Oh my God! It's Midnight Palmer! Palmer! Oh my God! My friend, the most beautiful streamer of all time, jumping into my chat. How are you doing, you handsome devil? What are you doing, right? What are you doing, raiding the Earl of Suns over here? Hey, thanks so much. My friend, how are you doing? It's been so long. Oh my gosh, I love Midnight Palmer. You guys, please put another shout out in the chat for Midnight Palmer. He's such a sweet bean. Best vibes. Such a handsome fellow. Incredible TikToker as well. On TikTok, which I am not. There are people that actually thought that I was on TikTok, but I most certainly am not. Poppy, thank you so much for the raid. Everybody that came over with Poppy, hope you had a wonderful time. We're playing some Skyrim, as you can probably imagine. Look at me. I got a big X on my face. All right. You found the treasure on Twitch, you guys. Welcome. How are you doing? Happy birthday. What is it actually? Is it actually Poppy's birthday? If Poppy will respond in the chat, I will absolutely sing a birthday. I will sing a birthday song, even though I'm still out of breath from the stinking pull-ups. Goodness gracious. Is it the birthday? Ho, 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 travelers. What? Your phone's gonna die? Uh-oh. It's over. It's dying. It's Sandy's birthday. The Sandy Devils. Oh my gosh, it's Sandy Devil's birthday. I want to sing you a happy birthday. Thank you so much, Palma, for jumping over here. Listen, I know you probably got to raid and run and get some stuff done. Thanks so much for jumping in here. I appreciate it. We love the Poppy Palma friendos. I hope that y'all you find this place comfortable if you want to land here. And if you need to go, I totally understand. Thanks so much for coming in with the raid. I love you guys. General Escana, thank you for the subscription for 4 months. Holy moly. 4 months of support. What an absolute bean you are. Thank you so much. General, thank you so much for your continued support. I appreciate it. Okay, so if it's Sandy's birthday, then we gotta sing it, you guys. Oh my gosh.
Cosplay is amazing, homie. I appreciate you.
Midnight
Also, be wholesome, you're less than 3.
Be wholesome, y'all. Otherwise, you're gonna get the bonk. It's true, but I'm glad that you like it. I mean, Midnight Palma is no stranger to cosplay themselves. Awesome outfits. I've seen them. Amazing, my friend. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm a dirty, filthy, disgusting lurker. Okay, so just know that I'm always standing in the background cheering you on, Midnight Palma. I love the stuff that you're doing, my friend. Good luck with all the things that you want to do, because you've got a. Listen, you've been working, my friend. I've been seeing all the fancy stuff that you've been doing. Thanks for the 100 bits and for the raid. Okay, it's time to sing happy birthday really quick, and then we're gonna get into this game. Okay? Listen, I know that I'm kind of putting off this game. All right? I know that I'm doing a horrible job being a streamer by playing a game. Okay? So listen, I'm not playing this game very well. We're gonna be a wizard, okay? We're supposed to like go to the College of Winterhold and become a magician or something like that. I'm a cat, so I'm a wizard, Harry, but it's spelled wrong. Do you see the title, you guys? Anyway, let me sing happy birthday to the Sandy Devil. Everybody, see, now we gotta sing together. I'm gonna sit on this table and we can sing a little song, okay? Because if the Sandy Devil was here, I would stand on top of a bar table and I'd sing my little heart out. Okay, so. Everybody, please, could you join in together? Could we please get either some birthday emotes or something in the chat, some like party emotes or something like that? Give it to spam. Also, hype train. Goodness gracious, thank you. So for Sandy the Devil, or for the Sandy Devil. So I think that I'm just gonna say Sandy. Okay, Sandy, all right. Anyway, well, right before you go to bed, then happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sandy. Happy birthday to you. Oh, wow! Everybody dance, dance, dance. Yeah, come on. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for the hype in the chat, you guys. Sandy Devil, please, I present you, Sandy Devil. A good bean. A good bean, totally approved. Thank you so much for being here for a little bit, for a little tiny part of your birthday. Oh, my gosh.
Vanguard.
General Escana, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. One for Cyrus and one for Skyward Path. Oh, my gosh. It's a birthday celebration. Birthday celebration for Sandy. Hooray! I hope you enjoyed your song. Sandy, I know that you probably need to go to bed. That's totally fine. Listen, I know that you were hanging out with Poppy Palma. I know that you're probably getting tired. It's time for you to go to sleep. Thanks so much for jumping in here and spending some of your birthday. I hope that you had a wonderful day. I hope that you did something special. It's Sandy Devil Appreciation Day. I hope that you... Those guys walking around in the water with their boots?
Exclamation mark lurk.
These guys got some wet boots. You got some wet boots, Sinric. And Rune, what are you doing walking around in the water? What's wrong with you? Oh, Midnight Palma, thank you for the lurk. And thank you for the 200 bits. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's sweet, sweet cheers from my sweet, sweet friends. Oh my goodness. Midnight Palma, enjoy your lurk, my friend. Hope that you get yourself some food or some water or something like that. Kathy the Toad, welcome to the chat. Echoes here. Darkfire Tail.
I always lurk. Always.
I always lurk. Always. Darkfire Tail. Thank you so much for the lurks. I appreciate it. Every time that you lurk, you are super duper totally supporting me. Thank you so much. And also, I've never shouted out before, you guys. I've never shouted y'all out before, but whoever's watching my VODs, I don't know if there's any, are there any VOD watchers around here? Thank you so much. I so appreciate, I'm shocked that anybody watches them. It's amazing. I'm so glad that y'all enjoy the VODs. I've looked at the, sometimes I, like the other day, I was feeling a little bit down. I was feeling a little weird. Feeling a little weird and down. I don't know what happened. But then I kind of just hopped over to my videos channel and I was like, what? Are people enjoying these? Are people watching the VODs? I can't believe that they don't want to watch it live. And then I realized, you know, there's a lot of people that would be here, but there's streams going on simultaneously, and some days you're feeling too tired, and some days you have like you're just too busy, or you're at work, or your schedule doesn't align, or whatever, and then you just watch the VOD, and I just so appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching. I'm telling you, brother, VODs are where it's at. I know. It's just strange that sometimes we'll do a stream and it's like, it's a little bit quiet. It's not doing so well, and we don't get any raids or you know, it's just low performing, which is okay. It's okay. Things are up and down, you know. There's so many variables, you can't count them all. But then the VOD will do well, and I'm like, oh, you guys, I'm so glad that y'all are enjoying what I'm making. I so appreciate it. Being able to make stuff as a job is just, I can't thank y'all enough. I'm just so glad that y'all enjoy it. We'll keep giving the good vibes, you guys. Okay, the vibes aren't going to stop anytime soon. I'm planning on taking some time off in November, but that's it, okay? Pinky promise, all right? November, that's when I'm going to take some time off. Guaranteed time off in November, maybe like a week and a half. That's the plan right now. Other than that, boom, we're going. We're doing it live. We're doing it live. More streams, more party, more outfits. Some subathon is probably not going to happen. Subathons probably won't happen before, get that out of here. Won't happen before December, but we should do a 24-hour stream. It's been a while. It's been a while. Maybe we can play, maybe we could do another Pokemon 24-hour stream, and I can open up Pokemon cards too. That's what I'm thinking. But so what we're going to do today is that we need to get our buns over to Winterhold, and we have to become a wizard. I want to be a Meow Meow wizard. I want to become the greatest Khajiit wizard in the world, but it's not for the love of magic. It's because we actually need that dang old Elder Scroll, and we also need to find the Moth Priest. So I'm mostly there on a journey of knowledge. It's a quest. It's a quest for knowledge. I wanna learn more things. I see this fox on the loose. I'm sorry. I just thought about killing it. Lily of Norway, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. By the way, what was Palma doing? Was oh, we'll see you later, Ascana. Thanks for being here. Hope that y'all had a wonderful time. I know that y'all, everybody that came over with Palma, thank you so much for being here for a little while and peeking in. I appreciate it. Lightning, hi there. What's up? I'm doing great. I heard you like Pokemons. I do. In fact, we got a new Pokemon game that we could play. It's new for me. It's not a new game, but we could play. I'm thinking that we'll play Let's Go Eevee. Because we pretty much finished Let's Go Pikachu, so we should do it. Minecraft and Phasmo. Ah, yeah, a couple of Palma classics. Yes! I guess not Minecraft, but certainly Phasmo is an absolute classic. How are you doing, Captain Carp? You guys, thank you so much for the hype train. That was a success. I'm shocked. I'm shocked and amazed. Thank you, everybody that gave during that hype train. I appreciate it. Huzzah! Big hype train. Oh yeah. Thanks so much, you guys. And Captain Zanuck, how are you doing? Good evening. We're oh dear. Oh dear. Hang on. You gotta go. Oh, we'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out with us, BJ. Appreciate it, my friend. Hope that you enjoyed whatever you watched. Got some good vibes. We'd love to see you sometime soon, but hey, we'll see you later, my friend. Good luck with whatever you're doing. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you later. Let me see. Poppy's community Minecraft server is so cool. Community Minecraft server. Interesting. What an idea. I'll have to see. I mean, I've got a server. I just need to set it up. Also, we're freaking dead because of that stupid bear. Okay. Well, we're gonna go from the south because I don't want to walk through the frozen tundra for no reason. We're not doing this. I'm going from the south. I'm going north on an actual road, okay? We're going on an actual road. Also, hi there, Lupus. What's up? Lupus was here before the stream started, but I still want to say hi, Lupus. How are you doing? Let me see. Oh, Jenna, you're still here. All right, nice. You'll tune in soon. Sounds good, BJ. We'll see you later, my friend. Okay, so we need to go north. Eventually. Okay, yes, this way. This is the road, you guys. Let's hop on a road. Let's get scooting, okay? He was in a realm that does nothing. See what everyone else does? Oh, where he does nothing inside of the realm, and he just watches what other people do. Interesting. That's a pretty cool idea. That sounds like fun. Captain Carp, stop blaming me. Stop. No more Yoshi licks. You're gonna burn all your money away. And nobody else is gonna be to blame except for you. Now you're homeless. Now you're homeless and you're begging for cardboard boxes. Sorry, I had what? Sorry, I have to before I sleep. All right, Captain Carp. I understand. Literally the only thing that I'm frustrated about with the lick is I wish that I could take it out of the chat. That's the I wonder if there's a way to do that. Because I want you to be able to use your channel points. I love that. I love you being able to bother me with a sound effect. That's great. But spamming the chat is the only sad thing. Hey, be glad I spent 15k points yesterday. What? You did? With the Yoshi lick? That's a lot of licking. That's a lot of tongue. I can't believe that you spent that much on Yoshi licks. Well, I mean, it's working so far. It's working. Oh, but besides, I don't even really think that I've missed much from the chat, right? I think I've hardly missed anything. Yeah, now you only have 6. Oh, wow, it's still working. My economic plan is starting to really come to fruition. I'm shocked and amazed. What I was planning on doing is I'm trying to lower the what's it called? It's called inflation. I'm trying to lower inflation a little bit. So basically, I've made a low cost, high annoyance device that's meant just to be able to drain money out of people's pockets. And so far, it's been working pretty great. Have you done the 125 quests for the Thieves Guild before? Tarkinson, no. That's a lot. Are you talking about the quests that just repeat and repeat? Are you talking about where they're just like, oh, go out there and pick this lock, go out there and change this ledger, go pickpocket this thing? Are you talking about those missions? Those are like, those are just, what are they, generated? Yeah, they're just generated. I'm not gonna do all this stupid auto-generated quests. I mean, I don't think that we're gonna play this game to completion, but we're certainly gonna do like the main. Let me just double check. Oh my gosh. Oh my. Oh no. Oh no, the pass. The pass. Oh my gosh, and there's wolves. Every time I turn around, there's some wild animal on my tail. Why is, literally, and why are there so many wild animals out here? And why are they so strong? Perish. Slow down. That's right, you sorry sucker. All right, let's walk back. I'm sorry. How are you doing? Linz is here. Oi, 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 oi. How are you doing, Linz? What's up? Linz is here. Batgirl, how are you doing? I promise there's no bats in this game. We played Terraria the other day. Yesterday we played Terraria, and we also played Getting Over It. Both games with bats. I guarantee you you're safe this time. Okay, here's the sign. Look. Winterhold is this way. Riften, Windhelm, Whiterun, Markarth, Solitude. Okay, so we got to go over the mountain pass. I think that this is the mountain pass. That does not look like a path. This is why I was confused. You want to say hi before you have to leave again? Oh my gosh. Linz is leaving us. She's abandoning us. We'll see. Where are you going, Linz? What are you doing? What are you doing? La la la. Oh. Oh my. Also, thanks for the follow, dude guy. Appreciate it. Dude guy 69. Such a blessed number. Thank you so much for this sweet follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day, my friend. The Wanderer, eh? Hey.
Hello there, fellow traveler.
Hey there, chum.
Minstrel and wandering wastrel at your service.
Okay, let me guess. You can't hear very well, right?
Ah, well. After a little.
Okay, I turned it up a little bit. My bad. You're meeting friends to talk about bridesmaid stuff. What? That's a sad face. That's flippin' awesome. Sounds good. Linz, have a good time with your friendos. Good luck with your discussions. Very exciting. Very exciting. I've enjoyed all the groomsmen things that I've ever done. I enjoyed. I hope that you enjoy. We'll see you later, Linz. Oh, look. Is there an actual icon for a pass? Yeah, because there's invisible walls at the top of certain mountains, so... Yeah. Yeah, it's called a pass. Oh, it's even got a dead guy. It's a dead guy included. Seems weird to just leave a corpse here, but, you know, I'm gonna pray to a different shrine because, because I bow to no specific god, but to all of them in turn, all right? Oh, we'll see you later, Linz. Thanks so much for saying hi to us. It's always nice to hear what you're doing. Ah! Because we would have all been asking, where's Linz? But now we know Linz is doing important stuff. I hope you enjoy. Sandy Devil, 90 Night, have a wonderful birthday schlep. Birthday schlep. The most precious gift that you can give yourself is some good sleep. I hope that you have incredible birthday dreams. Thanks so much for spending some of your special day with us. I hope that you enjoyed it. We'll see you later. Bye-bye. Anyway, oh, is that it? Am I pointing my little face at it right now? Uh-huh. That's Winterhold. That's Winterhold way over there. You see that big spire? That's the college. That's the wizard land. And then there's some little crappy houses that are right before it, including one that was burnt down, even though we live in Iceland. Even though there's a dragon and ice everywhere, some house burnt down in the city. I do not know how. Hogwarts! Oh boy. It's time for us to join our house, you guys. If our cat... Oh dear. Whoa! Yeah!
That Von Schick gifted a tier
if
1
Purrcival
sub to
was in a
Bunny
house, which house would it be? Oh, up we go. Von Schick! What? Is that a gifted sub? What are you? Oh my gosh. Von Schick, thank you for the gifted sub for Lovely Bunny. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the support! Von Schick! Von Schick! Thank you so much. How are you doing? Oi! Good morning! You woke up and chose violence. How are you doing? What Hogwarts house did you match whenever you were in the test? Listen, I am not Purrcival. I am not a Khajiit. But my house is Gryffindor, I think. But I want to retake that test because I've changed a lot since then. It's all, of course, you could change it if you wanted to, on purpose anyway. Doc rescheduled appointment for next week, so y'all are stuck with me today. All right, nice. Failed checkup. I'm so glad to hear it. Failed checkup. Hooray! Now we can hang out with Jedi more. Stuck with you? I would never say that. How dare you? La 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 la. Purrcival seems like a Slytherin. Why? We're not even a snake. Listen, I feel like all of the, all the lizard people, the Argonians are Slytherins. They can't help it. Sorry about that, Goaty. Apologize. The Pottermore tests are fun. It's true. It was somewhat fun. I think we're stuck with you, Jedi. No, you're trapped. You think you're trapped in here with us? You think that we're trapped in here with you? You're trapped in here with me. Nice miss. Oh wait, no, did I actually hit it? Come back here, you rapscallion. My computer cannot handle beasties in the distance while streaming at the same time. Weak computer! Come back here, hang on. Whammo! Awoo! See you later. Pizza Dudette, how are you doing? Punchy Cat returns in an epic new sequel. An epic new sequel called Furs of Fury. Furs of Fury Part 2. I think you're Ravenclaw nowadays. What's changed? What's changed? Is that what Skittle? Skittle? A blue Skittle. Oh my gosh, it's my art friendo. It's a blue Skittle. How are you doing? Okay. I'm gonna try to do a more relaxing voice so that no, I'm just kidding. I can't help it. Blue Skittle has one of my favorite voices on all of Twitch. I love it. I love it. It's a perfect thing to have on the background. How are you doing, Blue Skittle? Ah! It's an honor to have you here. That's the person that we raided last night. Thank you for the follow also. I totally understand. I've raided people before, like over and over, and I keep forgetting to follow them. So I totally feel your pain. No worries. I mean, the recommended like feed of Twitch is actually surprisingly good. So normally I don't like lose people, which is nice. It's Twitch is like, remember you watched their stream, here it is. You didn't follow them, but it's recommended. I mean, OT is a Gryffindor. We see him more as a Hufflepuff. OT is strong. OT is a powerful individual. Do not underestimate OT. I know he's a sweetie, but he's strong. Not to embarrass you, but I think you have a little schmutz right there. Schmutz? Do you know how long it took? You know how long it took to put this schmutz on my face? Do you know how difficult it took? 3 tries. I had to wipe it off several times. It was so difficult. Like, it's supposed to be like, what it's supposed to look like is that you just take a big paintbrush and then you just dip it in like tar, and then you just went like, but I'm using like a makeup paintbrush and dust, basically. It's like ash dust. So it doesn't really work that well. It took some tries, okay? Sometimes we must suffer for beauty. Did you see my hairline? Look at my hairline. Can you see it? Look at it. You can see the aftermath of me wiping it off. It looks so extreme. It's on the edges of my hair. It's yeah. Just ignore it. Pretend like my face is completely clean except for the intended makeup, okay? Who Does Human 1 is in the background. Oh my gosh. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't even think that Human 1 or OT could be sneaking around in the background while I'm talking trash about him.
Welcome to the College of Winter.
But hey, how are you doing, Human 1? Awa! A la 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 la. It's not trash, but a la 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 la. Boyong, boyong. Of course I would be lurking, listening, always listening. Can I get in here? No, I cannot. I think that I have to go talk to that lady. You love it here? Oh my gosh. Human 1, you're gonna make me ruin my makeup. You shush. You shush. No more wholesomeness. No more wholesomeness. Everybody, please be cursed. Can we get some more clicky viewers, please? Can we please get some clicky viewers in the chat? I need some cursed. Otherwise, I'm gonna cry. Feralda.
Welcome to the College of Winterhold.
Senior wizard. Okay, so I've gotta do some magic. Hi there, Rosero. What's up? Oi, 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 oi. You want some coast? Oh, woo. Wow, nuzzles you. Oh, no. What is this place? How do I get in?
This is
Just
the
let me in.
College
What
of
what are we talking about? Come on, chop chop.
Forgive me.
Chop chop.
This is the
I have
College
to
of
do like a
Winterhold.
magic
A
thing to
safe
get
haven for
in.
mages and
May I
scholars.
enter the college? There we go.
Perhaps. But what is it you expect to find?
What do I expect to find within? Now they're asking the difficult questions. I see how it is. Okay, so this lady's like, she's basically the gatekeeper, and goodness gracious, she just blends right in with the background, doesn't she? So I want to use the power of ice and fire to destroy people. We don't. We're actually trying not to use magic this run, or not too much of it. So no, we're not going to use the power of ice and fire. I desire to bend the will of those around me. All right. I mean, that's true in real life. I want to unravel the mysteries of Aetherius, I believe that says. No idea what that means. I just want to see what the inside looks like. I just wanted to take a peek around. I'm just looking for a tour. Is there a tour going on around here?
Huh. Humor is often in short supply here.
She likes me. Hey, me, the last one is me. You're like, oh, look at the spires and the cathedrals, the art. It's beautiful tapestries, I say. Anybody know if you can get the jewel pitcher after 55 jobs? It keeps giving me the flagon. I have no idea. Tarkinson, you are the genius around here. You are the absolute professional.
I'm afraid I don't know anything of the sort.
Failed persuasion. Can I intimidate? Nope, I'll take the test.
The fear spell has saved the life of many an illusion mage. If you
Okay,
could
so
cast
I
it
need
on
to,
the
yes. She's gonna teach me a skill, and now I gotta do it. Okay, first lessons. Yes. Cast a fear spell. Okay, so she must have just taught me how to do it. Fear. Did she give me the power? Fear. Purrcival, what do you want me to, what are you talking about? Cast a fear spell. A fear spell? Did you get, is it the fear spell or a fear spell? Hey? Become ethereal. That is probably a little too advanced. That she wants to be afraid, not to not be able to see me. Book? Huh? Reading? No. I can't read. I don't know if I have the fear book. Did she give me it? Spell tome. What, I have to go find it? What? I have to go find the book of fear, the book of the book of frightening. She gave me a book? Did she? Is that true, A-Star? Is that true? Is that 100% true? I don't see it. If she did, I don't see it. Talk to her again. Give me that book, late. Oh yeah, you have to buy it from her. Yeah, she's running a little racket. I don't know it.
Well, if you think you're capable of it, then I'd be happy to
a mere 30 gold. A bargain. A bargain, truly. But for
they also sell spells.
Okay, listen, I'll buy it.
Here you are. Now I'm anxious to see you cast.
All right, I'm sure you are anxious to see me cast it with your $30 troll toll. All right, I'll pay your toll, you old goat. No, it's supposed to be a spell tome, right? I don't see it.
Here you are. Now
oh, it hadn't been. It's fear added. Fear added to your inventory. Thank goodness. I could use this fear anywhere that I want. Did she just teach me how to do it directly? I think that she may have just taught me how to do it directly. Did she just import fear directly into my mind? She did. She directly gave me fear. $30. $30. We don't have enough magic? Oh no. Canned fear in a convenient can. I can't cast it. I'm too weak. I'm not magical enough. I lack the magic. It's 134 and I have an unknown amount of mana, but apparently not enough. Not enough magic? What? But I'm a level 25 Meow Meow. I'm a level 25 Meow Meow and I don't have enough magicka. Well, I guess it's time for us to go pickpocket or something. It's time for us to go learn some stuff. All right, if we're gonna become a powerful wizard, then of course, what's the number one thing that we got to do if we want to be a wizard? Let's take a little peek-see. What is the thing that we're worst at? Blocking. That's awful. That's just horrible. 17, what a weakling. We need to block. We need to alter things. We need to conjure things, and we need to illusion things. Okay, we gotta do all those things. How are you doing, Cannon? What? You're a strong mage and don't need no mana. Listen, mana is probably named after the magic... What happened to this chicken? Where's the witnesses? Are there any witnesses to this murder? There's a dead chicken here, and everybody's walking around like nothing's going on. Are you blind? A citizen of Skyrim has perished, and y'all are all walking around. You just stepped over his dead body. Listen, these chickens can testify in court. This is a legitimate citizen of Skyrim that's overlooked. I can't believe it. Now you get free chicken. Mmm. Some of the best snack that I could ever get. Is Link nearby? What? Okay, hang on. We need to, like, while we're doing a mission, we need to, like, go crazy with these spells. That's what I'm thinking. Illusion, clairvoyance, eh? What is this? It's a game-crashing spell. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? And it almost crashes the game every time. How convenient. If we want to exit straight out of this game, you guys, if we just want to beam out, boom. Almost breaks it every time. Oh, double cast in the game even faster and hopefully crash the entire computer. If you do this enough times, blue screen. Okay, so obviously that's a frustrating thing. Can we do it's our only illusion spell? Bear bee. No, bear, leave me alone. F's in the chat for frames. F's in the chat for the frames that we lost along the way. We will oh! I just gotta escape this bear. Listen, I don't care if I have to risk my life to get out of here. I can't fast travel either. Oh my gosh. There's a wolf teleporting nearby. Okay, hang on. Gonna blast this sucker. Stay still for 2 seconds, sir. Oh my gosh, he's running away. Come back. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. All right, we got to get out of here, you guys. We got to get some levels or something. So we can get an alteration spell, which we'll buy. We'll buy a different one that doesn't crash the game. And we can also get a conjuration or illusion. Those are all really, really low-level magic, so they should be easy to upgrade. Pickpocketing, we haven't done hardly at all. So maybe we should do some pickpocketing. Maybe we should go steal some loot. Get some free loot from people's pockets. Oh my gosh, that scared me. What the heck? Was that an old... Was that like an old magic spell that just blasted off? Hey, Felix! Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Felix, are you feeling better? Felix, aren't you Felix, do you feel like this cat right now? Do you feel like our character in Skyrim? Dying. You just finished recording a new cover. He's sick and up all night. He's sick? Excuse me? Felix, do we have a sick person in chat right now? You're gonna get everybody sick. You go to sleep. Go to sleep. Get some rest. Felix, what the heck are you doing here? Go to bed. Go to bed. Get some rest. You deserve it. You need some schlep. You need some good schlep, my friend. No, you. What? Me? Yeah. Yeah, KJP is here. Isn't it awesome? We got a whole party going on here. We got a whole party as we head into the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary. I kind of want to practice, a little bit of pickpocketing in here, but I'm scared that they're going to get mad. I'm sick, my throat is hurting, but I sang anyway because I felt so unproductive. Oh my gosh. Felix, no! You can be unproductive whenever you're sick.
Good.
Whenever you're sick, you should be unproductive. You should relax. You'll sleep good. You should. Turn your phone off. Turn your phone off right now. No phone for you. Bad. Listen, Felix, you need to turn off your phone. Turn it all the way off. And then you need to turn off your computer. And then get some sleep. If you want to read a book, that's okay. Reading a book is just fine whenever you need to sleep.
Oh yeah.
It'll stimulate your brain and send you straight to sleep, okay? Felix, only reading. If you have a screen, you're gonna stay up all night. Okay, I'm just ignoring this. Whoa! All right, let me out of here.
Yeah.
Let me out of here.
Kenny.
We just started thinking.
4 whole months. Can't wait for more lots of positive
Kenny.
vibes to you and chat today. Purple heart.
Hey,
purple
Laura!
heart,
Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my gosh, there's 10 subbies! Hooray! 10 subbies in the first hour. In the first hour, we got 10 subbies. What the heck? You guys, thanks so much. I see those seconds. 59 minutes and 37 seconds and 10 subbies. Hooray! Thank you so much for the support, Laura. I appreciate the resubscription. Thank you so much. I've got some good vibes for you, my friend. I am feeling good. I'm feeling good, and I hope that I can make you feel good too. Doodle-doo. Okay, hang on. Scoot all this stuff off here. And Nazir, have you got some, we could also cheat training by buying it if we wanted to. And then we can we steal our money back? So that's 1,800. Let's train 1 level. Okay, so we trained 1 level of light armor. 0% to steal? Oh, man. Man, this guy's serious. We could also get trained by somebody in town that we don't mind getting mad at us, but it's really hard to pickpocket big stuff like that. Maybe we should just practice pickpocketing around town, and then we can level it up and put some perks into stealing gold. That might be an idea, because if we can steal our gold back, then we can just take training from any rando, and then we can just loot our money right back. Yes, pickpocketing is like level 17, so we should probably just go snag some stuff from people in Riften. They probably won't even notice. They won't even care. It's a city of thieves, you guys. Everybody steals in Riften. What? Sorry you had to leave for a minute. Archie escaped the yard? Oh no! You need taller fences with razor wire on the top. Also, Magic! Magic 823. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well, Magic. Hope you're vibing, my friend. Gonna pickpocket these butterflies right out of the sky. There we go. Okay, BMN's here. What's up? Oh my gosh, there's so many friendos tuning in. I'm so glad to see all of y'all. Huh? Who's watching?
Fresh meats and produce.
Oh, hello there, ma'am. Come on through here. Get the
Oh, it's
Helga,
you.
get the
Come to extort more
get out
from
of here.
me?
Get moving. Scoot along. Shh. We're gonna grab some loot. What's the easiest loot to steal from this lady? Let's see. 54. You can steal the clothes off her back, and that's the easiest thing to do? Oh, wait. A key's even easier. Hang on. Or a chicken.
Oh, no,
What? 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 Let me have that chicken. I'm starving for that. Oh my gosh, what is this? Okay, we gotta go back over here. Sorry about that. Oh, Shiny, are you gonna go to sleep? Hey, you're actually getting some sleep. It's a Christmas miracle. I can't believe it. Shiny, have some lovely sleep, you sweet, sweet Swedish friendo. Woohoo! Get some rest. We love you, Shiny. Thanks for being here. It's always nice to see you. Hooray! Shiny! Always nice to see your beautiful shiny face. I'm looking forward to the to some sort of a Pokemon stream sometime soon. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Hisses at sleep. Whoa, Shiny going to bed. I'm amazed. I'm amazed. It's a Christmas miracle. Bless. Okay, hang on. Now, let's see. 42%, 61%. I like those odds. Ah, yeah, that's right. That's right. Give me that sweet loot. What's the quick save button? Let's see. Quick save button is probably in controls, I guess. I hope that it's not F1 or something. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm gonna make it P. I'm gonna make this L. I know those are weird, but I'm using a 60% keyboard that doesn't have function keys. I'm sorry. I'm a real gamer. Real gamers don't use full keyboards. Oh, this old man's probably watching. Rascally old gentleman. Don't look at me while I steal Helga's chicken breast. Oh, dang it. That's a shame. Oh, I just hit L. It's not working. The save game is corrupt. It cannot be loaded. That's good to hear. That's what I want to hear. Hopefully this works. I think it's because I didn't quick save. You have a 10-key keyboard? What? 10 keys? That's hardly any. Okay, so it wasn't actually corrupted. The thing is that there's no quick save. The other thing, that was a full save that I put there. You use a full keyboard? BMN. I can't believe it. I'm only teasing. I'm only teasing. Pika Pika stream? Yes, yes, yes. Except for it'll be an Eevee stream. We need to do a Let's Go Eevee stream. Wait, we're supposed to talk to her? I'd rather pickpocket her. Hang on. Let me just do a little... Oh, wait. That's quick load. No, that's save. Okay, good. I just saved. She's looking at me, and I'm still gonna steal. She's looking into my eyes. She looked right at me while I'm stealing her stuff. Let's just pick things that are over 50. All right. She was looking directly at me. This game's so stupid. How are you doing? Oh, looks like I found myself here from some raid. Leah, welcome in. You were probably hanging out in my friend Poppy Palma's stream, weren't you? I need to play a game with Poppy Palma sometime soon, but I'm so bad at playing games with other people. Oh yeah, we were supposed to go here anyway. Oh, you were on Palma. You Palma raided me. It's been so long since I've seen that good bean. All right, let's ignore the lady. See you later. And this guy, always lurking around. A little quick save while we level up our pickpocketing. Above 54 is what we're above 50. I mean, is what we're looking for. Okay, listen. We're just gonna cheese this just a little bit.
Never should have come here.
Okay, maybe we should.
You're as good.
Maybe we should.
Never should have come.
Maybe we should increase our chances. Maybe I should.
Never should have come.
Maybe.
Never should have come.
Maybe this isn't worth the trouble. I think that this might not be worth the trouble.
Filthy pickpocket.
I mean, it's 50% chance. You can make a potion for pickpocketing? Yeah, let's see. We can't do this. It's too complicated. Pickpocketing. Potion of strength? That's what we need. We need strength to be able to, maybe we should take some skooma. That'll help. Yeah, maybe I should. This is like Doctor Strange. Is it? 54? Let's see. Is there anything higher in here? It's all 53 stuff. What's the likelihood of getting 4 50% chances in a row right? Isn't that like, if it's 50% and then it's 50% again, then it turns down to 25? Doesn't it keep lowering? Is it like 15% chance or something, or lower? It's lower than a 15% chance to get 4 50% chances in a row, right? Because it splits in half every time. So it's 25, and then half of 25 is like... 25 divided by 2 is like 10, 13 minus, it's like 7% chance, right? Isn't it? I think? I'm not sure. 6.25, yeah, that's way more accurate. That's true, Blue Jay. Yeah, it's like 7%. The instances are independent. That's true. It doesn't technically lower, but if you look at it like as a full... Yeah, if it's 50% every time... It's 50% every time, but you still have to get all 4 in a row because they're not they're independent as far as the likelihood, but they're not independent for the overall likelihood. The overall thing is still 4. You still have to do 4 50% chances. And yeah, they're independent. It doesn't become less likely each time that we do it, but shouldn't it still be the same since we're averaging out all of them are not really independent, right? Golly, statistics are difficult. Let's just go steal some things from the pwned prawn. Oh, we'll see you later, Kathy. Are you gonna go to sleep? Oh my gosh, you're falling asleep at your computer. Don't do it. Go to sleep. We'll see you later, Kathy. Bye-bye, Kathy. Get some rest. Math's too hard. 59%. Hang on now. 50%. Ah, yeah. 60%. 50. Ah, yeah. 59%. Nice. Dog and the doggo. How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Dog and the doggo. Nice to see you, my friend. Hope you're having a splendid day indeed. We're just pickpocketing this old dummy. This old silly old dummy. This silly old dummy guy. I feel like the chances go down the more times that I reset it. It's 59% chance. That's like 4 times in a row that he's... Okay, I'm done. It's quite enough. It's quite enough pickpocketing. Hey, the Realist Rager is here. Oi, oi, oi! You're not late. What's up, Realist Rager? How are you doing, my friend? You sure he's a dummy? Well, Leah, I might be the dummy. Oh no. All of this time that we've been playing this game, and then I find out that I'm the dummy. You started math and I started disassociating. Oh, listen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that all of y'all hate math. I'm trying to learn math, okay? I thought that y'all would encourage me on my educational journey. Whoops. I know that Di encourages me on my educational journey. God bless you, Di. Ah, stop it! To be fair, it's based on RNG in the game. RNG tends to work against you. What? No, it doesn't.
You little thief.
I don't think. You have to math 180 days a year? I'm not here for math. Okay, listen. Let's do some anti-math. 1 plus 1 is 4. Also, he's looking right at me. Stealing.
You little thief.
Gosh darn it. Can we up the chance of this? Okay, I'm making a potion. You're right. You're right, Rosera. You were right all along. Also, who would sell a pickpocketing potion? Isn't that illegal? Do you think that that's illegal? I really do think so. We need fortify. I don't think we have it. Frenzy, invisibility. Yeah, let's see if this guy has it. That seems like it seems like it's against the rules, right? Who would sell that? You probably.
Ingen is the most promising alchemist I've ever seen.
Okay, y'all stop talking. Stop talking. Let me buy something. Healer, aversion to shock, pickpocketing. Really? Still seems illegal. Strangely enough. Well, it's worth $200. He has $200. Let's go. You should make a fortify magical potion to get into Winterhold. Yeah, I could do that. But I kind of took this as a larger issue, you know? Should have saved, shouldn't I? All right, fine. I'm out of here. You guys are way too hard to pickpocket. What's the deal here? It's 60% chance. It's ridiculous. 60%, 60.
What do you think you're doing?
Come on now. Come on now. Let me see. We need to do 1, 2. Nope. 1, 2, 3. We just need to go 1, 2, 3. Pickpocket for me. Come on. 1, 2. What? That's 1. Oh, you got to get some. You got to go water your plants. All right. We'll see you soon, friendo. There we go. 1, 2, 3. And it's as easy as stealing everything in the game. Lovely. What did you say, Alchemic? I think that I have one of those in the pocket already. Oh no. I've already got a Magicka thing in my pocket. Can I enter? Wait, can I actually enter there? You're gonna head to bed? All right, I'll see you later, Leela. Leah, excuse me, not Leela. Leah, thanks so much for coming over with the raid. I appreciate it. We'll see you later. Whoopee. Get some good schlep. Aw, salty love. Ah, Leah, get some sleep. Get some sleepy. Sleepy, sleep. Leela, I'm sorry. I messed it up. Leela. Can I steal this lady? Yes, I can steal straight from this lady. All right, give me some loot. 56%. Hang on. 52. 57. Uh-oh. I need a quick load. L for load. Hey. Hang on. You can't get a 25%. You can't get a $25 bounty for $6? I'm not gonna let you live that down anytime soon, dude. What? I can't believe it. One little mistake is gonna turn my stream upside down. I can't believe it. Leah, you must forgive. It's in the Bible. How dare you? How dare you? Leela, good night. Have a wonderful sleep. See you later, Leela. Bless, Leela. Nighty night. Don't Yoshi lick me. Wait. Here we go. Now we can steal the cheese. No, don't electrocute me for stealing the cheese. Here we go. Give me that cheese, darn it, come on. I've got a 65% chance to steal this guy's cheese. Or no, I got 59. Sorry about that. It's much lower than I thought. That's why I understand. Give me that cheese. Listen, it's... What it turns into is it's less pickpocketing practice, and it's more I want the individual things that they have, and it makes me angry that the RNG's not helping me. All right, I'm stealing this cheese. Wait, he's already. Well, I already stole the cheese. Let me see. Is this 60% chance? Steal the clothes right off of you. Aw, yeah! Just stole the clothes. I would electrocute you if you stole my cheese. Oh my gosh. It's only gonna block you up, Bohemian Moon. I'm trying to help you. Dairy's no good for you. Listen, all of you dairy eaters, look at me. Look at me. I'm the living embodiment of health. Look at me with my elite gamer body. My elite gamer body, and this is all cheeseless. This is a cheeseless body that you're looking at. And I call it the anti-cheese diet. I attribute all of my health to the fact that I don't eat cheese. The apex of gaming. Yes, yes, yes. So if you want to be an elite gamer like me, drop the cheese, and then you'll put your enemies on their knees. That's what I always say. Drop the cheese, please. Let me steal this guy's loot. Speaking of apex gaming, watch me steal this scorched hammer key straight out of his pocket. See? See? In fact, with my cheeseless abilities, I may be able to steal this sack of flour as well. That doesn't convince you? Well, let me tell you what. Stealing this lockpick ought to cover the rest of this sales pitch. Aw, yeah. Look at that. 3 items. All from a cheeseless man. A cheeseless body. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna pickpocket this lizard. Look, I can see the pocket right there. That's what's holding the bread, ale, and gold. 57. You know, I wonder if it's based on how valuable the thing is, or if it's based on how likely it is to steal it. Look at him. He's got a necklace of sneaking. I don't know how I identified the enchantments on it by just looking at it, but I guess I'm just great. That's how. Okay, hang on. Grelka. Now, who's gonna let you just sneak up straight behind them? I don't know. Apparently Grelka. I just like put my hand in her pocket and then went, oh, well, somebody's watching and they don't even mind. Let me see, 59%, 58%, 55. I'm going crazy, you guys. Ah, yeah. Drop the cheese. Put your enemies on their knees. There we go. The pitch has been saved forever and always. Whee. All right, I'm sick of pickpocketing these people. Is this even helping my skill? I skilled up like 1 time. This is taking way too long. Ooh, pickpocketing bonus of 20%. Item weight and value reduced pickpocket odds. Oh, okay. Yeah, 25% chance to pickpocket. Let me see. Pickpocketing gold's 50% easier. I kind of want to perk up, you guys. I want to perk up our abilities by pickpocketing. But we need to, is there a court wizard here? Excuse me? Is there a court wizard in this town? Because this looks like the big hall. This looks like where the king lives. Hey, Kingy! You got any minions inside? You were in the middle of clipping that? Took me forever. Oh my gosh. Akimic's working overtime. Clips and quotes at the same time. Are you the wizard? I want to buy stuff from the court wizard. I don't actually know if they have one. Should be near the, oh my gosh. I walk to the door and the baskets start flying. The baskets and platters start flying. Where's the wizard? That's the Jarl's chambers. I don't want to go in there. Excuse me, wizardo. Oh my gosh. This game is broken. Ooh, I could practice cracking open this lock. There we go. Hang on. Oh, hang on. There it is. There it is right there. Lime! Hey, Skyrim belongs to the Nords. How you doing? Lime! You open the door and the plateware just flies. I open the doors and you know what's gonna happen. Everything goes flying. Ah, here's the wizard. You open the door and everything's broken. The bucket. Why? Whoa! Yeah, what is happening? Felix!
Felix Bomiga.
You're supposed to be sleeping.
Felix Bomiga. Wow. Banana. T-Rex. Banana. T-Rex. Banana. T-Rex. Banana. T-Rex. Banana. T-Rex. banana, T-Rex, banana, T-Rex, banana, T-Rex.
T-Rex? Banana T-Rex. Banana T-Rex. Hey, Felix. Thank you for the 3 months of support. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the T-Rexes and bananas. Appreciate it. Incredible. 3 months. I cannot believe that you've been here for 3 months. 3 months of Felix-related magic. How are you doing? I know how you're doing. Go to bed. Go to bed, Felix. Thanks for all the support. I appreciate it. I support Felix too. I love Felix's emotes. I use them all the time. My favorite one is Resident Sleeper. Resident Sleeper I use at all times. It works well for sleepiness and also for I'm dead. Like, oh no, I'm never gonna be able to stream today. Dead. Because we dino. Felix, thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Resident Sleeper, there it is. Dead. Boo. KJP knows what's up. Boo. So, which of these, do any of y'all know how to do spells? Okay, now you guys. What is the easiest spells for me to level up by just spamming them? Isn't there like a, okay, hang on. Mage Light. A ball of light that lasts 60 seconds and sticks where it strikes. That's almost good. Isn't there a light that like floats around with you? Okay, so Conjurer is probably a good idea so that I can practice my conjuring, right? And then I need one that is, let's see. Oh, it says up in the corner what they are. So I need like an alteration and an illusion one. Oak Flesh increases your armor by 40 points for 60 seconds. That's kind of nice. Muffle, definitely for illusion. Muffle. You move more quietly. That's nice. Okay, so that's for illusion. Easy. Now, alteration. Oak Flesh or... Let's see. Alteration, right? Let's see. Is there any more? That's the only one that they got is Oak Flesh. That's probably why we never upgrade it. Because they got no freaking abilities. Oak Flesh is where? Right here? This is alteration. You think Candlelight? Oh, Candlelight's the one that floats with you. Okay, well, I'm going to get Oak Flesh just in case that we can use it. And then I already have Destruction. That's not a big deal. Is there any other types of Conjuration that they have? Because Conjuration's very expensive. Reanimate Corpse or Soul Trap's probably the easiest thing. I don't think that Soul Trap's very expensive. Let's do that. Okay, now we've got one of each type that we can kind of just spam whenever we want to. And I should probably keep... oh, we need to read the books. We have to learn. There we go. And we will put some of them on our favorites. Let's put Oak Flesh on our favorites. Muffle on our favorites. Hopefully Muffle won't make the game blow up. Conjuration, and that's it. That's good. Okay. So let's put on Muffle.
Excuse my disorganization, but I'm in the middle of some delicate experiments.
Okay, let's put on Oak Flesh. What? I can do Oak Flesh? Alright. Alright, and Strong I Am. I remember spamming this one before. A Soul Trap. How much does this cost? Okay, well, hang on. Let it reload. Here we go. So I can lurk for the next 3 hours before bed. What? You're supposed to be going to sleep. I can't believe it. Felix, thank you so much for the sub. But you literally have to leave. You're in big trouble now. I've got no... Let's see. I can't disenchant anything. I could enchant some things. Dragonhide is fun too. Does that strengthen your body? Okay, I can use Soul Trap, but I think I have to actually use it on something. I think I have to like use it on skeletons whenever we're in the whenever we're walking around. Let's see, we got a mace. So Muffle, Oak Flesh. It's Muffle that I want to do. You ignore 80% of physical damage. Oh my gosh. Oak Flesh is pretty good. Soul Trap helps if you have a horse. You could just Soul Trap on it all day. Poor horsey. How dare you? I can't believe it. How many items do we have? Oh my gosh, we actually have a lot of plants. We could very quickly do some snowberry spells really quick. Or potions, I mean. Okay, does it keep snowberries? Nah. Okay, I want to keep trying out those. Where are they? Snowberries? Oh, there they are. They were hidden because we've already tested this out. Okay, so Blister Ward, Blue Dartwing. There we go. We're already learning. Incredible. Snowberries. There we go. Back to the top. We'll check blister wart does nothing, and bone meal does something, but we can still check the blister wart. Here we go. Transmuting is fun if you get for you to get the easy money. Oh yeah, because transmuting changes the ores between qualities, right? So you can change like iron into silver and so on and so forth. That's totally cheese. It's totally delicious cheese. That's totally acceptable. Silver to gold. Yep, the game has included delicious cheese in case that you're in case you get hungry on the road. Daedra heart, dragon tongue. Oh, that actually does something.
Did we have an appointment?
Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. Now we start with fire
Was it
salts.
delivery? I can't remember.
Fire salts right here. And frost salts. Whoa! That's 4! That's 4 big learnings. And snowberries, dragon tongue, that does something. This does something. A giant toe. Disgusting. Disgusting. Look at us. We're leveling up. We're getting stronger. We're learning things, okay? We're not just sitting here working with our mortar and pestle. No, we're becoming the dragonborn. One shaky potion at a time. One crappy, questionable bag of poison at a time. Nightshade? Where is it? There we go. We'll put all this together. That'll do it. Put these together with the... Just grab some snowberries. Just toss them in this old jar. Whammo. Snowberries and nernroot. Come on, that doesn't do anything? You gotta be kidding me. Okay, skeever tail. I'm just speed running it now. Snowberries. Come on. Oh, that just makes something. I don't want to make potions. I want to learn. I'd rather have more failure. Failure is learning. That's what I need. All right, I'm done. I'm done. We're quitting alchemy. We did a level. I'm sorry, everybody. I have people that come in that are like, every time that I tune in, you're always doing alchemy. I'm sorry. It's a useful skill. Let's get out of here. Yes, yes. Lose is improve. It's true. I always want to lose with potions. I would rather eliminate them. I want, whenever I click on snowberries, I want all of them to be knocked out. I want none of them to be an option. I want to just be completely grayed out. And instead, I keep finding more little worthless things that they do. Okay, so if we want to improve, we should probably do a measly mission. We should do a measly little baby mission like, you know, killing the emperor or something. Let's see. Read a note. Join the Imperial Legion. That's a miscellaneous quest. One of the main things is just miscellaneous, you know? Kill the leader. Okay. Killing somebody. That's something that I know how to do. Always doing alchemy in here? What's this? Some kind of alchemic's refuge? Some type of refuge for alchemic people? For alchemists? Is that what this is? I'm afraid so. It is. Listen, it's my favorite anime. I can't help it. All right, we gotta go kill this guy over here. And let me... So we can't do soul trap like on the move. And I can't afford muffle. So I guess oak flesh is what we're gonna be doing. Like over and over. What? I already did oak flesh once. How do I not have enough magicka now? What? Are you? I already did this. I did oak flesh. Why can't I do it now? Well, I know I can do soul trap, right? What? Now I can't do. Oh, it's because of the sun. Yeah, it's because of the sun. That's why I couldn't do it. That's why I was a freaking weakling and I couldn't cast fears, because I'm a stupid old vampire. Because I'm a stupid old dumb. This is another reason to hate vampirism. I don't want to be a vampire anymore, but I less want to do all of the vampire missions. No! But if we do the vampire missions, I need to put in my vampire teeth, and I'll put more blood on the outfit, okay? Let me cast soul on this dog. Oh, wait, no, I missed. No. Hang on. Calm down, doggies. Calm down, doggies. I'm just gonna steal greatsword you really quick. Honey Pup Monster, how are you doing? What's up? I'm killing some wolves. How are you doing? Why, I'm killing these wild animals. Howdy. Howdy there, friendo. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Welcome to the pit of desolation. Where's the... Hello? Just grab it. Just grab it. All of these warts. All right, now shh. We're gonna sneak around with this two-handed sword. Practicing our sneak, okay? Backstab with a giant sword.
Hello? Who's there?
Hello? Hello? Oh, we don't even have to worry about vampirism though. That's nice. I mean, that's convenient. We don't even have to worry about turning into a McNasty. A McNasty old vampire. Oh, this is the bean. This is the bean that we gotta kill. Look at them, they're tough. Hey, what's up, Shin? How are you doing? On the struggle bus with English today? That's all right, my friend. How are you doing? Shin! Shin, calm down. Calm down and tell the class what you're trying to say. It's okay. You can slow down. Slow down. We'll all listen to you, all right? You don't have to scream and shout. Just tell the sun to go away. Just get out of here. I'm zombie food. I'm eating my pizza. Did I hear correctly? Kenny forgot he's playing a vampire. I'm not playing a vampire. I incidentally turned into a vampire upon accident. I got attacked by one of these munchkins in a cave, and then I just magically turned into a vampire. It's very frustrating. Oh, that is a vampire that is going to kill me in like 2 seconds. And that guy's healing himself. Come back here, you rascal. Where'd he go? Oh wait. Oh, he turned around. You gotta die, man. There you go. That's right. That's right. A good old mouthful of death. Okay. Now I can take on this weak thing here. Oh wait, actually not weak. Strong. Look at that strength. La la. Why is this stronger than a master vampire? You're about to stop being undead and just be dead. Excuse me, I'm training, okay? That's the reason why I'm struggling. I'm struggling to learn, okay? You don't learn anything through easy combat. Or, well, maybe you do, but... Is somebody here? The music continues. The battle beats. The battle beats didn't stop, and there's a little red dot on the screen, but I don't know where they are. I don't think they know where I am either, so I'm just gonna hide in this corner and heal my wounds. Let me lick my wounds. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Is that person over there who's looking at me? No, that is a corpse. I refuse to believe that corpse is what is out to get me. Now, can I do oak flesh in here? Oh, well, I don't have any magicka for anything. Lady? Oh, she's behind the bookcase.
And you thought I was just a pretty face.
A pretty face. With those teeth, I don't know. All right, there we go. That's what we wanted to do. Bada bing, bada boom. Long time no howdying. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's nice to see you, Honey Puff. How have you been, friendo? We've been goofing around, playing some games. Missing you, you know, just the usual. Just the usual, Honey Puff. Gold? Yeah, I'll take the gold, thank you. Sure grip, eh? Good for two-handed? I don't use two-handed, so I'm not gonna bother with it. Oh, wait, shh. Is there anybody in here? Is it Cage? Is it Cage with, like a skull in there? But that's not a real person. Vampires are weak to fire. That is true. That is true. I'm not really working on my destruction because it's kind of against the rules. Ooh, that's an even better... I think that's a better weapon. That's a fresh new weapon. Let's take a look at our bows. Because I've been using the Dwarven bow, which is 35. And this is 37. Nice. All right, new bow. Bada bing, bada boom. Ah, yeah. And it's magical. Nice, nice, nice. We need to, like, disenchant all the things that we have and maybe sell some stuff. But thankfully, our pockets aren't really too full. So we can go on one other small mission. A small mission of leveling. Zoom! Go, 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 go. You finally set up your new phone? Hey, welcome back. Realist Rager returns. Realist Rager, welcome back. All right, back to Skyrim, back to Skyrim. Here we go. All right. I mean, I started working, but it's been hectic. I'm gonna be freed in about 2 months, so I'll manage for now. It's a small term, a short-term sort of job. Well, good luck with your job. I'm sure that you're doing a fantastic job. Do a fantastic job for a little while. It'll be over soon enough. Make that money. Make that money. Ooh. Escort somebody. That sounds boring. Speak to somebody. Sounds boring. Can we kill anybody? Clear out. Clear out what? Where? Oh, we already did that. Let's see. Learn the location of an Elder Scroll. Kill somebody. I mean, I think that this is like a story mission. I don't really want to bother with this. I don't want to bother with that. Read somebody's note. What? Is there a note around here that we need to read? What are you talking about? Let me see. Do I have a note that I'm supposed to read? It said like Eltree's note. Oh. Meet me at the Shrine of Talos. Oh. That's easy enough. The Forsworn conspiracy. Is this oh wait. Are the Forsworn, are they werewolves? I forget. I'm confused. No, I've been at it for nearly a year, and it'll be 2 months until it's a year. You're gonna buy a house? What? And fill it with some humans? Humans, you say? House with humans. Sounds risky. Sounds like a big endeavor. What do you mean? What do you mean fill it with humans? How are you doing? Jet Shepherd's here. Hey, what's up? What's up, Jet? How are you doing? It's me, your American friend that looks suspiciously like a Nord. How are you doing? There are rebel Nords that hate both sides. Oh, Jet knows what the heck is going on. Oh, Kinney. What? I'm confused.
You're dangerous.
Oh, no.
You'll do.
I'll do? What are you talking about?
You want answers? Well, so do I. So does everyone in the city. A man goes crazy in the market. Everyone knows he's a forsworn agent. Guards do nothing. Nothing but clean up the mess.
Forsworn? You want me to find out why? Oh yeah, because somebody died in the streets, right?
Find his murder and blood. I need
Honey Puff's family are humans, you nerd. Family? I didn't know that they had a family. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't know that Honey Puff had a family. I didn't want to assume. I didn't want to assume. Okay, listen, we're trying to figure out where the Forsworn in this city are. They're rotten agents of destruction and demolition. We have to clear them out of this city. They're clearly no good. So we have to find some evidence or plant some evidence, either one. Family equals parents and 6 siblings and a cat. Ooh. Meow meow. Awesome sauce. Honey Puff, what a good bean you are. Buy house. Buy beautiful house. Love house. Take care of house. Ooh. Infiltrate house. Find evidence in house. Yes, there's a house down here with a suspicious people here. Everyone has a family of some kind. Is that true, Bohemian Moon? Is that true? Interesting.
Can I help?
I'm learning all sorts of things from Chelsea, as usual. As usual, Chelsea's always teaching me new things that I didn't know. Many times my mom has been like, where did you hear that? And I was like, oh, Bohemian Moon taught me that. She's like, what? You stop listening to Bohemian Moon. That's what she said. I wouldn't say that. Oh, I'm stealing your keys, buddy. Sorry about that. Thanks for the keys. I'm going to be breaking into one of these rooms. Wait, why am I in here? I think I'm supposed to find evidence, right? Wait a second. What am I in here for? There was a thing on this door. There's a thing on the door. What do you mean? Hang on. I'm gonna leave. Then there's gonna be a little icon on the door. I guess I'm looking for evidence of the Forsworn conspiracy. Yes, see? It's on the door. Current location. Okay, this is Waylon. Waylon lives in the Warrens. Okay, so we gotta find where Waylon's hanging out. This is Garvey. Harvey's uglier brother. Waylon probably doesn't live in that room. DeGaines. Eltree's. Oh, that's Eltree's note. Waylon's room. Okay, open up. Let's look for some evidence. Ah, his note. I'm sure that it is a, yes. Let's read their note. I'm sure it's suspicious. I mean, who labels themselves, who labels it as notes, eh? Okay, Waylon should be at the bottom. Waylon, what have you been up to, my old fellow, Waylon, you've been chosen to strike fear in the hearts of the Nords. Go to the market tomorrow. You will know what to do. Waylon's in on it. Waylon's no good. Waylon has to answer for his crimes. Speaking of crimes. Oh, you got nothing. You can't pickpocket a beggar. Everybody knows that. Oh, wait. Shh. Got anything? Feed? Oh, no. I want to pickpocket. Ah, there we go. Hang on. Did I save? There we go. Let me save. He's snoring. He's snoring. What a dummy. Little does he know I'm about to steal all of his... Little does he know I'm about to steal all of his stuff. Little does he... Oh, no. Well, at least I'm leveling up. Why can't I... What? Is there something rare in here? Let me see. This is all 64. This is all high chance. What? Come on, once more. Once more, friends. We can do this.
Why you?
Okay, what? Hang on. This time.
What do you think you're doing?
Oh, now it's doing it on the first one. How are you doing, Minnie? What's up? Minnie's here. It's another Kiwi that I love. Hooray! We've got some of the best Kiwis in the entire world right in this chat. I can't believe it. Me, a person who labels my notes as note 1 and so on. I normally just keep it as untitled. So I've got untitled text documents all across my computer. So it's going well. So far, as a pickpocket, I've infiltrated the city and I almost got that salmon steak. I got up to salmon steak. That's a new speed run. So far, that's a new record. We got to salmon, okay? So if we can make it past the salmon level, then we can conquer this this challenge. There we go. We made it past salmon. Nice. Nice. Congratulations, everybody. Handshakes all around. We got him. We got him. Ladies, gentlemen, non-binary pals, we have got him. We made it past salmon.
You've been digging around where you don't belong.
You don't know that.
It's time you learned a lesson.
You first. Salmon.
Let's go. Come on.
Salmon.
Let's see what you made.
Oh my gosh, never fight it. Never pick a fight with a Khajiit, you dummy. Never go in against a Khajiit when death is on the line. I will beat you down, Tristan, and I will not feel bad about it. You picked this fight, Buster. You picked this fight. Didn't you know that I'm the salmon grabber?
You mangy piece of pit bait.
Pit bait? Is that a low-key swear? You better watch your mouth.
The nose. The old man hands out the orders.
What? What'd you say? I can't hear a word you're saying. Okay, we gotta find evidence about Nepos. That one's just for what? That's a bounty? Are you kidding me? We just fought. No, we just fought. Are you kidding me? Okay, well, I could actually empty my I can empty my pockets of all my stolen goods so that I'm not carrying around a bunch of junk. That was convenient. Okay, yeah, and it's only 40 bucks, and I got rid of all those extra junk that I was lugging around. Okay, so there's somebody in, no, that goes to Skyrim. There's a couple more people that we have to search for evidence for. Jail time. Heck no, I'm not going to jail. If you go to jail, you lose skill points, and that's like the whole point of me being in this silly old city. Okay, somebody lives up top. The city is a maze, and I hate it. It is somewhat frustrating. It's true, Silver Palm. Also, hi there, Silver Palm. How are you doing? We're gonna go to Nepo's house. Listen, we're just gonna crack in. We're just gonna crack in, steal some stuff. Oh, hi there. Oh, hi, Mark.
What's your business here?
What's my business here? I'm here to see Nepos. Just looking around. Just looking around, you know?
This is a private home, and the master of the house is a very old man. He's not to be disturbed.
What? This... You shut your mouth. You shut your mouth. I'll kill every one of you.
Yes, Nepos.
Yeah. You better look out. I got a powerful bow right here.
Go on.
You better look out. I'm gonna brap every one of y'all. Let me do a quick save right now. Let's see how weak these suckers are. Oh, they're kind of powerful. Uh-oh. I might have to massacre everybody in this house. Oh no, the guards have already been alerted. Are you kidding me? How did the guards hear that? I can't even commit massacre without the city guard giving me trouble. Nice. All right, Nepos to the nose. You got any knowledge for me, old man? Yeah, that was quick. They must have been waiting outside the door. They're like, Oh, I think that I just heard a Khajiit walk in there. More jail time. No, absolutely. I'm not going to jail. But we are going to steal this old man's journal. Oh, hang on. Listen, I know that you think that your scribblings are valuable, but nobody else does. There we go. Now I'll read his journal. Just walk up to an old man, yoink a book out of his pocket, and read his precious journal.
Dear diary, today I'm still old. I tried to get out of bed and my joints hurt. Today I am still bald and I still have a big nose.
What? Hey, what are you mad about? Hey, I didn't do anything. I'm leaving. I'm gone.
Dear diary, if anybody walks in my house, I'll kill them.
Help! What is this, Texas? Hey, I was just taking a look around your house. Woo-hoo! They're on the loose. They're on the loose. Help! Listen, right to bear arms doesn't mean right to kill. I'm running away. I haven't even done anything wrong. Help me.
We need to do something.
Help! Markarth city guard. Look, let me get them to attack the city guard. Come on. Go. No, it's not me you want. It's the guard. But the guard just disappeared. Oh my gosh. Right when you need their help, the police disappear. Help! Somebody please. Oh, there he is. And I'm not allowed to kill him, right? Hang on. I'm gonna save, and if I attack him, the guard literally disappeared. Oh, I think I can kill them for free. Oh. Wait, oh, this will be practice. Oh, splendid. He said, nah, I'm out. Yeah, with the peace sign, it just disappears. Sorry, Nepos. I mean, you're a glorified training dummy. Thanks, buddy. I needed to practice my sword swings anyway. Appreciate it. I didn't know if he'd be able to kill me like that. He really did kill me like that. That's a real shame. But it's all right. We get another chance. Here we go. We gotta work on our sword work. Here we go. Tynan, you're gone, buddy. You, sir, you're as dead as a doornail. Oh, thank you for the follow. What's up? Not Miguel. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Yeah, just work on my two-handed, you know. I'm just working on my swingies. I'm trying to make sure that I get good powerful swings. I've been working on my technique. I've been using mostly old men to learn training. Do I have any uh-oh, did I really come out here with no oh my gosh, am I about to waste more time? Oh no. Hang on. Please help me not waste time. Nope, stop it. Magic battle. Run away. Hey, what's up? You said you're a conjurer. If you have any tips? What? Do I have any tips for you being a conjurer? I really don't know how to play this stupid game. That's why I'm dying in this river. But I don't know. Have you got like a cheap conjuration spell that you can just spam over and over till you get more powerful? That's what I would do if I were you. All right, sorry, old man. See you later. See you later, Nepos to the nose. Time to dump you in the... Oh my... What the heck was that? What was that? Hey! What? Was there an extra person? Is there another person that I'm not real? There must be another one. There must be an accomplice that I didn't realize. Whammo! Okay, well, I'm just gonna clear out these guys, and I'm gonna look for that accomplice, because somebody's tossing fireballs, and I am a vampire, so I cannot have any of that. You, sir, could you take a chill pill with the fire and, like, focus on the sword? Because I am a weak vampire, and I honestly can't deal with this right now. I don't have my vampire teeth on. I can't bite you. Did he just magic himself some fancy skin on? Because I wouldn't mind a little bit of fancy skin. Okay. There was one more? Okay, yep, that's what it is. That's what it is. Sorry, sucker. Well, we're leveling. That's why we're here. Yeah, who's tossing? Oh, up there, you dastardly devil. I see where you are. Okay, I'm just gonna elven bow the old man. And I'll deal with old fireball in a second. All right, there we go. Now I'm gonna practice my steel greatsword. Here we go. Oh, was that another follow? What the heck? Kate, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Hey, what's up? I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. Today's been, you know, just jolly. Just jolly. I'm having a great day. I woke up a little bit late. I had some kind of weird dreams, I think. I think that they weren't bad. They were just strange. Unusual dreams. But still good. I'm just feeling great. Woke up, having a good day, playing some games, vibing with my friendos. I mean, what more could I ask for? Maybe some League after the stream. That's what I could ask for. I'm gonna use my bow. Let's knock out this lady. I'm flipping done with her. You've caused me nothing but heartache. Nothing but heartache and turmoil. Are you hiding right there? Is that your body? No, that's like a bush. Aw, that dummy. She forgot where I went. Whoop. Hang on. Look at her. Because she forgot where I went. What a silly. What a silly. Okay, now if I attack her. If I attack her now, I feel like I'm going to be in trouble. I feel like that'll make me the bad guy, right? You can't attack somebody who's not attacking you. That's against the law. Oh, you love the makeup? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. This is my third try today. Most of the days, I was just playing around with the makeup, just goofing around. They look the same when they're dead. Are you guys twin brothers? Because whenever you're dead, I cannot tell y'all apart. Face down, everyone looks the... Oh my gosh, she's back. She's back and she's angrier than before. Hang on. I'm going to teach her a thing or two about archery. I'm a local trainer for the guild. Oh my gosh, she's resurrecting brother number 1. That is morbid, madam. Morbid. I can't believe it. Do you people have no morals? Do you have no morals? You have no qualms about bringing your friend back to life, huh? Listen, he's probably enjoying Valhalla. You've called him back to this horrible existence? Goodness gracious. Ma'am, I am stealing your lockpicks, and I'm not even going to feel bad about it. Now I'm going to go back to your house, and I'm going to steal everything inside of it. Because I am morally superior than all of y'all. Back to the house. Here we go. Excuse me, ma'am. Do you have some, do you have a golden chest that I can open up and steal the chest as well? Utterly disappointed in you, ma'am. Ma'am. Do you understand that Markarth is supposed to be a shining beacon of hope and truth? Do you realize what this settlement means to the land of Skyrim? And you're out here just reanimating corpses without even asking. Morally reprehensible is the 2 words that I would use. Whoa! But look, nobody's home. Yeah. Nobody's home.
Oh, snap, 3 incredible months with you being and community.
Oh my gosh, Dino! 3 incredible months! Hey, thank you so much for the subscription. Hey! Subscriptions! Oh my gosh, thank you so much for being among the Dovahkiin! Huzzah! I appreciate the support there, Dino. Ah. You sweet bean. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Awa! Boing! Thanks for making Skyrim Massacres possible. This Skyrim Massacre brought to you by Dino-ish Vintage. Dino-ishy? Whoops. Oh, dang it. I broke it. What'd you say? What should I do? Where's your Skyrim house? At like Whiterun Solitude? Ooh, a house. Huh? That's interesting. You know, Katie Clay, I need a house. I need a home. I'm in the market. I don't know if you're a... Don't know if you can like sell me some residential property, but I am certainly in the market at the moment. I kind of want to take this fork, but it's ungrabbable. Look at that. I need that storage. That's true. Yeah, because I want to save the dino fossils. I want to be able to save the dino bones so that whenever I'm a super powerful smither, then I can create dragon bone everything. That's what I want. What? Katie Clay, you sweet bean. I'm glad that you're enjoying it around here. That makes me happy. I try to just have as much fun as I can. I always just basically treat the stream like I'm playing a game with my friends or something. If I was playing a game with my roommate, I'd probably be acting just about exactly the same. So I'm basically trying to treat it like y'all are my old friends. We've been hanging out for a while, of course. So y'all are like my old friends, and we're just playing games together, just goofing off, just riffing, just playing the games that we enjoy. That's all that I try to do over here. Over here, can I dive into the water? Wait a second, let me save. What? That doesn't... Are you kidding me? That's plenty of water. That's the diving area of the pool. Oh, no. Yep, never mind. Well, I wonder if you can... maybe it's a little deeper over here. Nope. Doesn't look like there's a diving area in this pool. But it is great to see him. I wish that you could wait. I wish that it didn't rush you straight out of there. That is funny. I want to just see my cat float for a little while longer. This game always rushes the best parts. Okay, I think it's below me. I think whatever I'm looking for is below me. Is it in here? No. Oh, it's way down there. I think that they're in the tavern. We got to crack our way into the tavern. Open up the Silver Blood Inn, see if we can. You love the cosplay? Hey, Dino, I'm glad that you like it. I'm glad that you like it. Everybody's been complimenting it so much that I'm gonna have to make another cosplay. It can't end here. Frabby. Or Frabby? I don't know. But in here, I'm supposed to look for something. I need to look for the last piece of evidence. This one is Margaret. Hang on. We gotta find out about Margaret. You're gonna switch to tablet really quick so that you can update Windows? Sounds good. Sounds good, Alk. Everybody's being a good bean. Hello? Wow, I opened a door and everything didn't go flying. Skyrim's really shaping up. Yay, more cosplay! We just need to talk about which cosplay. Okay, I'm gonna do just a little bit of pickpocketing real quick. 8% to seal. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. 59%? That's pretty good. 60%, 59, 59. 56. Oh man, I really pushed the limits there. And it worked out. So where's Margaret staying? Oh. Is Margaret? Oh no, that's not Margaret. These updates have been waiting for like 3 months. You think it's time? I had my computer was glitching out the other day, and I thought that I might not be able to stream, but thankfully a little quick Windows update totally fixed it. Oh, there's another person here. All right, quick save really quick, steal everything. Tin, what's up? How are you doing? Tin's back. Tin, how are you doing? Oh my gosh, 30%? Oh, heck no. Oh, heck no. Go back to bed. Shh, go back to bed. Shh, shh, shh. Silence, my little dove. Silence, my sweet, sweet little lamb. My sweet, sweet little... Where does Margaret live? Windows updates, your worst enemy. Oh, wait, this door opened right up. Got coin purse here. I don't see anything else. What's going on? Thanks for the follow. Is that Liro? Liros? Liros? Thank you so much. I appreciate the follow, my friend. I hope that you're having a good day. A good day, wonderful day, great day. Something like that. Man, they're talking a lot of trash. Is this Margaret? No. Margaret doesn't even live here. What are we doing here? Just practicing pickpocketing? All right, buddy. What do you got? Leaks? All right, hang on. He's a leaky fellow. Wait, stop. Stop. Go back to bed. That's right. Shh. You're gonna be okay. Listen, I know that the odds of me being able to steal this are a little bit low. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Let me steal the first one at least. It's like catching Pokemon. I just want to see the ball shake a couple of times. Just let me see it shake 2 times. I don't care if I actually catch it. Listen, I know that I might not be able to catch this Mewtwo right here, but please just let me see it shake twice. It makes me feel better. It makes me feel better. Just let me. Come on, old man, give me that money. Dang it, it's only 2. Okay, that's 2 shakes. 2 shakes. We almost caught this Pokemon. Come on, we're grinding for shinies. Give me the shiny leaks. Gosh darn it, these leaks are so hard to steal. You ever try to steal a leek from a sleeping man? It's almost impossible. Go behind his head. Oh, yeah. We've got to steal it. We got to steal it. It's because he's hiding it between his shirt and his back.
Filthy pickpocket.
Didn't quite work there. What? Also, I just woke up and it's your birthday. 10. It's your birthday. Oh my gosh. Do you want me to? I want to sing happy birthday to you. If you don't mind. Oh my gosh. Double pickpocket. Double pickpocket upgrade. What the heck? 10. Happy birthday, everybody. Please put some happy birthday congratulations. You made it this far, 10. Huzzah. You wanted to war paint up for playing 2. Glad that you're rocking it already. Warbird Gaming. Do it. Do it. It's so much fun. It makes you feel like a real Nord. You can actually be in Skyrim. You fit perfectly in. I'm sure that it would look amazing. Warbird, please do it. We need war paint. War paint for serious gaming business. Realist Ranger, welcome back. 10, I'm so glad that you're hanging out with us on your birthday. Hooray! Okay, I've got to sing happy birthday. Everybody, please sing together. Everybody join in choir. We're going to sing happy birthday to a good bean that we know and love. I think that we met you through Salty, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, let's tune up. Me. Everybody sing together. Please put some happy birthday celebrations in the chat for 10. A happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear 10. Happy birthday to you. Hooray! 10. Whoa. 10. It's 10 Appreciation Day. Thanks so much for spending some of your birthday with us. Thank you so much for spending some of your birthday with us. I'm honored. I'm honored. I hope that you eat some special food today. That you do something special. Take care of yourself on your birthday. Please do some self-care, something like that. You need to celebrate yourself because you're worth celebrating, my friend. Hop on a sleeping guy. Look, the sleeping people, come on, jump up and down. Hooray, hooray. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. Jump on somebody's head. Where's Margaret? Why am I even in here? There must be another level. That's Frabby. That's Klepper. Wait, there's Klepper, there's Frabby, there's Old Man Hogney, Frabby, Froppy, but no Megan. Where does Megan? Okay, let's double check this mission. What does it say? Did we kill her? Oh, maybe Margaret was one of the people out in the street. Maybe we should check those corpses. And besides, look at us. We're almost level 26. We almost leveled up one time. Wow, talk about power leveling. Is that a vampire? What the heck is going on in here? What the heck is happening? Vampires Thrall? Are you kidding me? They're just attacking in broad nightlight? Broad nightlight. They're just running out here. Just making a slaughter, making a mess. Is that a Thrall? Yeah, it is. Okay. Hiding from your... staying back whenever your master's in danger? Just shooting arrows? Shameful. A horrible minion you are. I'd fire you. If you were my minion, you'd be out on the streets in a second. Rest in peace. Yo, what? No need to thank me. No need to thank me, guards. I just did my civic duty. My civic duty of dumping them in the river. And Margaret's body. Is it out here? Where'd she go? Because she, on the map, it says that she's in there. Silverblood Inn. Find evidence about Margaret. Maybe there's just like a booklet or something that I'm supposed to steal. I thought that I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna toss him in the river. I thought that we were gonna find like, her sleeping or something. Then we could steal her notebook. Is that another dead bird? What is happening with the birds around here? Is there wind turbines in the area? What is this? A wind farm? Bunch of dead birds everywhere. So sad. Yeah, let's go in there and see if we can find that note, because I don't think she's out here. That's the same one? Do they never despawn? The birds, if a bird dies in Skyrim, they never disappear. They live forever, eternally. Eternal death. You've heard of eternal life? Well, somebody offered all these eagles eternal death. Okay, see, I don't see any notes. This is an owned bed. Somebody's supposed to be sleeping in here, but there's nothing but overturned bread and a knife with an apple. It's like the bird in the tree. It's just always there, you know? It just lives there. See, does somebody own this bed? Yes. Somebody, where's her notes? There's $5 in there. Somebody left their $5 bill. Somebody put a wooden plate in there. Okay, business ledger. I don't think that this is where we're supposed to be. This doesn't seem like we're in the right room. If there's a business ledger, this is serious business. We got 2 people sleeping in here, but no notes. Oh, I just stole gold accidentally. My bad. Hey, Ollie, what's up? Ollie's scythe. Ooh, violent. I'm scared. Ollie, be careful with that scythe. Otherwise, you're going to reap the consequences. I don't think she... I don't know. I don't know, you guys. I really... Oh, my gosh. There's a key to Margaret's room. There's a special room. There's a special room just for Ollie. And we're going to steal that key. It's what? 60, 60, 63, 62. And then it goes down to 49 at the gold necklace. Okay, we'll ignore that then. There we go. Nice. And we leveled up. Okay, so she's got a specific room with a specific key. Oh my gosh, 2 follows? What the heck? Warbird, thanks for the follow. Dude, I appreciate it. And thank you, Ollie Scythe, for the follow as well. I'm glad that y'all are enjoying some Skyrim shenanigans. It's nice to see both of y'all. Thank you so much. Is there like an alternate room? Is there like a room that's on the... I vaguely remember there being maybe like a second entrance. Is there a second entrance? I don't know. Did you steal his sweet roll? I did not steal anybody's sweet roll. How do I... to Shrine of Talos. Not that. What are we supposed to... Is there like a secret room? What's up here? What is this? Guard tower? That's not it. Gosh darn it. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I wonder if I could survive this fall. And take that as a no. I don't know. Where's Margaret's room? Does anybody know? What the heck? There's another follow? Oh my gosh, you guys are so sweet. Thank you so much. Shootout 40. Welcome to chat. How are you doing? And let's level up our pickpocketing. We've been working at the pickpocket for a little while. Upgrade our magicka. We'll make pickpocketing much more likely, so that we can get some serious pocket related business going on. So did we just pick our way into a room? Did we just pick our way in? Because she's got to have one of these rooms. I don't know where the evidence is. I don't know where Margaret is. Don't know where the... Oh my gosh, that's another follow. What the heck is happening? Crab punch. Crab punch. Welcome. How are you doing? How dare you? You can't just attack a mud crab like that. You can't just punch a crab. Actually, I totally will. I'm a Khajiit. I'm a Khajiit. I live to punch. And I punch to live. All right, everybody's awake now. This fine gentleman. Let's see. So where does the lady live, huh? She's got to be here. We waited for a while.
Streamer, hey, what are you doing? Also, cosplay is beautiful as usual. Ha ha. I'll be here for rest of stream less than 3.
Oh
just
my
so
gosh.
You know.
Realist Ranger. Thanks for watching. Yes, sweet bean. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 100 bits as well. I'm glad that you're enjoying the cosplay. We're gonna keep it up. Some people have been telling me to take a break if I want one, but there will be no breaks. The cosplay continues. I live to punch. I punch to live. Where does Margaret live? I hate this place. Are you Margaret? No, you're not. Open those eyes. Open your eyes and look at me, Hogney.
Don't like those eyes you got. There's a bad hunger.
Oh, look at this. What is this? I have some questions about Margaret.
Who? You mean that woman who was attacked in the market?
Oh.
Ignore her. Guards
Oh,
dragged her
Margaret is
body
dead.
away. Last we'll hear of that.
Margaret is dead. You're right. Margaret is dead. This is tragic for me to realize. Margaret was my one last love. Was my love. My love's been killed. They punched me and I'm forced to clean 81 of their turds. What? Crab punch? What the heck? Is this the meaning of your name?
Who?
Yeah. The lady that was attacked in the
Guards
market.
dragged her body away.
Oh, maybe I just need to ask around. F's in the chat for Margaret. I didn't know. I just didn't know.
Yes.
She rented a room, but we forgot about her. Bad luck. Optional. Yeah, we already obtained the key. Okay, sir, what do you know about Margaret?
Best we all forget about her.
Best we all forget about her. I'm just asking about a moth priest. Okay, so she did rent a room. So I found out some information. Find evidence about. So I guess I just got to keep asking people about her, huh?
What can an old skull?
Excuse me, sir. Do you know about this Margaret?
I remember her.
Her stance. She was a warrior. Talk to the innkeeper. Already did. Hey, Buster. You know anything about Margaret? Huh? Speak to me, ugly man.
You a fighting man? How about a little bet?
A bet? You're on.
I'm drunk, and it's been a while since I had a good fight.
You want to challenge a Khajiit with war paint? Let's flip and do it.
That's the spirit.
You're on, Buster. Come on. Put your fists up. Come on. Come on, buddy. Let's duke it out. Duke it out. I'm scared to read your name. You're taking me down. You say bet? I love gambling. I bet on myself every day. Yeah. Give me $100. Beat him up, then he gives you money. Good deal. Totally legal.
Wait, I can still fight. No. No, I can't.
Give up. You lost. Give me my money. That's right. $200 for the meow meow. $200 for this slick meow meow. All right, Buster.
If I can't get you,
I already asked him about Margaret. He didn't tell me crap. Did you know Margaret?
Pretty little thing.
Ask the innkeeper. I did. Stop telling me to ask the innkeeper. The innkeeper's not giving me anything. Sir, please. Rented the nicest room we had. Okay. And I already stole the key. So the nicest room, that's probably not this one. It's got like old sacks of flour. This room doesn't look like one that they rent. What? How am I supposed to owe it? I already asked that guy. That's the ugly guy. I already asked him. Nothing going on in here. Is this the nice room? See, it's got business ledger in here. Coin purse for free. Nice. I don't know, you guys. I really don't. Maybe I should ask more people. I already asked everybody in here. This is 2 rooms. Is there? I'm lost. I really am. I don't get it. Look, there's like no other rooms. I've already been in every room. Did I like open up a door whenever I wasn't supposed to?
Father Klepper is the one you want to talk to.
Ugly guy won't talk to me. Oh my gosh. Oh, you're still in here, Hogney?
Like me makes a lot of
Well, I don't know, you guys. Margaret's dead. Margaret's dead, and her memory's already been erased from Skyrim. It's like she never even existed.
Careful with that.
It's like she didn't even die. Okay. I'm getting this drink. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, you guys. Forcing me to drink water? Cannot believe it. Hey, I've got the giant jug. Big jug. Big jug. Gallons of water. Gallons and gallons. Okay. We're just gonna ask this lady one more time, because she spoke the most. She gave away the most information.
Unlike my husband.
Okay, tell me about
Yes.
rented the nicest
Lest we all
room,
forget about her. Bad luck to talk about the dead in Markarth.
What was that you said?
and I stole the
I should
key.
remind Clepper. No.
So it says, forsworn conspiracy. Asked me to uncover evidence. She was attacked by somebody claiming to be forsworn. Gotta find evidence about Margaret. The quest is selected. Yeah. The quest is selected. I think I accidentally broke it. I think I broke it, and I can't figure out which room she was in. The best room in the house. There's got to be like a note or something, like a little warning that was like, "We're gonna get you, Margaret. We're gonna get you, Mags. We know who you are." Okay, I'm gonna wait a little bit more time, and let's see if something changes. Just keep checking dressers. Oh, is it in a dresser? Okay, well that knowledge helps. That knowledge helps. I'll check like maybe it's the wooden ladle. The wooden ladle. It was written on the handle. You will die. Whenever she went to get some soup, she saw it. There it is. There's her journal. Darkest darkness. Edgelord book. Okay, sweet. Read Margaret's journal. Finally. Finally, I can read Margaret's journal and figure out who she had a crush on. Ooh. Okay. Find evidence about somebody else. How many people does this conspiracy involve? Goodness. This conspiracy's got so many people in it. Oh, hey! Thanks for the follows. What the heck? Mint Phoenix? Is that how to say that? Mint Phoenix and Small Bean. Thank you so much for the follows. 007. Time for a GoldenEye playthrough? Yes, yes, yes. I just need to emulate it and use a mouse mod. Sounded like Lemon Grab. This castle is unacceptable. Do it better. I'm not trying to cause trouble, Marquardt City Guard. He has no name. He's just a guard.
Thank you for all the birthday greetings, sweet beans.
Boing, boing.
Sadly, I need to go since I am still feeling fatigue from the vaccine I just had yesterday. Have a fun stream. Here is some bitties before I go.
Whoops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I've made a small mistake. My bad. My bad. Here, you can take all my stolen stuff. 10. Get yourself some rest. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Hooray! You're welcome for all the birthday celebrations. It's happy 10 day, everybody. But yeah, 10. Get yourself some rest. I'm glad that you got the vaccine. I actually am about to get it myself. I might get it tomorrow. If I can get it scheduled for tomorrow, I'll find somewhere that does it. That'll do it at a convenient time. I need to get it like right now. I need to get it like yesterday. Okay, find another one. Another one. Here we go. Another person we have to find. Oh, Small Bean, you just got back into Skyrim? Sweet. We've been playing Skyrim for like, it's been a few days. It's been a few days. We're still a very young Bean. We're still a young 26-year-old Khajiit. Okay, we got to find some evidence in here, madam.
The treasury house is really
I wish to see Thonar.
I'm afraid he's asked not to be disturbed.
He's expecting me.
No, he isn't.
She called my bluff. I wasn't asking. I will literally whip out this bow.
Go right ahead then. Don't let me keep you.
If you were gonna fold your cards like that,
I have records I need
then why are you acting so tough? I guess that was some faux toughness, eh? Walgreens, Rite Aid, CVS, literally all the big retail pharmas. Yeah. I was looking at CVS and they had like 4 openings today. I'll just schedule it tomorrow. I'll schedule it tomorrow. I almost did it today, but I hate scheduling things on my phone. I don't know. It feels risky somehow. Okay, now shh. We gotta sneak in here. Shh. He doesn't even know. It's a secret. It's a secret that only we know, is that we're in the room. Even Walmart. Yeah, I saw that Walmart even was doing it. So convenient. Let me see. We've got a huge odds of stealing almost everything. Whoop. Hang on, sir. Hang on. Sit down. Sit back down. Let's talk about it. No, sir. Hang on now. Give me another chance. I promise I can be better. Listen. I'm walking on the straight and narrow. I've learned from my mistakes. I've been in prison.
What was that?
I've been in prison. I don't want to be sent back there. I know what it's like. I've been through this, sir. I've been through the system. I'm reformed now. I have a family. I'm just trying to take care of my daughter. Please, let me just. Sir, God bless you. God bless you. You've helped this Khajiit out more than you can ever know. I'll leave you to your work of staring at the wall, and I will read your journal. Thank you. Let's see where. Thonar. What kind of evil schemes have you been up to? When I did it, you had to do it by phone because you had to bring in a QR code for them to scan. What? Oh, you had to bring in a QR, so you had to do it on your phone. Oh, I see. That's a good idea. First try, no problem. Just let them know that you're a Twitch streamer and they'll let you right in. Roll out the red carpet and everything. They're like, an entertainer. Oh, hooray. They'll bring out the loots. Bring out the loots and the ocarinas. They'll play my praises. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Just what every Twitch streamer deserves. Okay, now I return. I've got all the loot. I've got all of the loot. In fact, I wouldn't mind getting arrested again. Because if I get arrested, then I can just pay off a little bit of bounty, and they'll take all my stolen items. And because I don't want to keep any of these stolen items. They do nothing but drag me down, you know? My inventory's complicated enough. They can just take out all those stolen items. I'd appreciate it. You love my eyebrow piercing? Oh, thanks, Ollie. I got it for my birthday. My birthday back in May.
But you just had to go and cause trouble.
I thought that'd be fun. I used to have a nose ring, but it fell out because I'm a big dum-dum, and I decided to try out a different one. This was much less painful, and the recovery was incredible. It was a super easy piercing. Oh, Lemonberry's here. Hey, Lemonberry. Ow! How are you doing? Kenny, Palma's birthday is on 7/7. Don't forget, okay? Don't forget? Not gonna happen. I'll absolutely forget. Don't even worry about it. What did you do to Eltrees? You're corrupt. Thonar is paying you.
We have nice arrangement in this city.
Listen, you're in big trouble now. Now you're talking some major crap.
Take it up with Martinak.
You're going to have to die. Oh.
You're coming with us. It's a life sentence in Sidna Mine for you.
Oh yeah, the story.
You'll never leave Mark.
Oh yeah, the story. I remember now. There's like a special story for going into the mines, and then you have to like break out of it and everything. I remember that. But is it optional? I think it's optional, if I'm not mistaken. I don't actually remember. I think last time we went to the mines, right? But you have to steal all your stuff back, and you might lose some skill points. I'm not sure. But I think I can take on these suckers. I'll just keep training them. Oh, till I get stuck, of course. There we go. I can also get lucky with them staggering like they're doing. And it's electrical. Oh wait, what? Murder and conspiracy? What? It wasn't me. I've been framed.
Trusted witnesses have seen you commit several.
I just killed right in front of him, and he's like, trusted people, including myself. You had a productive night? You got a little project in works, and you're looking forward to sharing once it's done. Hey, but A-Star, get some sleep. Get some rest. We'll see you later. A-Star, go to bed. We'll see you later, my friend. What? Scott? Hope that you're having a great day. Is it Scott's birthday too? What? Scott's birthday, Tin's birthday, and also we sing happy birthday to... What? There's 3 birthdays today. It's what? Scott's birthday, Tin's birthday, and I sang happy birthday to Sandy Devil. That's 3 birthdays in one? Oh my gosh. I hope that I can sing. Splendid. Scott, thanks for jumping in during your birthday. What? I thought that you'd be busy on your birthday, but you're here, so I'm going to sing you happy birthday. All right, everybody, please put some spam in the chat. Put some spam. Listen, most streamers don't like emote spam. I love emote spam. Please put some happy spam in the chat. I'm going to sing. Today is a popular day to be born. Kids just can't avoid. Also, my brother's birthday was yesterday. I forgot to mention that. My brother's birthday was yesterday, so I'm gonna sing happy birthday for Scott. A happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Scott. Happy birthday to you. Hooray, Scott! Thanks so much for celebrating your birthday by hanging out in the chat a little bit. We appreciate you. It's nice to see you. I hope that you do something special on your birthday. Eat a special snack. Watch a special show. Do something. It's Scott Appreciation Day. Hooray! I appreciate Scott, and all of y'all better appreciate Scott too. You hear that? You all better appreciate my friend Scott. Ow, wow, 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 wow. Go, 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 zoom. I'm out of here.
Thanks, friends. One of the best parts of my day is getting to spend it here with you all.
Oh my gosh. You're so sweet, Scott. I am so happy that you enjoyed around here. No, wait. No. Different mission there. Different mission there. Can't do that. It's it's your sister's birthday too, but I am in the future. Oh, yes, yeah. But yesterday was my brother's birthday, and I actually bought him, I forgot that it was his birthday. My mom texted me late, and I bought him this game. I bought him this very game that we're playing right now because he needs it, and he needs to play it. Because it's a great game, all right? It's a great game, and he should enjoy it. And I guess we're gonna have to deal with these guys, huh? Here, come on. Let me pay the bounty. Come on. There you go. Come on. I think we gotta leave because they're not letting me pay my my court fine. I guess it's because I killed, right? It's a great game, but very broken. Yeah, that's even in my title. It's true. It's true. It's quite broken. All right, sir. Lads, please, lads. Please stop. Listen, I don't want to murder more of y'all because I don't want to have to pay off all that bounty. Come on. What the heck just happened? Oh, I think that we became too powerful. Oh, we became too vampiric and then we auto-turned into this guy? What? I didn't know that happened automatically. Oh. Well. Which brother? You got several. Oh, it's Elisha. My other brother is way younger. He's like a baby. I have a, oh wait. No, I also have another younger brother that's much older. He doesn't have Skyrim either, but he doesn't play video games anymore. He gave it up. He doesn't even play them anymore. Shaking my head. Now I'm a vampire lord. I guess so. It's been a while since you fed. It's true. I should have nom-nommed on some of those people in the inn. But you know what? What the heck? Let's work on our vampire perks, shall we? But yeah, I've got another brother in there that I forgot about. But yeah, he doesn't play video games, so I didn't even think about him. Simeon gave it up. He gave it all up. Shaking my head. But yeah, my brother Elisha's the one that I gave the game to. My other brothers, like, he's a baby. What is he? Like 4 or something? Probably a little young for Skyrim, but I mean, he's getting there. Vampire perk available. Nice. Okay, so 50 extra points. Nice. So just general upgrades. Detect all creatures, blood healing. Kill a person with a power attack. Bite restores all of your health. Blood magic costs less or can pull. Yeah. I'm gonna do this. Unearthly will. Nice. Blood magic costs less. Okay, so we killed everybody in town. Jess, the youngest, is 4. I want to pick up this. Aw, you can't do bug collecting. That's a shame. Okay, well, we killed everybody, I think, and we still have a bounty, right? Because I haven't killed my, did I kill all the witnesses? I don't actually know. I guess I'm gonna just leave and then revert. Oh yeah, you can flap. I forgot. It's disgusting. Look at him go. Ew. Nasty leathery wings. Okay, now I should be able to go back, right? There we go. I can be a human again. Hooray! Do I still have my clothes on? Nice. Automatically better than a werewolf. Okay, so we need to, can I check what I don't know what my bounty is. I feel like we're in danger. I feel like we're gonna be in big trouble if we go back into the city. They're gonna be like, excuse me? Before the vampire went and massacred everybody. So we definitely, oh my. Oh dear. Minnie, you don't like it? What? You don't like vampire lords? Vampire lords are so handsome and beautiful. Oh, wait, you lose your clothes as a werewolf? I mean, you should, because it all rips, right? The leathery vampire wings are, like, uncomfy looking. They are pretty gross. I don't like them. They didn't see you transform. You might not have the bounty. Well, there's still dead people here. I'm just going to sleep in the streets while they clean them up. While they just sweep up everybody. Oh, they saw, all right. It didn't add bounty while I was the vampire, though, so that's good. Good morning! Good morning, city! Ow! Good morning! Oh!
You're under arrest for murder and conspiracy against the city of Mark.
See, no, because look, I don't have a 1K bounty, it looks like. This looks like I'm still stuck in the loop of the mission. It's the mission, that's what it is.
Never see the sun again.
Yep, to Sid mine. It's because of this silly old mission. They're putting us in jail on purpose, and they're gonna let me break out. They're gonna. There's like a story that happens in here, and they're not letting me avoid it.
There's no resting your hide in a cell.
But I did kill everybody.
You'll mine ore until you start. You got it?
All right. When do I get out?
You'll pay off your debt to the Reach. Just work, and you'll earn your freedom.
Thank you, Orgna Gorgnor, or whatever your name is.
Now you, get down there.
All right, time to go to the mines. We gotta figure out who's the boss around here. Borkle?
The new meat. So soft, tender. What was it like killing your first one, huh?
Exciting. I felt a rush of blood and smiled. Oh, horrible. My soul is heavy with guilt. Yep, that's true. My soul is heavy with guilt. I feel so bad about all the people that I've hurt along the way.
The gods have a place for killers. You can't carry the burden. You're weak.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm a soft, sweet, sweet boy. What are you in for, buddy?
Murder, banditry, assault, theft, and lollygagging.
Lollygagging? That's gotta be the jaywalking of medieval times. Let's see if we can break out of here. Somebody's got a shiv for me to buy.
I was sent here because someone said
what are you in here for?
I'd say I murdered someone. I was just sleeping off some meat in my aunt's house. That didn't stop them.
He's been framed. Poor Odvin didn't do anything wrong. What about you, Grisvar? The unlucky. How do you get a name like that, buddy, huh? Just kidding. I don't want to know. I gotta walk deeper into these mines. Maybe I should just, you know, actually mine and work for a little while.
I don't want to talk about it.
Don't want to talk about it? These see you next time, he said. You randomly walk up on a guy that's locked up in prison, probably permanently, and he's like, I don't want to talk about it. See you later. Bye-bye, friend. Nice to meet you. It's good to meet nice people here. Hee hee. Also, Rosera, we'll see you later. Oh, nighty-night. Rosera, thanks for vibing. We'll see you later. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Other prisoners get suspicious when we talk to each other. So
what are you in for, buddy?
I'm a forsworn. Would have been fine.
Filthy forsworn. I killed all of your kind out in the wild. Oh, I still got my magic? What? They didn't take my staff. You're supposed to take a wizard's staff. But they didn't, the fools. I could still practice magic.
What are you in for?
Ah, this guy's the boss. I'm innocent.
Innocent? So was I. My advice.
Where's Madanak?
No one talks, and you don't want to talk.
All right, I already talked to Borkle. Get past him. I already said hi.
You serve your time by digging.
Get past him, and then they said something about a shiv, right? Ask prisoners. Get past him. Yeah. So, where can I get a shiv, chum?
Small blade. Easy.
Let's see.
Got a problem with a prisoner?
Here, Grisvar. Okay,
Grisvar. Here, Grisvar has a spare.
Grisvar is somewhere, wait. Oh, he's over there, I think. No, wait. Isn't it the guy that no, that's Borkle. We gotta find Grisvar somewhere around here. Thanks for the follow, Mad Turtle. Mad Turtle, welcome to the party, my friend. Hope you're having a good day.
You want protection?
No, I want violence.
For me first.
He needs moon sugar. Okay.
Don't worry.
Get a bottle of skooma? Where am I supposed to get skooma from? You got any skooma, Odvin? I'm trying to help a man's addiction blossom in prison.
Don't reach for a shiv around me or we'll both regret it.
I wish I had one, buddy. I wish I could shiv you right now, but I can't. I'm here looking for skooma. Ah, yes, the fetch quest, my favorite. Delicious. I mean, I tell you what, I'd take a fetch quest any day over a tailing mission. You got some skooma?
Give me one more look, and I cut you open.
Persuade you.
Getting the shakes, huh?
All right, persuasion success. Nice. Now we gotta run right back. Thankfully, it's very short routes. There we go. We'll speed run in the mission. Here we go. Come on. Gotta give some skomas, and then we can get to the things, and then we can give it to the guy, and then we can get out of the thing, and here we go. Little bit of prison trading. I need to see Madanak.
How about you get me a shiv?
I'm gonna practice my persuasion anyway.
The only thing Madanak expects is a bottle of skooma in tribute ever so often. You're
how about I fight you?
I was hoping you'd say.
Yeah, let's practice our brawling. Are we tough enough? Oh yeah, we got this. Nice. We even got the you're doing amazing, Kenny. You're doing great, sweetie. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Hi there, Ivy. Ivy, you apologized for being weird last stream, but you weren't weird at all. I didn't even notice.
It's been so long since I tasted
Ivy,
my
you
own
sweet
blood.
bean. You're welcome here whenever you want to hang out. We love you, Ivy. You gonna let me through now?
Go on in.
He does let you through. You don't have to do any fetch quests. Nice. You just beat him up. Boing. Oh wait. Ooh, requires a key, eh? I'm gonna get one from King Daddy Madanak.
Well, well, look at you.
Here I am. I'm ready. I want my freedom.
You're
Yes.
one of
Let me
us
out.
now, you see. There's a
Okay,
man
what do I
named
gotta do?
Bragg inside.
Oh boy, we
Tell
gotta
him I
talk to
sent you.
Bragg. Here
Ask
we
him
go.
why he's here.
Hear Bragg's story. Great. All right, we're back. We're back into the prison. Here we go. All right, we gotta go find Bragg. Move it, Grisvar. I already got from you what I wanted. All right, Bragg. Tell me the story.
Reach for a shiv around me or
Shut your mouth. Just tell me a whole
everyone
story.
is sitting, so you know what it's.
All right, nice. Far from Skyrim. Good times, Bragg. I remember. In the brig with Bragg. All right, back to Madanak. Here we go. We're just gonna run on back to the old man. Gotta run back to the old man. Here we go. Good story, everybody. I love lore. All right, buddy. I talked to Bragg. That's a tough story. You'll help me escape then? All right, that's great. You're gonna let me out. Oh wait, no, we gotta go kill somebody. Hang on, let me just go kill Grisvar, cause he's a dastardly devil somehow. All right, here we go. Grisvar's over here. We just gotta kill this guy. All right, now we're gonna go back. Return to Madanak. Here we go. All right, Madanak. I killed the guy. I killed him real good with both of my two meow meow fists. He's dead.
You finally become one of us.
All right, now you're gonna let me out. Open the door.
My plans to you and your new brothers.
Come on, chop chop.
Son, because you'll forget.
Chop chop.
Soon.
Wait, what?
Our struggle is our
Oh, follow him. Oh, great. A tailing mission. Fetch quest tailing missions. The only thing that's worse is an escort mission. Oh boy, this is really turning into Assassin's Creed. Oh boy. Hey, thanks for the follow. I don't know how to say that. I'm just gonna say Huntress. Huntress. Thanks for the follow. Now that I think about it, my face makeup looks a little bit like a Huntress, doesn't it? Like, what does the Huntress lady look like? Now I want to Google her. Hang on. I want to look like the Huntress. Yeah, like Ayla. Isn't her name Ayla?
Well, what do you say, my brothers?
Ayla Huntress. Cause she's in the she's a werewolf, right?
I say you've earned an early
Oh, she's got scratches across her face. I could do that. I could do that. No. Ayla. She's in the group. Yeah, her. She's got like big scratches across her face. I could do that tomorrow. Just take a little bit of practice, a little bit of work. It's pretty cool. I'd do it. I have to do it in black though, because I don't have any green makeup. I'm ready. Huntress. Now I'm gonna think of Ayla every time that you jump into the chat. Thank you so much for the follow. Hooray! Bonang. Do it when you do the werewolf stuff. Yeah, we'll get rid of our vampire stuff soon enough. We just have to be the king of the vampires. Your voice is confusing. I can't tell if you're Swedish or American. Ollie, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm from Texas. Yeehaw. I'm a Texan. But the fact that you were confused whether I was Swedish, that's awesome. I've been trying to mask my Texan accent all of my life. but yeah, I'm from Texas. I'm a Texas fella. This is my normal voice right now. This is how I talk normally. This is how my mom and my daddy talk. We talk like this. Ask for Dr. Pepper. Where's the Dr. Pepper at? Yeehaw, Mountain Dew. Just kidding. Man, Madnack. Madnack's at least running. Look at him. At least he's not walking and talking. That's the worst. The missions where they're like, wow, come on, let's walk nice and slow, and you don't quite go the exact same speed as them. That's the worst. Whenever you have to like, where if you run at full speed, you go too fast, and it's like, don't abandon them. You have to be slow. Man, good thing that I'm a brawler. Do I have a oh, I can work on me oak flesh. Splendid. Hey, Lex! What's up, Lex? How are you doing? Hello. Spider Pop. Wait, what? Pop? Barbecue Sprite. Mmm, barbecued Sprite. Yummy. I like my soda well cooked. Oh, dang. Excuse me? I have a one Jim? No. No, where's my stuff? No, they're not. Oh, all right, well, they took care of it. Barbecue Sprite is Dr. Pepper? What? Barbecue Sprite is Dr. Pepper. It's a pepper cola. The comparison is never supposed to be Coke and Dr. Pepper. They're not comparative. It's Pepsi and Coke, or Dr. Pepper and Mr. Pibb. I like Mr. Pibb a little bit better. What'd you say? By the way, you're the first person you've ever followed. What? Huntress, welcome. That's awesome. Did you just come to like check out Skyrim streams or something? Well, dang, thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I haven't played Skyrim forever, and I won't play Skyrim forever, but I do love it, and we'll be playing it quite a bit for a while. But I play all sorts of games. I have to admit, it's true. I continually play new games, but we do want to beat Skyrim. So if you want to hang out with us while we do it, oh yes. Every weekday I'll be playing this game. Okay, I'm gonna put on these new clothes that they gave me. Oh, they gave me all my stuff back. Where'd you get all this stuff back? Bows do more damage. It's light armor. Let's see. This is 14, so the gauntlets are better. The boots, yeah, I'm just gonna put on the old gods. Well, I will put on the clothes of the old gods. And then we'll compare them against the shrouded stuff. Oh, the shrouded stuff's better. See, look at that. Armor, 74. We're keeping on our shrouded stuff. I'm not gonna be a proper Forsworn. All right, let me out, chum. Come on, open up this door. Stop talking to yourself. Oh, we'll see you later, Ollie. Enjoy your lurk, my friend. Thanks for hanging out in the background. Your dad only plays Skyrim every day. Only every day, you know? Only every 24 hours, dipping into some more Skyrim, you know? Would you recommend that I start playing Skyrim? Yes! Yes, it's a very fun game. It's awesome sauce. I totally recommend it, and I actually just bought this for my brother. His birthday was yesterday, and I just bought him the special edition. So I put my money where my mouth is. Nobody hides in... Wait, what? Did they just attack this old man? What? They attacked this old man, killed him, and brought him back to life. I'm not helping these guys in the slaughter. I don't care about the Forsworn cause. I don't like that they're killing all these poor innocent people. Look at them. Horrible. Horrible. Can I leave yet? Am I done? Bound until death. First lessons, Dragon Colt. Let's see. So did we finish that mission? I think we did. Yeah, let's leave. I don't want to. Listen, I don't want to participate in this horrible slaughter. I would never kill people like this. You also brew mead in real life? Real mead? Ooh. I wouldn't mind having a sample. Yippee. To Skyrim. Your brother bought you a Star Wars game, but then kept it to himself. That's a true brotherly move. Oh brother, how dare thou. I'm buying you a game, hope that you enjoy it. Anyway, I'm going to be in my room that you're not allowed in, playing the game that I just bought you. Pretty sure that the fight pauses while you're gone. Oh, it does? Oh, do I have to stay there? But I thought that the mission was done, right? Isn't that it? Because look, there's no more mission. I think that we got the outfit. We got the outfit, mission done. You know, they could just commit murder all they want. That's not right. That's not right. Don't worry about it. Huh? What'd you say? Did you say IRL, my dude? Oh, yeah, Huntress, I imagined. Because I don't think that you could brew it in this game. I don't think that you can brew it in this game, which is a real shame. They should add a brewing mechanics to the game. What the heck? Ooh, I just heard an eagle. Anyway, let's go to the college, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if we can get a. Do we have a potion to beef up my magicka? Plentiful magicka. So that's for restoring. But do I have some sort of a boost to magicka? Let's see. Doesn't look like I do. I need to get a potion that lets me have more magicka so that I can do the, oh, I could wait until night. That's true. Because I'm a vampire, I'm super weak during the day. So I was having trouble, casting the spells that this lady was asking me to do because I want to be a wizard and all that. Okay, let's go to Winterhold, and at night we'll cast the spell. We'll cast a spell upon the city. And we'll become the greatest wizard ever, probably. All right, you find guards. I haven't done anything. Promise. I'm here to help the whole world. Oh my gosh, we're gonna have to wait for a while. Hang on. Hang on, it's only the afternoon. It took them 7 hours to walk in front of me. There we go. Now it's nighttime. Now I've got all of my vampire powers are here, but none of my vampire failures.
Lies within the college as well.
Yeah. I know. Let me see. Where is my fear spell? Fear. Where is it? What? F. F for fear. I already bought it. All. What the heck? Did I not save? Did I like die after I did it? Spell tome. What? Need to learn it from her? Oh, oh, I must have died after I did that. Oh, okay. Okay, ma'am, let me buy this book for $30. Nice. Oh, wait. I think I have to wait for her to stop speaking. You shush. Fear added. Ah, thanks for the fear. I appreciate it. Not enough magicka, huh? Do I still have negative effects? I don't. What? It's nighttime.
The college is an asset to Skyrim, even if it goes unnoticed or unappreciated.
How much does it cost? Man, I am weak. What the heck? Yeah, fear costs 134. It's a level apprentice. What type of magic is it? It's a oh, I don't know. What is this? What is fear? Creatures flee from combat. But it's apprentice and novice is the lowest, right? So maybe it's just too much. Maybe it's just too powerful. It's too powerful of a spell. I can't handle it. That seems like that would be a alteration, right? Yeah, Moonlight, is that an alteration spell? Yeah, because novice is the first thing. And then apprentice is the next. So yeah, I mean, it's expensive. Yeah, because look, I've got 110. I've got 110 and it's 134. Yeah, we need to beef up our, yeah, we're short. Yeah, I don't have enough magicka, that's for sure. I'm a weakling. I'm a fledgling wizard. I'm a Toadsgarb wizard. Gotta admit, he's weaker than we expected. Maybe I should just continue a mission again. Maybe I should just keep the missions going, and hopefully I'll get another level. Then I can grab myself some more magicka, some sweet, delicious blue magicka. You're gonna lurk while you write? All right, sounds good. Lurk it up, my friend. Lurk it up, and spend all of those points on those sweet Yoshi licks. Tomorrow we're gonna have a new sound effect. All right? I said that yesterday, but this time I'm really serious. I'm really super duper serious. We're gonna have a new sound effect. Yoshi Lick shall be replaced, so you better enjoy it. Arisa! Hello! Arisa, welcome to the chat. How are you doing?
I have little patience for mundane concerns.
We could also train in destruction magic too. Nice.
I had you figured for a mage. I think.
So who am I supposed to talk to here? Sybil, I killed all the suckers. Oh, it's way down here. I cleared out the vampires, ma'am. Also, I'm pretty sure that she's still a vampire. Look at her face.
For your trouble. And I suppose I should show you a little about illusion magic for free.
Oh, she taught me about illusion magic. Nice. So how expensive is it to learn destruction?
But I won't be held
$200 bucks? What the heck? We'll spend a little bit of money. You gotta spend a little to make a little, you guys. It's all about investing in yourself. It's all about self-care and self-investment. Okay, you guys. The new sound alert, eh? Is that true? The new one? Oh my gosh. Furs Bachman? How dare you? I can't believe it. I don't even recognize that name, and you're Yoshi licking. I can't believe it. Am I supposed to take a drink? Why are there so many Yoshi licks? No, there's no drink. Is there? Where is it? I don't see it. It's been buried. It's been buried. All right, I'll take a drink. Toothless, welcome back. How are you doing? Toothless, welcome back. I took my sip. You eliminate that from the. You eliminate it from the list, okay? The sip has been sipped. We got sippy with it. All right, we gotta like kill the king or something. Let's go this way. Let's go kill somebody. Make me wanna kill somebody. Oh yeah, a wedding.
You speak of Skyrim like you know the land.
They look so happy.
What an amazing day this has been.
Ah, she's overwhelmed. The Stormcloaks say hello.
I'm just so overwhelmed.
The Stormcloaks say hello, madam. Good evening. Greetings from my Stormcloak brethren. Oh no. That poor bean. A beautiful wedding dress. I know, right, Malice? I can only hope that my wedding dress will be so beautiful. Malice, how are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Malice is here. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. All right, we're just going to sniper from up here. You could be casting Muffle on CD for easy illusion leveling. What does CD mean? Cooldown? I can't do Muffle, though. Especially not whenever I'm in vampire mode. Who's looking at me? Who's looking at me? I'm invisible. Ah, there we go. Oh, I'm detected. Here we go. What? 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 Stay still! This is an assassination, ma'am. Okay, there we go.
Victoria, no!
Oh, man. That was
The
great.
bride has been murdered. Somebody help!
Ma'am, slow down. Stop walking around. Get dead. Ah, nice. Nobody knows who it could have been. Who could it have been? Not me. No! Wait, what? Oh, they're all angry at me. Why are they mad? How'd they know it was me? So many red doots. I know there's so many red doots on the map. How do they know? I did it undercover. I did it up on this wall. Nobody knows. Weren't you supposed to make it look like a tragic accident? Oh, it was. Somebody's arrow accidentally flew up and shot her. It was a tragic accident. It's true. It's a real shame. I was sad to see it for sure. Oh, it was a tragic accident. Oh, hi there, buddy. Are you an enemy?
I'll try and hold him off as best I. Astrid ordered me to keep an eye on you.
Oh.
Figured you could use a hand.
I almost shot you, buddy. I almost shot you right in your lizard eyeballs. Hey, Vizira, let's go! Murder! That's why they wouldn't leave me alone. That's why I couldn't be sneaky. It's because of the silly old story, you know? Look at him. Look at that lizard. Such heroism. I'm impressed. I think he's gonna die though. I'm impressed, but a little concerned. I'm just gonna help him as much as I can before I die here. Holy crap, hang on. Lizard man, hold him off for 2 seconds. There we go. Almost shot you, buddy. Gee whiz, don't sneak up on me like that. Oh wait, who's shooting me? Stop. Stop. Oh, it's that guy over there. He was flanking me, that demon. Back, you, oh my gosh. Oh no, my friend's dead. Oh my gosh. Holy moly, bob and weave. Bob and weave, boys. Quickly, quickly. Turn into a vampire. Yes. Oh yes. Yes, my trap card. You've activated it, you fools. Though somebody saw me transform, so I'm gonna have to pay like $1,000 later. Unless I can kill everybody. Kill the witnesses. Yeah, that's right. First you think that he's a low-grade assassin, then all of a sudden he turns into a vampire lord. Who has low magicka. Hang on, let me just let me go to town on him with my claws. They're just looking at me. What's he gonna do next? What's he doing, boss? I don't know. I've never encountered such a beast. He's just standing there, planning his next move, recharging his mana. Oh, run away. Run away. Beat up these ladies. They're weaker. Plantera, I'm sorry. Oh, my lizard man's back. Lizard man's back for more. He's like, friend, you've changed. You've changed. You're not the same. You're not the same guy. Run away. Farewell. Farewell, friends. Mistakes were made. Oh, what? No, they weren't. Everything was all according to plan. All right, I got this ball of magic just for you, buddy. Give me some of that sweet life force. Thank you. Ooh. Hang on, give me some life force. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. I could use a little bit of health. Whoa! Ow! I'm flapping away. Come on. Let's get moving. Get moving. All right, I think it's time for us to leave. We've done our duty. We've done our duty. We did what they asked. Whoops. Oop, turn around. Hang on. Let's flap this way. Ma'am, excuse me. Do you really want to fight a vampire lord with your little pocket knife? Doesn't seem wise. Might just be me, but doesn't seem wise. I'm gonna be escaping. Farewell. Farewell, friends. Thanks so much. So long. Thanks for all the fish. We probably should have done this at night, eh? Kuri's here. Ah! Kuri. Kuri, you found me at my lowest. Killing younglings. I can't believe it. Kuri's seeing me at my most evil. Kuri, I promise I'm a good being most of the time. Whenever I'm not killing innocent people. Come up here. I dare you. Ah, yes. Delicious lifeblood. Do I have another, ooh. More perks. I wish melee attacks do 20 points of poison damage. I really wish that we could survive in the sun. Everything slows down. Let's see. What other kind of powers? Blood magic. Target is paralyzed. I don't know. I don't know. All these are garbage. These are all horrible. Killing a person with a power attack bite? Power attack bite. What is that? Power attack. Oh, like that. Yum, 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 yum. Kisses. Hugs and kisses for all of the peasants. You can't defeat me. I have endless health. Delicious. Delicious. Thanks for being my straw. Let me have a little bite. Let me have a little nibble. Put that shield down. Let me have a nibble. I'm hungry. Hungry. Oh wait. Oh, I'm weak. Hang on. It's delicious and nutritious. It's true. Whoop. Thanks for the lifeblood, chum. Appreciate it. Aw, butterflies. Happy little butterflies. All right, let's flap away. We've done our duty. Wait. Oh, wait a second. Yvette, you're considered an enemy. Listen, I know that you're scared. I know that you just want to go home. But you've got a little red dot. Got a little red dot, and I'm afraid that means only one thing. Yvette, you can't run from me.
Victory is yours. I submit.
Victory is yours. Whack! Victory is yours. But not if I can help it. Sorry, Thayer. I just listen. Okay, I'm gonna run away. What? Am I a demon or a vampire? How about both? Actually, this is a vampire. Oh, you can get really close. Look at that little oh. Ew. I'm a vampire. Beautiful, beautiful vampire. You said just sitting in a car or actually going somewhere? What? Oh, you're in the car. Headed to pick up Pokemon to get cards and get Din. Hi, Tin. Hi, Tin. I'm an ugly vampire. Wee. Boing. Or are you using headphones? Vampire Lord. The cutest of all vampires. No more kitty? What? No, you can. No, we're still a kitty. What are you talking about? Look, I'll revert forms and become a much uglier meow meow. Look, now I'm an ugly old cat. Ugly old cat. Bubble boring. I wish that I could be an ugly vampire again. He looks like a big orc from Lord of the Rings. Yeah, what are they called? They're called the Uruk-hai. Such a nerd. He says hi. Oh yeah. Oh, cool. 2021. Oh, cool. All right, Suds. I can imagine it now. Okay, Suds, that's great. And I can't restore anything because I'm a stupid old vampire. Stupid old dummy old dum-dum that can't restore anything during the day. So I gotta wait till night, you guys. I gotta wait till night when everybody's sleeping. Then I'm more powerful than ever.
So why'd you?
Okay, there we go. Now we got some health again. And let's what mission did we just do? We just killed the queen or something. We just killed like the leader of Skyrim, you know. Okay, now we gotta go back to Astrid. We gotta go back to Murder Mommy. Murder Mommy. Shower burned you? Oh my goodness. Realist Rager, please be careful. Our oh yeah, that reminds me. My lights don't work anymore. Something's wrong with our power. And also the plug that my computer plugs into doesn't work anymore. I don't know. And last night our power went all the way off. And that's why I didn't have internet. Some random morning I woke up with no internet. And our fire alarms are freaking out because the power keeps going on and off. And Garrett lost power in his room and couldn't use his computer for a little while. But then it came back on for him. So he has power, but I still have none. So I've actually run an extension cord into this room. So I'm running this whole setup on an extension cord. And hopefully I don't lose power from that plug either. All right, we killed the queen.
Now then,
You're proud of me now, Astrid? You're proud of me now? Where's my money? Where's my money? Wait a second. There's an anvil. Oh, there is an anvil. Okay, I was about to say. Nice. You can do like all of your smithing down here if you wanted to. You yell at people yet? Garrett already did. Because the house is leaky, so we needed them to check that out anyway. And then the flooded living room concerned me. Do I need to call them and yell at them? No. Garrett's already done it, I think. Okay, so I talked to Astrid. I did that. So what's the next thing that we have to do in this old stabby? Speak with Gabriella, who is already in here. Let's go talk to Gabs. Let's go gab it up with Gabs. Excuse me, Gabs. I was told to speak with you, ma'am.
Dear brother, I've been waiting for you.
Brother.
Next contract away.
Don't call me that.
Securities.
You know I hate that.
You are to slay the commander's son, Gaius Morrow.
Okay, we have to kill Gaius Mara. Sweet. Am I allowed to kill the spider?
To earn your bonus.
There, the
Don't
body
kill
too
somebody
bad,
else.
and
Wait, what?
Olava
What's she
is
saying?
old and
I wasn't
dear
paying
friend,
attention.
and a powerful seer.
Steal Gaius Maro's travel schedule. Kill Gaius Maro. Okay, so we gotta go kill a guy. And it says I have to plant a letter to incriminate him. If I wish to earn a bonus, I must not kill him in Dragon's Bridge or on the road, but in one of the cities. Okay, so I need to figure out his schedule, and then I need to make sure that I don't kill him while he's on the road, because that would be too easy, you know? And difficult kills get rewards, of course. Just like real assassination works. You like this one? Yeah, this one's fun, because it's one of the only times that, what are they called? It's one of the only times that what is the word that I'm looking for? Like the objective or the marker actually moves. It's one of the only times that you actually have to like go to different parts of the map. Almost every other mission, you just go to a location and it just sits there until you're ready to go. So we're gonna go to Dragon Bridge and we're gonna steal his travel schedule. His schedule, which I don't know why he left it here, but hey. What'd you say, Bohemian? Huh? Gotta go fight the wall of flesh? All right, have fun with Terraria. We'll see you later. Terraria is muy excelente. All right, now this is the guy that we have to kill. Gaius Maro.
All the same. Remember,
wow, what a handsome man. What a handsome man with beautiful eyes. He's like, stay alert. Stay alert. If anybody suspicious comes into the area, make sure to not tell him the plan. Hey there, Commander. Just be taking this note if you don't mind. Thank you, thank you. Very nice. All right. And I will, let's see. Where are they going to be headed? Let's take a look at this book. Oh, so sneaky. I know, you just walk in the door and just yoink it off the table. Just walk on in, grab it. I mean, that's how... Oh, here it is, the schedule. Okay, Emperor's Tower, Solitude. That's where they're going to go first. Solitude it is. Let's go to Solitude and we'll wait for them. I'm very patient. I was patient. Windhelm. Where's Solitude? Brain Small. Oh, there it is. It's over here. Okay, Solitude. Nice. You've done so many playthroughs and countless hours over the years, and I've only found out of 2 days ago that there's a quest where you encounter the Assassin's Guild for Morrowind. What? Morrowind? You know, I was just looking at Morrowind myself. This background looks beautiful. Wow. Somehow it really seems to gel with my outfit. Maybe it's because it's so saturated. But man, looks great. Production quality, 100% this evening. Excellent. Except for this guy. Production quality, 95%. 5% off for Octave San. Octave San. And the guy's still on the road. All right, guys, we're gonna give him a little bit of time. We're gonna... Oh, wait, we can wait for the specific... He's just vibing. He's just vibing. Let me double check his sweet, sweet schedule. Where is it? What is it? Malice something, Malice Morrow. There it is. It will be on Morndas. Morndas evening? Morndas evening. Solitude Castle. Food and sleep. Monday evening? Okay, it's Tourdas. Tourdas, France. I don't actually know how this I don't actually know how the calendar works in Skyrim. Where is he now? Where'd he go? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what have I done? What did I do? Kill him? He's not even on the map. Hey? Have you ever completed the Dark Brotherhood story? I actually have, Arrow. Yeah. I love Skyrim. We're not really playing as a first run, but just because I love the game so much, I can't stay away from it too long. And I thought that it would be fun to play it, and I also got a cool outfit that I can wear while we play it. So I was like, what the heck? It's a match made in heaven. It's an excellent game. Why not play it? But I've already played this game several times. I really love it. I've done basically everything in the game. The only thing that I haven't done is like everything in one run. I don't believe I've ever finished the entire game in one save, I think. I don't think I've ever done that. The other thing is that I've never slain a legendary dragon. I've never been a high enough level and run into one, actually. So I've never killed that like final random dragon. Yeah, I'm short one achievement. I think I'm playing this one, right? Yeah. The only achievement that I lack is a legendary dragon, and that's because it's a random spawn. It's not part of a story. You have to be above level 70. Oh, you're on the day after, so you're gonna need to wait 24 hours, like 5 more times. Oh my gosh, it's Friday now. Oh my gosh. Wait 24 hours? I'm snoozing. This is horrible. Well, at least the cycle's kind of fun to watch, right? It's Fredus. Thank God it's Fredus. A not so popular tavern in Skyrim. TGI Fredus. Okay. That was great. Now it's Lordus. Lordus. All right, more weight. More weight, everybody. Could have gone to one of the other locations. No, not possible, Calico. Not actually possible. I wish that I could have, but nope, wasn't an option. It said specifically on the mission that I had to kill them here, so I decided to kill them here, you know? I want to earn that extra loot, you know? Extra loot. Have you ever destroyed the Dark Brotherhood? Can you even do that? Is that a real thing? Zombie food, are you pulling my leg? Are you pulling my leg? Are you twisting my ears? I don't think you can do that. Legally contracted to kill him in solitude. I know that you can kill Cicero, and we will be killing Cicero this time. Last time that we played this game, I let Cicero live, and there was a riot. In fact, I think that's how we learned to do a that's whenever I figured out that we needed a riot alert, because we let Cicero live. So this time, guaranteed Cicero dies. Okay, it's Morndus. Now, I think it's in the evening that he's going to be here. Right? Let me check. Huh? You could do it in the Shack of Initiation? You pick the assassin? Oh, you kill... I choose you! She's like, who do you want to kill in this room? And you're like, this might not be a popular opinion, but I want to kill you and free all these people. Okay, evening. Sweet. I think it's like super early in the morning. She's called Astrid. That is true. That is true. Good morning, everybody. Ow, my eyes! My eyes, they burn. Okay, we gotta wait a little bit longer. Just a little while longer, you guys. Hold it together. You can do it. You can do it. Look, it's Morndus. Morndus, we just need to wait for like 8 more hours or something. They'll be here. I've been waiting. You know, he might actually be tough now that I think about it. I mean, he's like he's got all that armor on him. He's got bodyguards and everything. Might not be easy like all the other assassinations. Oh, he's in town. I'm new in town. There he is. Now we gotta make sure that we do this the sneakiest way possible. Oh, he just turned around. He saw me holding the magic in my hands, and he was like, nope, never mind. Not going down that way. Oh, he just changed his mind again. Old man, you do not want to be here right now. Eh? Oh, I do have muffle. It's true. Can I do it right now? Nope, not enough magicka. See? I'm telling you, I don't know how much magicka it takes, but gee whiz.
What was that?
What was that? Stabbed in the back of the head. What was that? All right, looks good. Looks good. Come on. No witnesses. No witnesses. All right, we gotta plant the. Plant the incriminating letter. Okay, wait. Incriminating letter? I don't remember. I hope that it says incriminating letter. Oh, there it is. It is. It does say incriminating letter. Oh my gosh. That's the most clever name they could have come up with. You have light sensitivity and it's bright. I'm sorry. It is bright. It's annoying. I mean, it's literally supposed to like it's supposed to make it look like the sun's super bright. It is simulating painful eyeballs. You think that Aventus Artino, what? Chaotic good character. You didn't do anything for the kid. You freed the orphans? What? Did you free the orphans? Did you kill Grelod? Hey, come on. I'm a Khajiit. Aren't y'all gonna hide me? What? My people. Ah! My people. You're supposed to defend me. No. Khajiit are supposed to stick together, brother. How dare you? Okay, I just gotta run away. Run away, and then I'll head back to Astrid and get that sweet, sweet moosh. Oh, hi there, friend. Hello there, random citizen. All right, you deleted Grelod for the orphans? Aw, that's very sweet. They have decided against defending the vampire. They didn't know. How does everybody that doesn't matter know that I'm a vampire? All right, back to the sanctuary. Back to the sanctuary to gather our money. I worked really hard. Where's my reward, huh? Let me go into this suspicious skull door that guaranteed nobody would find in the woods. Some random kid just walking around playing in the woods doesn't find it, huh? All right. Deal.
Ah, at last. I've been.
He's dead.
Yes, but you shouldn't. It's Cicero.
Cicero, there's been an incident.
You should proceed into the sanctuary.
Uh-oh. Oh, and I got $1,000 too. And Olivia's token. Token, eh? I wonder what that is. That's oh man, I got a lot of stuff. Holy moly. Is it bad that you pick werewolf? No. Werewolf's great. Werewolf is great. I'm still gonna be a werewolf this run. It'll just be a little bit later. Oh, here it is. It's just worth $100. Okay. It's just $100 stone. But yeah, I'm gonna be a werewolf later. I just want to be a How you doing, lizard man?
Thank you.
This person is busy. Well, that's one way to put it. Where's oh, is that Astrid right there?
Damn it. This never should have happened.
Did Cicero attack the lizard?
We knew better and still we let our guards
He attacked Vizara. That was my lizard friend from earlier. He's seen better days. It's true. He's busted. I like this handprint on his shirt.
I know, but we've got bigger problems right now.
Okay. Gabriella mentioned something about Cicero.
Absolutely berserk. He wounded Vizara, tried to kill me, and then he fled. I knew that lunatic couldn't be
All right, we gotta kill him. We got to kill him. I can't believe that he's done this to the brotherhood. We're supposed to be family, right, Babette? This creepy little child.
Don't forget the ranting and raving.
Okay. Am I done? Oh, well, we gotta talk to Astrid again. Oh, we gotta wait. It's time. It's time for Cicero to pay for what he's done.
You've got to deal with this situation. You've got to deal.
What do you want me to do? End his life.
After the attack.
That's crazy. I can't believe that we let him live last time. How? What was my logic? What was my logic for letting him live?
Who's the fool now?
I don't get it. I don't get it. Why wouldn't I kill him? Because he like attacked this lizard guy. He attacked the lizard guy. He's annoying, and it's a mission. Oh, did he beg and plead to spite me? That's all it was? Yeah, that's probably true. That may be true. The final volume. Everybody was so angry. They didn't want him to live. Okay, I'm gonna take it. This is my journal now. Talk to Astrid. Okay, here we go. It's one of these missions. It's one of these missions. Run here, grab book, read thing, talk to Laney, stab the guy.
Have you found something?
Kill the children.
Good.
You know, la-di-da. All right, sanctuary and dawn. Oh yeah, there's another sanctuary that we get to unlock.
That jester's twisted little soul
Maybe the reason why I did it was so that we could upgrade that temple. Can you upgrade the temple without Cicero?
It's a new friend.
Mint Phoenix. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the prime. Hey, Bezos bucks. What the heck? Thanks for sharing those Bezos bucks with me. I appreciate it. Dang. Mint, you sweet bean. You follow, then you prime. I appreciate the support. I'm glad that you're liking the madness. The madness. All right, Shadowmere time. Best horse in the game right here. Oh wait, no, the bone horse. I almost forgot. I was a horse girl all along. I just didn't have my horse yet. Where's Kareem? Okay, we've got to schmoove our way over to the second Brotherhood Sanctuary. Oh. Forget the horse. I'm just going right over here. You like the second sanctuary better? See, do you need to keep Cicero alive to upgrade the second sanctuary? Is that it? Because if that's true, that would be a reason to keep him alive. I won't keep him alive for that reason, but I'm just saying. I bet that they'll let you upgrade it anyway. Maybe after you kill him, then Astrid's like, wow, I didn't even know that there was this sanctuary here. We should upgrade it. Yeah, I was silly for not killing him. I'll do it this time, guaranteed. I wouldn't ever do it to spite anybody else. Never again. Hee hee. Oh no. What happened to this guy? What did Cicero do to you?
Should have figured Astrid would send you.
Oh, look at his feet. Nasty. You're hurt. Can I not say you're hurt? Because that is like really stupid to say. You come over. He's in a pool of blood. He's in a pool of bluff. You're hurt.
What gave it away?
See, you just set him up. I just set him up for a stupid joke.
Little Jester's good with that butter knife, but don't worry.
Butter knife. I didn't know that he was armed to the teeth with a butter knife.
I slashed him good.
Check out those feet, brother. Yikes.
Don't know what you're gonna find in there.
Ooh, man, that's sad to see. That's yikers. They literally just took MS Paint and they just drew the dividers between the toes. The bottom of the feet just, oh my gosh, I can't look at them anymore. Bread loaf feet. What's life's greatest illusion? I didn't actually look at it. Hang on. I didn't look at it. Let's guess. Innocence, my brother. Being happily married. Life's greatest illusion. Being happily married. Innocence. Whenever it's a whenever it's select the right choice kind of thing, you know, multiple choice, that's easy. Arson! What's up? Arson, how are you doing, my friend? We're about to kill a jester. How are you doing?
Listener! Is that you? Oh, I knew you'd come.
Is he naked?
The best to defeat the best.
Is he?
Astrid knew her stupid wolf couldn't slice.
Is he naked right now? What? Why'd he put all of his clothes here? I'm putting them on. Jester v. Jester. Jester versus Jester. The ultimate battle. Look at these sweet boots. Check out these boots. I want these boots in real life. With the curled up toes. All right. Come on. Jester versus... Ow. What is this? Oh, wow. What's this? A super powerful sanctuary guardian. Oh dear. I'm going to die. Oh no, I'm die. Thank you forever. No. Ring around the rosy. Ring around the rosy, buddy. No. No. You gotta give me a moment. You gotta give me a second. Come on. Hang on. Whoa. Take it easy. Take it easy there, chum. Hey now. Hey now. Woo. Oh my gosh, he's so quick. Slow down. Oh, I'm dead. I don't know if we can defeat this area. It's too much. It's too powerful. Animal Crossing Alley, what's up? How are you doing, Alley? Oi. This ain't Animal Crossing. We ain't in Animal Crossing anymore. Oh boy, and we're back here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Are we a high enough level for this? I'm level 26. Oh no. Oh dear. I don't know if we can do this. I think we're too weak. You should be fine. You got this. Oh really? We'll see. Y'all are very confident for just seeing what just happened. Maybe don't change your clothes. What? I clowned myself. Just like the meme where you're slowly putting on the clown makeup. Go to fight Cicero. Take off your clothes. Put on Jester's clothes. Use bow and arrow and don't use stealth. Hey, you're still dying. Still a dead. All right, buddy, I'm gonna skip through your little catch-up chronicles over here. I'm sorry. I'm dead now. I know the phrase.
But I slashed him.
All right,
good.
see you later, buddy.
Pretty sure I severed an artery.
Yep,
Don't know
yep,
what you're
yep.
gonna find in there, but you can probably just follow the blood.
It's innocence, my friends. It's an illusion? Is innocence an illusion? Really? What? An illusion? I mean, what if you died before your innocence was broken? Wouldn't be an illusion to you then, right? Because then it would just last until the end of your life. It would never be shattered. Illusion? Oh, this guy. Oh, this guy. I'm still hidden, though. Get some stealth kills in here. There we go. Sneaky, sneaky. You don't know where I am. You don't know where I am. I'm hidden. I'm hidden, you silly. Yeah, that's exactly right. You don't know. I'm a stealth master. You've been playing Stardew Valley a lot? Ooh, I want to play some more Stardew Valley. That game is muy excelente. I still need to marry somebody. I saw that Calico gave birth to a healthy baby. A beautiful, healthy baby. Congratulations. Rest in peace. That's a shame. Look at him. He's dead. Oh, and he's gone. Poof. Dark. What's up? How are you doing? Is that Dark? Dark Gronwyn? Gron. Thank you for the compliment. I'm glad that you like the outfit. Ooh, I got a burp. It's hidden. Go away, burp. Oh, look, stabby walls. My favorite kind. Come on out here to the... Didn't really think that through. He just kind of ran out there. Is there a maybe a lever or something? I could jump down here, right? There's 1, 2, 3. Oh, what? He just showed up. That's some bull crap, man. Oh my gosh, there's 2 of them down here. It's a trap. Yeah, it's this sword that's gonna get me. Bow, not so bad. Oh, take it easy. Up. Slow down now. Hang on. Archer v. Archer. I'm too powerful, you fool. Danny Galaxy, hey, what's up? How are you doing? We're gonna kill a jester. How are you doing? You ready for us to KO this clown? Ooh, broken mirror. That's cool. Cool. Oh, he's heading off in the wrong direction. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, there's more of them. Oh, rest in peace. It was nice knowing you. Thanks for defending the sanctuary. I'm a brother, though. I don't know why they're so mad at me. I'm part of the Dark Brotherhood. Come on, guys. We're all in this together. Hello? Hello? Ah, I see.
Chilly.
Brr, chilly.
Not an original part of the sanctuary per se. Let's call
Clown's getting cold, eh? Should have brought a parka instead of that silly old hat. Uh-oh, there's a troll. Oh, he's got a name. Ude Frick. Frick indeed. Rest in peace, chum. Sorry about that. Cloudy with a chance of arrows. It would have been quite a different story if instead of food, it rained weapons. Wow! I found a pistol in the yard. Woo! See you later, buddy. Where'd Cicero go? Ah, He's over here. Oh! Uh-oh. I think that he tried to fight the troll. And he just barely escaped. Cicero! Ooh, blood on the door. Cicero! Come here. Come here, clowny boy. Cicero. Where are you? Whammo! Get out of here! Nice, nice, nice. A whole 5 gold. You're rich. I'm just listen. I'm just drowning in all this money. Come on, Cicero. Chop, chop, buddy. I don't have time for this. You're rich. Please give money. Please give $5. $5 can change your life. Hello? All right, come on, Cicero. Chop, chop. Says missions drawn on long enough. At least I'm working on my stealth. Ooh, a master lock. Okay, hang on. I've got 29 picks. I can do this. Okay, we'll just go left first. Now we'll, whoop, there it is. Ah, almost got it. Hang on. It's over here. Oh, easy. It's a master lock, so it's like barely the teeniest little tiny adjustments is the difference between breaking your lock. I mean, your pick. Okay, there we go. It had a mace in there. That's probably gonna be so heavy we're gonna have to drop it. For $5, you could feed a local streamer. We're eating good tonight. I did actually buy some, I did actually get to go to the store finally. I got some birds. I got some frozen birds that I can just cook up in me air fryer. Actual meat, what the heck? I also got some ham. Amazing. Not only carbs, it's a miracle. Hang on. Let me live. Oh. Oh. No, 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 no. Okay, I'm gonna quick save. I should have quick saved a while ago. I didn't think that we'd encounter another tough guy. Hey! Get out of here. Get out of here, you weak thing. Now you die. And now you die. Yes. Oh, taste arrow. Ooh, that was close. Yikes. It's nuggets, isn't it? No. So which nuggets then? Ooh, I'm not local? What are you talking about? I literally live right down the street from you, Bohemian Moon. I do not know what you're talking about. I'm only level 27. I'm still just a little baby. Still a baby that's learning how to assassinate. Yes, level up! We can pick our new perk in a minute. You found a frozen bag of wontons, Korean barbecue them. You can't wait to stick them in the air fryer? Mmm, wonton. Air fryer wonton. Man, you can air fry anything for real. Yum, yum, yum. Eat flour. Yum, yum, yum. What? Oh, it disappeared. Oh my gosh. Hang on. No, I wanted to keep it talking. Stupid game made it disappear. Hang on. Come on. There we go. Stupid skull. Okay. Should we let him speak? Or should we kill him? Let's let him speak. Oh, look, he's surrounded by bones. How fitting. We shall add more bones. Time to die, traitor. No, I remain silent.
Oh, you prefer to listen, eh? Of course, of course. The listener listens. A joke. A funny joke. I get it. Then listen to this. Don't kill me. Let poor Cicero live.
Interesting. He seems to be changing my opinion. His words are magical. His words are seducing me.
Return to the pretender. Tell her I'm dead.
Tell her I'm
Tell
dead.
her you strangled me with my own intestines.
Lie. Lie and let him live.
Yes, lie.
His words are like honey. The sweetest, sweetest words. The sweetest words. But it's not enough. It's not enough, you dummy! Oh my gosh, look at him. He's not even that injured. He's still strong. What the heck? He's actually pretty tough. And we're gonna die. And now we die. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, and now we die. Hang on. Hang on there, Cicero. Cicero. I'm surprised that you like my voice, Corey, but you don't like Cicero's voice. All right, hey, whoa, he's quick. You're quick, Buster. Ooh. Yeah. All right, buddy. Hang on, I want to kill you in the light so that I can see your eyes whenever they die. Ooh. We got a cool kill cam. Nice, nice, nice. Rest in peace, buddy. Breakdance. And we'll steal your... Wow. Cicero's clothes kind of suck. That's too bad. Cicero's glove. Double sneak attack when using one-handed weapons. Muffled and move silently. I mean, it's pretty decent clothes. But it's not good enough. Not good enough for me. So, is the Night Mother gonna speak to me now? Is she gonna be like, good job. You killed that clown. Torture tools. Could crack open this door. We're back into the main chamber. Okay. Let's pretend like we're leaving, and we'll see if the Night Mother interrupts us. Wait! Make me house fancier. Oh, there's a book. Nice. Marksmanship. Ah, this was the other way to go. Whoa! Hey! Hey, take it easy. I'm a vampire. Take it easy. Well, the mirror's broken. Maybe that killed the Night Mother. All right, let's go back to Astrid and tell her all about it. Oh, we'll do an upgrade in a second. Can upgrade by Magicka. And yeah, we'll pick in a moment. Back to Skyrim. Let's go say hi to Astrid. Horsey. Okay. Let's... A cure for madness. An arrow to the face. It's the only cure that we've ever found, Doctor. What are we gonna do? He's gone mad. He's gone mad. What shall we do, Doctor? Oh, I've got it. There's a new cure. Crossbow to the face. It's the only solution. My brother used to have the crazy as well. Jester named Cicero. Is that true, Dr. Sister? Yes.
Arnbjorn is safe.
The only thing that solved his madness was a nice crossbow arrow right to the shoulder.
Is Cicero dead?
Cicero is dead.
Excellent.
Oh, yeah, because last time we said that Cicero was dead.
There's just
one more task. Oh yeah, the gourmet mission. Oh, that's all for later. That's all for later. I'm not gonna bother with cooking up that food. It is fun though, because you get to poison the food. It's a real lark. It's really funny. Well, what about... Oh, how are you doing, buddy? Sitting in your pool of blood.
Me? I've been part of the Dark Brotherhood from the day I first hatched.
Here he is. He's talking about how he got here. I guess he's doing all right. All right, Lizard Man. I'm glad to welcome you back into the family. So where's the guy that was always giving me missions? Oh, there you are.
Will there ever come a time?
Got any more contracts?
There's Deacus, a shipwreck scavenger.
Murder.
I'll teach you how to use it.
Nice. And light armor is a little too expensive for me to train. I'm not going to bother with that. The only difference is that if you keep him alive, he stays in the other sanctuary. See, I thought that while he was in the other sanctuary, you could like upgrade it, right? I thought that you could make it better. But maybe you could do that anyway. Maybe I just have to restore the Dark Brotherhood and then we can upgrade it. Because I remember, like, fixing stuff. Oh, not until later. Okay. It was just a later game thing. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so let's go do these little missions, these little assassinations real quick. And we'll grab one of our perks. Okay, here's a few contracts. Kill Deacus. Did you say Dorcas? Okay. We're gonna go to the sanctuary, and what should we upgrade? I was hoping that we could work on becoming a mage, but I think that we've all but kind of forgotten that. This has turned into a Dark Brotherhood questline business. Okay, so Deacus is out here, but I can grab a skill if I want to. Let's see. We could work on the sound effect. Archery's at 69. Nice. Nice. Level 69. And this one is, well, we could upgrade our light armor by what, 20%? You upgraded Magicka, so you do have enough now at night. Yeah. But we might start that next time. Yeah, I think that we'll do that tomorrow. Let's see. Stamina regenerates faster. I'm just going to make this work better. Just 20% more. I know it's kind of boring, but hey. Last time we upgraded our, what's it called? Oops, did that miss? Upgraded our pickpocketing. So we already got some special stuff done. Okay, I don't want to use up all of these. Maybe we should practice with our greatsword. I don't heal during the day though, so we gotta take it easy. All right. Just practice a little bit with the sword. I wonder if my two-handed is as good as my one-handed now. Don't know. Taking out these seals. Sorry, lads. You didn't do anything wrong, but you still have to... Whoa! Hey! Dragon! No! No, no, no! Plan ruined. I didn't even hear him! Didn't even hear him. What? Are you kidding me? He's right behind me just blasting me with ice. Dude, that is ridiculous. What? Oh my gosh. Okay, not killing Deacus. I'm gonna kill somebody else. Hopefully this will change the spawning of the stupid dragons. He just showed up. He's like, oh, hi there. Heard that you were attacking some of my Horker friends. Horkers and dragons are close allies. Did you not know that? You fool. Okay, we gotta kill this guy. There we go. We did it. Congratulations. They didn't even notice or care. Look at them. They're like, oh. We were gonna do that anyway. He was the weakest link. Look. Can I walk down here? Will they be mad at me? Look at that. Oh, my vampire blood. Oh, I can steal this stuff for free. Nice. Well, it's pretty clear that he was not very popular in Khajiit Town over here, because they don't even mind. And what about this guy over here? Anorianth. Oh wait, enemies are nearby. Where? Is that like a wolf?
Dead? How did this happen?
Dead? How did this happen? We found the body. This enemy's somewhere. Is it a freaking dragon? Please no. Please no. I know that this is a game about dragons, but I've had quite enough of them, please. The frost dragons are too powerful. I'm a sweet little baby cat. I'm a sweet little kitten. Leave me alone. Okay. Can I go now? Yes. All right. There's a fly in the house, and Eagle is flying around trying to catch it. Eagle. Fly. What? Do you have a bird? Calico, do you have a bird? Do you have a parakeet named Eagle that's trying to eat the flies? All right, we got to kill some guy in this town. Just a little quick assassination. Little side job. Little side job assassination. Here we go. Eagle the cat. Wait, did you say Eagle is flying around? Okay, so that was not literal. Okay. Whenever you said flying, I really did take you seriously. Nice. Quick little jab. Oh no, somebody saw! What? Who saw? Are you kidding me? What? Dude. Let me pay this off. Look, I'm the... stop! Stop it. Here, look, I put away my... Okay, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Fine, if that's how you're gonna be, Buster. You can just... You can just keep attacking me if you want to, but I'm leaving. I will not deal with this. I don't think that we get a $1,000 bounty whenever it's an assassination. The game's very inconsistent like that. The game's like, well, it was a mission. I guess that's what they tell the Jarl. Yeah, see, a bounty of 29 gold. Seriously? You can tell when you're not wanted. Look at this, $29. That's it. I'll do it. Yeah, take my stolen goods too. Free up my pockets. Thank you so much. He's taller than your forearm, toe to shoulder. He's a big boy. Holy moly. It's the high jumping cat. It's the high jumping cat from the legends. The legends were true. Eagle can fly. Let us disenchant. Sorry to disenchant all of y'all, but I must. All right. Gloves of the Pugilist. I kind of want to just get rid of these now. Let's do it. Nice. We can always fortify unarmed on something else if we want to. Alchemy. I mean, I've been collecting stuff, but I don't really want to bother with alchemy at the moment. Let's see. We could do some really quick. Do I need to make more arrows, or am I good on that? I think I've got plenty. I did make like 1 million of them in Riften. 1.5 million arrows. It'd be nice to continue the vampire mission just a little bit. Maybe we'll do that. The vampire mission is a little bit annoying, I think. What is the next thing that we do? Oh, we have to go to the we have to become a wizard. That's what it is. Yeah, we have to become a wizard because we need to figure out about the moth priest. That's what we're looking for. So we can't be not a vampire right now. But we could max out our vampire level for fun. Okay, so we need to do. Yeah, let's check. You say I have about 400? That sounds about right. Stop. Let's check our bow. Yeah, we got about 500. That's right. Okay. It's 3 a.m. It's 2 a.m. But you should sleep. But sleep is for the weak. No, Corey, you're supposed to sleep. How dare you? You're not taking care of yourself. Just watching Skyrim. Shaking my head. I cannot believe it. Glad you're enjoying it. All right. Ironically, not sleeping makes you weak. I mean, sometimes. Sleeping too much also makes you weak. I did get, let me see. Today I got normal sleep, but sometimes if I sleep more, it's worse than if I don't sleep at all, honestly. It depends on, like, quality of sleep, I guess. Some mornings I regret that I slept at all. Wait, how much does it... What does it take to make iron daggers?
Good doing business with you.
Because I could use some smithing skill. You slept so good. Sleepy boy. Sleepy boy slept long. Long sleep. Slept. Iron dagger. Takes leather strips. Oh, okay. We can make some of those. Maybe. Let's see. Do we have any pelts? Nope. Not a single one. Not a single one. We'll have to buy some leather then. Fine. Fine. I want to make some daggers, Buster. I gotta get to work. Come on. Chop. Give me the stuff. I could just buy leather strips. Or I could just buy leather. Now I'm carrying too much. Okay, let's... Since he's got a bunch of money, let's see if we can sell some of our armor, maybe? Could definitely sell the Dwarven Bow, the Battle Axe, the Mace, the Elven Sword of Lethargy. Lethargy is such a fun word. I mean, it's a horrible word, but it's fun to say.
Until next time.
Whoopee! Let's go. You look forward to sleeping in September? What? You can't wait till September to sleep? You're gonna sleep right now. Like, no, Calico. Wake me up. La 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 la. You don't know why you're always tired? Maybe you should ask a professional. Professional could look into your brain, figure out what the issue is. Why you no schlep? Oh wait, not the boots. Not the boots. The daggers. Doing it, just making a few knives, you know? Just a couple knives here or there. Then I can probably just go to the enchanter, right? And then I can just enchant each one of these with the gems that I have. Zoom! There must be a place that you can do smithing and enchanting that's closer than Whiterun. But I like Whiterun. At least I can actually run around. Is it because it's raining? The sun is not burning my poor vampiric skin, my sweet pale skin. So what do I want for food tonight? What are the options? Ivy Rose, I'll decide what you'll be eating. What are my options? Boing. Bruh, it's too powerful. Too powerful right now. All right, let's enchant some of these sweet oh. Crossbow enchantment? Actually, I could use one. Let's see. Fire damage, shock damage, soul trap. If we're going to be killing vampires or something, we could do fire damage. Soul trap's even more useful, though, to be honest. Let's put soul trap on it. Nice. Now I'll just max it out. If a target dies within 4 seconds, it fills a soul gem. And we'll use a soul gem to do it. Let's do common. Enchanted. Splendid. And then iron daggers. Let's see. Do we have to pick the enchantment every time, or can we kind of speed run it? Let's pick like the crappiest soul gems. Oh no, I think we got to do it all the way. Every single time we got to select the item again. Oh boy. Oh, I remember this. I remember this. And the best way is to pick something that doesn't have a slider. What doesn't have a slider? That. They all have sliders. Dang it. I guess it'll be easier with not knives, huh? Every time. Ooh, we're only gonna do this a few times. Let's just get rid of some of our crappier soul gems. Okay, here we go. Speedrun. Speedrun. We're speedrunning levels. We'll just do some of these petties, but we won't do them all. Just do some of them. Oh my gosh, at least we're like leveling every single thing that we make. I mean, obviously that's not gonna continue, but still. Just soul trap all these knives. We're gonna have so many souls by the end of this. Maybe I should just fill out. Maybe I should just do all the petty ones. I mean, it's only 9 more. Speedrun, speedrun, speedrun. 6 more. Here we go. Boom. Oh, lesser one. Oh no. What have I done? I ruined my groove. Threw off my groove. Dang it. Fire damage. Petty. The pettiest of all soul gems. I mean, they're so rude. Okay, one more. All right, and I get an enchantment upgrade. Thank goodness, because I was not going to be pleased otherwise. Nightwolf, what's up? What the heck? It's been forever since I've seen Nightwolf. Hey! Anne, what? Anne just showed up. Is that Kinney I see? No, it can't be. That there is a real Viking. No doubt. It's true. Real Viking. Oi, oi, oi. Anne, what you been doing? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. It's nice to see you. Anne, where you been? You didn't just wake up, did you? No. You couldn't have woken up. It's only 8 p.m. here. You must have been doing something. Were you drawing? Were you hanging out with friends? Oh, yeah. It's nice to see you, my friend. Whoopee! It is a real Viking. Be careful of the real Viking. What can I sell to this guy? Can I sell the I can't sell my little magical knives that I just made. What? I can't sell you a single one? Man, we almost leveled up just from that from making all that junk. From making all this garbage. And we should be able to sell it all back to the man. Oh, you've been hanging out on Salty's server. Ooh, awesome, Josh. Playing Heroes of the Storm. Why, that's practically League. That's like League with Diablo characters. That's awesome. Hey, Linz, you made it back. Linz returns. How was the meeting? How are the talks? Are you all, is the wedding 100% ready? Did y'all prepare everything? Did you make all the decorations? You already picked out the floral arrangements. Welcome back. It's nice to see you.
And Linz returns. Linz returns to see more epic crafting.
Oh, no. This stupid place is closed for the night. Okay. Now, I know... this guy's got a bunch of money, though, right? I want to cash in on all that money that I gave him. So we gotta wait, what, 12 hours? Yeah. 12 hours, just real quick, just a little wait, just sleep outside the door. Hey, I live in Montreal, Canada. That's awesome. That's awesome. Hi there, Canuck friend. How are you doing? Want to play some ice hockey with me sometime? Let me in. We got Canadians coming out of our ears. We love our Canadian friendos. Friendos from all over, but especially from Canada. We got dresses figured out. Bad news. It's $300 for all three dresses. That you have to buy. That sends me back. Sends me back, Linz. I think that I had to pay not that much, but I didn't have nice shoes, so I think I had to pay like $250 or something. Yeah, I think I had to pay $250 whenever I was a groomsman last time. It's really too bad. The things that we do for other people's love. No, don't sell these. Sell the expensive daggers for starters, man. Look at them, they're just dancing around. It's just randomizing the daggers. It's trying to juke me. You can't trick me. I'm not selling these daggers. I can enchant these suckers. Let's see, we need, we will sell them all. Never mind. Nice.
Good.
All right, let's get out of here. Go. Can you ice skate? Me? Oh, no. I can't really ice skate, I don't think. I haven't done it in years and years and years, so I probably wouldn't be any good. Oh, yeah. This guy's dead. He's dead in Riverwood. We can't go there. That sucker's dead. We can go to Riften, though. That guy's still alive. Come on, buddy. Teach me how to make these daggers, eh? Huh? Because I've got plenty of money, right? Did I make my money back on that whole transaction? How much money do I have? Oh yeah, I think that I made some profit. Poor Alvar. I know. We honestly might have to revive him at some point.
You're a stranger here too, huh?
This guy's still at it. Balamund, it's getting late, Sonny. How much does it cost to get trained by a sorry sucker like you? Nah, it's too much work. No thanks. The Scorched Hammer's still open after all this time. After all the financial troubles that they've been through, you're still holding it together, huh?
As pale as the snow. You scared of sunlight or something?
I'm hoping to purchase some things. Hard worker, good for them. Good for them. They're out here working at 10 p.m. You know what? I like that hustle. I like that hustle. Also, I hear children screaming outside. If they don't zip it, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to, I don't know, get a bucket of cold water and throw it at them. Go to bed. Shouldn't you be at school? Oh, why, it's just a thief.
Come to see Balamund.
It's a thief by the name of Thief. First name Thief, last name Steely. Thief Steely. Wait, what? You're against me? But I'm a brother. But I'm a brother. Come back here. Hey, I see red dot. I kill. I see red dot. I think not. You yield nothing, buddy. I see that red dot. You're going down, thief. This is how we treat thieves in this town. That's exactly right. Last name dead. First name thief. Last name bye-bye. Oh, look at them. They're poised. Kill the thief. I would never. I would never steal, not a penny. How dare they? The lowest of the low. I'm glad that he's dead. Anyway, where's the Smith man? Smith man die? Come on, are you in the scorched hammer? You going out there as a Viking would be enough to quiet them down? Oh no! With the outfit on, I forgot about that. I just roar at them. Arrgh! I said be quiet! I'm trying to play video games inside. Are y'all doing the work downstairs? Where are you? What the heck are you doing down here?
Met Fallon. I'm his apprentice. He's teaching me
Oh, I see. Got some leather strips down here. I'll take them. Thank you, sir. You are such a good apprentice. I'm proud of you. And where's your master? Doot doot. Thank you. Domo. All right, he might be outside. Let's just wait for a second. Just vibing. Are you gonna be making the kids do the ice bucket challenge? You're helping charity whether you like it or not.
Come to see back.
All right, what can I buy from you, buddy? You got any iron ingots? Yes. And some leather. And now I'm gonna need you to scoot. Scoot! I said move it. Yeah, I've gotta work. It's too bad that this doesn't help your smithing, eh? All right, Buster, move it. Move it, my turn. There you go. You just jumped into the fire. No, it's not worth it. Okay. Oh wait, no, not the boots. The dagger. Yes, the dagger. Ah, whoa, we've got way too much leather. Way too much leather, not nearly enough iron. Oh dear. Sir, do you have like anything else that I can, maybe I'll make, I don't know. Can I make things out of steel? Oh, I don't think I can.
If you need any more.
Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, I've got a perk. I forgot about that. Let's see. Steel. Dang it. I don't want to pay for it. I don't want to pay for it, buddy. No. We go to a new city. We go to a new city. New city, new forge. We can go to maybe Markarth. Let me see. If we go to Markarth, we can buy some more iron. We can make the rest of the daggers and then enchant in the hall. That's a long wait. That's a long walk, though. Steel bolts for the crossbow? Does that defy my level? Does the steel bolts defy my level? I don't think that those will probably require firewood rather than leather strips. I'm hoping to get rid of my leather strips. It's all iron, leather. Oh yeah, I mean, I could make leather armor, but then I need full strips of leather too. I mean, full leather, not strips. Yeah, let's just buy some more iron. Or steal some iron, depending on if these dum-dums will go away.
I'm Gorse's assistant.
Oh, you're the assistant. Oh, it's the lady. Excuse me, madam. Oh my gosh. You probably don't want to steal anything in the city. There's just tons of guards. Just tons of them. They don't end. Don't you dare. You keep your filthy hands away from the stuff. Don't be stealing over here. They've got a lot of police. Look out. Thieves beware. Okay. Iron dagger. Here we go. Speedrun. Speedrun building. Okay, this kind of. Okay, now we're starting to see the limitation. I've still got 82 leather strips. Holy moly. Should we speedrun a couple more enchantments? Ah, boy, here we go again. Here we go again. He's enchanting again. I think it's up here. Is this a castle? Excuse me, lads. I've got some speedy enchantments to do because I'll have 2 perks. I'll be super powered. 2 perks, we can do anything. Especially turn into a proper pickpocket, finally. See, because I don't even know if I can pickpocket these guys' sweet rolls. Do a little quick save. 90% chance, 87. I stole his clothes. A shame. Double enchantments, here we come. Very soon. Someday soon. 90, 78. Whoop, 78? Really?
Stop right there.
Well, hot dog. There we go. He caught me on a 78% chance. That's crazy. Oh, wait. Whoop. That was 56. Now, that was stupid. Now, that was dumb. I didn't see that that was... did I grab that last time and just get lucky? Let me see. 90, 88, 78, 86. Okay. You can keep your bow. What about you, Buster? Can you still see me? No, you cannot. All right, Silverblood. You've got an 89, 88, 86, 90, 7. Oop, 70's a little too far. Sorry, 70's too much. All right. 70, there we go. 88. And another level. Enchantment time. I think that the old crazy man's the one that has the enchanting table. Where is he? He's like the researcher for the dwarves? The dwarven researcher? Is he even in here? This place is just ridiculous. It's like all built out of the Huh? Oh, I'm a traveler. I have questions. Actually, I don't really care. I didn't know that I was approaching the king. Ooh, a book. I'll take it. Oh yeah, we got a couple of learny books. Oh, time for you to walk the doggos? All right. We'll see whenever you get back, Lupus. Enjoy your walkies. Enjoy your walkies. We shall see you soon. Book? Oh, do I only have one? Could have swore that I picked up one in the, I must have reloaded since then. Oh, excuse me, sir. Didn't mean to interrupt your plans. Where can I do my enchanting? You successfully modded Minecraft? Ooh, did you use Forge? Did you use Forge? What'd you do? Yeah, let's just level up. Let's go for it. I'm gonna upgrade my Magicka again. And what should we do? Enchanting 47, alteration, restoration. More pickpocket? What level is this? 36? Just makes it more likely to be able to pickpocket. I do like the gold. Pickpocketing gold is 50% easier. If I did Night Thief, I think I can do that. What's the cost? 40? No, we're only at 36 right now. Let's just start with Light Fingers. Nice. A little bit easier to pickpocket. And I think I still have one more perk. And the dude's over here. Okay. Markarth is just the worst. It's humongous. Move it, Buster.
I've got some business to take care of. Thank you very much. I need to enchant some of these daggers.
We don't have that many. We made way more last time. And we're almost out of soul gems. That's always what you run out of. But I just soul trapped my my crossbow. So maybe I can do some work on that. More crossbow time. But I can't make my own bolts, so I might have to upgrade my smithing just a little bit. I just didn't want to use up any of my sweet, delicious perks. Seems like a waste, but it'd probably be worth it in the end. Just a couple levels here or there. Steel greatsword? Yeah, what the heck? Why not? Yeah, we can just enchant everything. Looking enchanting, sir. Steel daggers, upgraded. Nice, nice, nice. A little bit of shock damage. And maybe we'll go up to, I don't know, common? Oh, it's firewood and steel ingots? Yeah, then we can just make like 1,000,000 of them, because I think that they're weightless, right? And they kick butt. They kick major butt. Especially if we upgrade our crossbow, but we're not in the Dawn Guard. I don't know if you can, don't know if you could ever get proper upgrades without being in the Dawn Guard. I've never gone along that route, so I don't know what they give you. Yeah, we're gonna be out of soul stones in just a minute. Because I'm not gonna use a greater one. These lesser ones can be gone. Be gone, out of my sight.
Lesser, not powerful enough. I need more power. More, I say.
Boop. And then these three, just 3 more. Uno. Whoops. Just lowered the enchantment on that one just a little bit. All right, there we go. Now we've used all of them. And now we get rid of them. Oi, Kato, what's up? How are you doing? What'd you need the Dawn Guard for? Oh, I was thinking that maybe it would be to upgrade my, or to buy another, what is it, crossbow? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's upgrades to crossbows. I've never really figured that out. Because the crossbow kicks major butt. And I would make just like a ton of steel arrows if I knew that I could maybe upgrade a crossbow in the future. Because I mean, I can keep getting better bows. So I don't know if it's worth it. But Kato, how are you doing? You have a little something on your face? Just, you know, something. I don't know. You don't have to wipe it off, but you got some schmutz. You got some schmutz on your face. Did somebody like smear some ash on your face? Well, I was rolling around in the fire today, Kato. I made a little campfire and I was messing around, having some fun, and then yeah, it's just a mess. I'm as surprised as you are. You're good? You just got back from a hair appointment. Ooh, you got the purple darkened and the orange touched up a little bit. It's so cool. I saw your selfies. They look amazing. I love the hair. Now I want to get my hair done, but I can't. There'll be no hair now. Leave it alone. All right, thanks for buying all my stuff. Appreciate it. This guy, look at him. The freaking laziest apprentice. Just staring out into the void. Man, this guy's giving up. Just have Katie do it again. Oh, what? I haven't been to Katie's house in months. From what I remember, there's only one other crossbow, but you need a recipe for it? Oh. A recipe? Like, to make it? To smith it yourself? Yeah, if you can smith them, then that would be different, wouldn't it? But I didn't see them. I didn't see them. Okay, so... Oh, to make it. Well, maybe I can crack into the Dawn Guard and steal the recipe. Steal the old family recipe. Solitude. Do I know where the merchants are here? Let me see. I didn't actually sell to the merchants in Riften. Let's get rid of our daggers. Let's get rid of all of them. We did some great leveling. It was splendid. And we should do like one more mission. And then I think that we're gonna call it a night. We're gonna call it a night right after that. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Let's go. Let's get rid of all of our money. We could sell it to old Potion Man. Maybe buy some, we could buy some ingredients if we wanted to. But we'll do like some sort of a small enjoyable mission.
Thinking about my experiments.
Something a little bit longer than an assassination. Wake up! Ooh! Mmm, yummy! Yummy, yummy! Wake up!
Last mistake.
Huh? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he knows. He knows! The feeding, it was delicious. It was delicious. Thank you for the meal. It was, thank you. Now let me go. Ooh. Gochou-sama deshita. Arigatou gozaimasu. I don't think that I got a bounty though, right? There's nothing wrong with biting your fellow bean. Bite a friend. They don't mind. What are you gonna say? That I bit you? Come on, no guard's gonna believe that story. There's no such thing as vampires. Could you help me? Could you help me? You see these people killing me, Riften Guard? Riften Guard, please. Leave me alone! Leave me alone. There's no such thing as vampires. They don't exist. You guys want to help me? I'm a little bit nervous about killing these people, though. I would rather them live because I like this guy. I like going to that potion shop. I don't want to ruin my favorite potion shop just because of a silly old misunderstanding. Just a silly old misunderstanding is all. Come on, you can forgive a sweet little vampire meow meow like me. Hey, Ashley Rose, thank you for the doggos. Thank you so much. Are those 10 doggos? Oh my gosh. Thank you for the beautiful 10 doggos, Ashley. I appreciate it. Whoopee! How are you doing? How are you doing? All right. They forgave me. Just like they always do. We could go to Windhelm to peddle our wares. Let's go see if Windhelm's interested in our magical daggers. Hi there, magical daggers here. You want to purchase a dagger? This one's got magical powers. Trap a soul, I say. Trap a soul.
I made my fortune as a sea captain, but now I'm retired.
What, you telling me a life story? Captain Lonely Gale.
The townsfolk call me captain because I used
What kind of captain are you?
I was a sailor. When I retired here,
Do you have a mission? Why do you have a specific
He's claimed
Huh. I wonder why he is talking to me. Who is he? Also, hi there, Chili Pepper. How are you doing? What's up, Chili? Ooh. You look beautiful with your little pigtails. Look at her. She looks like a schoolgirl again. That fashion looks really good on you, VODS. You look like a happy little schoolgirl going off to school. That really shaves off like years and years off of your appearance. Yeah. Captain Lonely Gale, the loneliest sailor of all. That's probably because he walks around telling people, hi there, I used to be a captain, now I'm not. That's my life story. Earl is an enchanted dagger salesman. I am now. It's a very lucrative business, and I'd like to actually help y'all, I'd like to help y'all all be small business friends as well. I'm Zombie Food. If you wouldn't mind, I'm actually going to be doing a little bit of a show and tell. A show and sell is what I call it. I'll teach y'all how to sell these daggers. It's a market that's really opening up, and if you want to be a small business being as well, I can teach you how to sell them. All you got to do is just buy in. You just have to buy some daggers that you can sell, but I'll teach you how to sell them. Let's skip some time. Boop boop. There we go. Oh yes, please show me your wares. Oh yes, I'm so happy that you're interested. But remember, we'd be partners. I'm not your boss. This is not a business. I'm just your partner trying to help you grow a small business of your own. I've been selling these knives for years and making big moosh, big mad moosh, crazy moosh. You would, I mean, look at this fancy sports car that I have.
Everyone says you're the finest
What have you
weapons
got,
and
you
armor.
goofball? Actually, I'm not so interested in what you have. It's what you sell lockpicks? Isn't that illegal? That seems illegal. Hey, that's illegal. I don't think you're allowed to do that, mister. How dare you? What if I use that lockpick to break into the castle? Wouldn't you be liable? Wouldn't you be liable, somewhat? I was gonna keep the lethargy just in case that I need it later. Where's Marshall? I just noticed that he's not floating in the corner. He's actually yeah, he kind of caused a lot of trouble yesterday, so I'm afraid he's in timeout. That is true. I'm afraid so. Let me see. Wait, these are pretty valuable. I'd sell them. I'd sell them in a heartbeat if you had the money. But you're poor. You're poor, Sonny. Let me see. You got any sweet quicksilver? Let's see. What else do you got here? Iron ingots. I'll take these iron ingots, sir. And would you mind purchasing some of my stuff? You know, I scratch your back, you scratch my feet. There we go. Now that's a deal that we can both be happy about, sir. And now I can get back to smithing. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! My life's work continues. Smithing. Woo! Oh yes! Feel the wind beneath. Oh, I'm already out of stuff. Can I make anything else? Oh yeah! Wait a second. You can make. What is this? Bone hawk stuff? Wait, what do we need? We need like amethyst and oh, we need some silver. Silver. That's what we need, sir. You got any? Excuse me. Where'd you go? Come back here. You got any silver? Because I could use that. Let's see. Quicksilver, that's garbage. You've only got silver ore, not even an ingot, not a single ingot.
If you meet anyone in your travels,
I wanted to make some jewelry. I want to become a jeweler. Huh? I wouldn't want to go toe to toe with a knife squirrel. Oh no, he found my paring knife. That's what I get for keeping the paring knife available. You gotta look out. These squirrels are getting more and more violent. They're probably mad because they're not like all over the screen anymore. I announced squirrel and then the emotes are taking so long and I think that all the squirrels are starting to riot. I'm about to start rioting. Marshall throws a cup of coffee in your eyes. It burns you for 29 damage.
Divine sake, Scald. Who do you think we're threatening with our old
Look at the Jarl.
We're not soldiers anymore.
All right, y'all have a good time. Is there a blacksmith out here? I don't actually think that there is one. Come to think of it, it's a garbage city. Garbage. Ma'am, is there I don't think that there's a blacksmith. There is? Oh. If there's a blacksmith, then easy. Oh, I see. I see a place to smelt. I see the smelting place. It's just not... Oh, well, is this a blacksmith? This is a mine. Where's the blacksmith live? I remember a blacksmith died last time that I was here. Yeah, this blacksmith died as well. He was last run's Alvar. Okay, it's late. We gotta just sleep on this guy's porch. We're very serious about smithing. I'll sleep on your porch, sir. But this is a really kind of strange setup because he doesn't have a smelter nearby. But some cities don't have a single smelter anyway, so I guess it's a convenience. Oh, hello, ma'am. She is up in the air. Pew. Huh? Help? What? What happened? What? Oh no, the freaking Dawn Guard are here. It's time to test out our. Oh wait. Oh, there's Dawn Guard right there. Are we stronger now? Because last time that the Dawn Guard were here, they were tough as heck. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. Oh boy. Yeah. We are weak as heck. Dang it. I'm just trying to get some smithing done. I promise. Promise I'm a good boy. I'm not a crime boy. Come on. Come on. Help him meow out. Oh my gosh. What's the kid running towards the fight for? Almost shot you dumb kid. Oh boy. That's what I get. That's what I get. Yeah, the Dawn Guard scale with you, but I was not ready, and I do not want to fight all of those beans. What a pain in the neck. Okay, now, technically, should they appear again if I wait? Is it random? I don't think that it's random. I think that they're going to show up. But I want to test that theory. I'm going to test it. Are they going to show up? Dawn Guard, are you random or are you... It's like a 30% chance. It is? 30% chance for them to bother you. They're here. They're here. It's true. Don't stand in their way. Okay, so that person's weaker. You can certainly knock out them. But there's... Let's see. That guy's got the arrows. Then we got this axe lady. I just don't think that we can deal with them. They're too powerful. They're all scaled up. They're all strong. Yeah, maybe if I can like lure this axe lady over here all alone. Yeah, the crossbow's too strong. But maybe we can let's see. That's a guard. That's that guard's just like, whoa, fight going on. It'd be nice to, I might have to get lucky with my staggers, though. Hey, come back. Come back. Don't give up. Don't run away. There you go. Oh, man, they're tough. Holy moly. I could never fight you one-on-one. Whew. Oh, I can't shoot you from this angle. There we go. Oh. Crossbow battle. Crossbow battle! See, but we can't fight them with stealth. That's what I need. I'm a stealthy lad. It's my bread and butter, man. Can't take away because he eats bread and butter. Oh, did he move? Oh. Oh, I should heal up then. Okay, nice. Crossbow too much. Oh, yeah, but I'm a vampire. I'm a vampire. Forgot about that. That's the real problem here. The Dawn Guard, the no health. It's all vampirism, you guys. It's no good. Just run away. They'll forget about me. They're not so trained assassins. They can't get me now. Ha ha ha. We've lost them. No regen. I hate it. But tomorrow we'll be able to join the the college. We'll be able to become a wizard. We can get the is that a shoe? Is that a giant shoe? Or is that a boat? I'm guessing that's a boat, but it looks like a big shoe. But yeah, tomorrow we'll become a oh my gosh, come on! Come on, man. There's a troll, there's a dragon. Ah. Ay, ay, ay. Come on, man. I can't even run. Oh, here comes the dragon. Oh, boy. At least we can kill this monkey. At least we killed a monkey. A troll, a dragon, Dawn Guard. It's just, it's a random smorgasbord, and I'm still a vampire. No, here he comes. Stay away. I'm learning how to archer. There we go. I'm gonna quick save because I did not quick save in Dawn Guard. That was a normal save. What? The game crashed? Hey! Hey! Whoa!
Wow, Kenny. What is this? Oh, whoa. Vampire, you were less than 3 indeed. Very bomber. Hee hee. You have a wonderful stream. You all have fun. Good night, the Anne 7 love.
Anne! Talk about timing. Wow. What's this? Oh, whoa, vampire. Woo, woo. Very bomba. Anne, thanks for hanging out with us for a little bit. Get some good schlep. I'm glad that you got to play some games with our friendos. Hooray. We'll see you later. Oh, Bohemian Moon, we'll see you later. Enjoy your quesadillas. Nighty-night, Anne. Get some good schlep. Paramount night. Should we just call the night right now? Should we just, no, I don't want to do it now. Come on, we can't end on an error. We can't end on a crash. Stupid game. Unfreaking believable. You got Mountain Dew? All right, we got some Mountain Dew. Everybody, get the dew. Let's do the dew. We're gonna beat this game. It's just the combo, man. It's just the combo of Dawn Guard, Troll, Dragon, Crash. It's the worst. We'll see you later. And nighty-night. Toodaloo. Night. We'll see you later, Chili.
Chili, go bed. Chili, go night.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's happening, you guys. It's happening. Mod 34. Oh, thanks for the sips. All right. Nice. I'm going to be sipping water. Okay, splendid. Oh, man. Now I kind of want soda, but I will not drink it. I do drink lemonade sometimes, though. Let's see. Tonight I've got... What have I got to eat? Maybe I'll make pasta. Maybe I'll make some pasta. I do have the pasta, and I do have the sauce. I will make a delicious noodle. Okie dokie. Let's see what this loads. This should load me in Dawn Guard, right? In the safety of my home. All right, we're back. Don't forget the random Steam update. That's true. They were like, how about you delete Steam and reinstall it? Oh yeah. Oh, the quick save worked. Really? Well, how about that? So it didn't crash from the quick save. Is that what you're telling me right now? Oh my gosh, look at the water. Magic. We still got the same save, and we can beat up these seals. We can kill all these seals, and Noah's Ark is still sitting over there. I wonder if there's still 2 of every animal over there. I'm interested. So how tough are these horkers? Maybe kinda, but we've also just got to save so I can work on my two-handed, I guess. Yeah, they're weak. Oh, and we can, oh, we've got a soul trap on our big sword. I forgot about that. Nice. That actually makes them, they're even more useful. This is actually worth something. I wonder if I have, let's see. Jumping Seals, Batman. Jumping Seals, Batman, you're killing them all.
That's right, Robin. That's right, Robin. We hate animals.
Skooma. No. We can't drink skooma. So you're telling me I got no health potions. Except for venom, of course. Seals are not cute, never mind. The seals! Never mind, they're freaking walruses. Kill the walruses! Linz cares not for walrus lives. You only care if it's cute? Is that the sole determiner of whether you'll kill an animal? Is its cuteness factor? Hope we don't run into a chompy fish in here. More like walruses. A walrus gave you a kiss once? Ew, whiskers. Gross. I don't want to be touched by a walrus whisker. Too hard, too gross. Maybe I can restore health if I go inside. I don't actually know. It seems like we should be able to carry an umbrella. Where's our Dawnguard umbrella? If we just had that, we could shield ourselves from the sun. But the shadows don't work.
Welcome home, son. Yeah, Skeletor. Welcome home, my sweet boy.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to do earlier. Oh, it just appeared again.
Yes, heal up, my child. You shall live again. Kill the disgusting seals. More like walruses. Don't kill the rabbits. Yeah!
Okay. This is taking forever. Please. Wait, maybe I can heal. With magic. Yes, because the magic restores. Nice. When did I start playing this? Like a week ago. About a week ago. Okay, now we'll go kill them. Touched by a walrus whisker. I'd watch that show. What? Is that like Touched by an Angel? It's Touched by an Angel, but with bigger, uglier pets. Oh yeah, we could kill the Dawnguard too if they're still in town. Excuse me, lads, y'all still in town? You still peddling your death? If not, then I could buy from our sweet blacksmith friend. Yeah, I don't actually know how the Dawnstar or the Dawnguard work in this game. Was that drums? Did you hear that? I heard the drums of war, but I don't see any vampire hunters around. All right, buddy. What do I even come here for? Silver?
Seems like no one is getting a decent. Take a look.
Oh there, buddy. What you got? What you got for sale? You got any? You just got silver ore. Everybody's got ore, but nobody's got any ingots. No ingots. You have strippies? Got any strips? He's a vampire. It's true. I'm a vampire right now. I want to get rid of my vampirism, but we have to find a dang old moth priest, and we can't do that tonight. We're going to do that tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to find a moth priest. We're going to become the most powerful vampire, and then we're going to give it up. We're going to give it all away. Do I have... Where are they? Oh, I've got an unusual gem. Oh, yeah, I haven't been able to turn that in yet.
Need a dagger.
Yeah. Let's see. We can, look at that big smile. Look at that big winning smile. Look at my guy. He's such a sweet, beautiful man with a wide nose and with a handsome brows. Characters in this game are so ugly. Holy moly. It's a face that a mother couldn't even love. Oh, yeah, it's a kind face? Yeah, that's true. It's true, he's kind, but in a stupid sort of way. All right, let's make some more daggers. More daggers. Is this the content that you subscribe for? Yes. Speedy. Zoom! Nice. Roda indeed. He's like Quasimodo. He's got a heart. He's got a heart that's true.
Don't like those eyes. You take a look.
All right, buddy. You want to buy some of these swords that I just made? They're way too heavy for me to carry all of these. They're worth nothing to me. I didn't even enchant any of them. Because I'm being lazy, that's why. Let's sell the helmet of the old gods. The old gods. The boots of the old gods. And wow, I'm out of things to sell. That's nice. This is a position I haven't been in quite a while. Okay. Perfect. Nice. Now we can do a quick little mission. Let's first smelt the... Oh. Well, well, well. What do we have here? What do we have here? A sorry sucker. I'm gonna brap you with the same thing that you're trying to brap me with, Buster. You wanna play this game? You wanna dance? You wanna dance, Buster? I'm gonna trap your soul in a gym. That's all you are to me. Ammunition. Ah! Oh, not enough. Whammo! Outplayed, Sonny. Outplayed. What do you got on you, huh? Dawn Guard armor. Ooh, this is nice armor. Wow, these guys are outfitted. Oh yeah, we can always get crossbows this way. And we can also disenchant things anyway. I forgot that we had that mod. Got him. It's true. Ooh, is this their horse? No, this is my horse. Shadowmare. Good horsey. Get those bolts. Take the bolt. Didn't I do it? Did I do it? Did I take the bolt? We need to smith the bolts. We could learn how to smith them if we wanted to. Let's upgrade our magicka a little bit more, and yeah, it's the first thing on smithing, and we got 2 perks. Let's go for it. Kenny, I'm tired. Can I leave? Oh my god. The realist ranger.
GN Kenny.
Oh my gosh.
I enjoyed today's stream, and can't wait till the next one. I won't be able to purchase any more chairs to support you anymore because it's making me poor, but I'll always be in the Discord and in stream chat to support you. Just don't forget to give me a little attention when you can. Thanks for the stream, and sleep
oh my
good,
gosh.
Plaza.
Realist Ranger,
You're
listen.
less than 3.
You never have to support financially, my friend. Please don't. And of course you can leave, for goodness sake. Listen, I stream for a ridiculous amount of time almost every day of the week. And that's so that you can just watch a little bit if you want to. I will, of course, keep giving you attention. Don't worry about it, Realist Ranger. Please. Take it easy, my friend. Enjoy the stream the way that you want to. Watch a little bit here or there. You're totally supporting me. Thank you so much for being here. Hey! If I know that you don't know this, but there's a special thing on Twitch called Partner, which is if you have basically a bunch of people that watch you for a long time, then the Twitch like makes a deal with you, and then you can have like more emotes and stuff like that. You're totally helping me get Partner just by watching whenever you want to. But you gotta get out of here. Get out of here. Go do your stuff, my friend. Thanks so much for watching. It was nice to have you here. We'll see you next time. But you better giddy up on out of here before you're in big trouble. Nighty night. We'll see you later. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. You never have to send another bit, and I promise to give you all of the attention. Pinky promise. All right, here we go. Have you made a plan to apply? I've already applied before Lens and I was rejected. So I'm basically waiting for there to be a difference in like stats. I'm waiting for like a significant stat shift. My stats are actually worse than whenever they rejected me. So it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. I'll just wait for the next big uptick, and then I'll just apply again. Let's go to Whiterun. Yeah, let's check out the blacksmithing over there, because we just got steel. Oh, so bring back the fake accounts? Wait, no, absolutely not. No, just be patient. Just be patient. Partner's not that important. Partner's not that important. I don't even have my normal the stats mean very little. Partners that stream to 6 viewers. What? Well, the other thing that I wanted to do, even before I applied last time, is that I was hoping to have my my squirrel stuff done, so that I could so that my branding could be more consistent. But I still haven't gotten them, so that's not even that hasn't even happened. The stats mean, yeah, but is it somebody that has like, but that's probably a political thing, Alchemic, right? You think that that's politics? I mean, that's got to be like they know somebody or something like that, right? They know somebody or they're famous somewhere else or something. I mean, they don't just randomly pick. You can't apply for partner. It almost looks like the hammer's about to knock her on the head. When were they a partner though? Like a long time ago? With 1K followers, how could they be? I mean, it's like you can't even apply for it if you don't reach the you can't. It really does look like we're about to beat her on the head, but you can't apply for it unless you reach a certain statistical thing. So maybe they had viewers somewhere else. I don't know. Something happened. If you have a following somewhere else, yeah, you can apply for partnership. I even put in my my other accounts just in case that they meant anything. Newsflash, they didn't.
Steel ingots, and then we need a little bit of firewood.
Don't forget
that is expensive. Holy crap. Gotta use that Insta more. Yeah, they were probably like, let's see about this Insta.
Dead. Dead Instagram. No count.
Where's the... What? I don't see the... Iron fittings, longs... A steel? Aren't they steel? Arrows. I see steel arrows. I don't see, What? Can you not make your own bolts? How do you make bolts? What are these bolts made out of? Steel ingots and firewood? I don't see it on the list though. Armor, arrows. Yeah, there's arrows, but these aren't bolts. I don't see bolts. Can you make them? Are you sure? Cause yeah, the crossbow uses a different thing. Uses steel bolts. Yeah, we might have to get the crafting recipe later. Maybe we got to get the crafting recipe, or maybe it's Dawnguard exclusive. That'd be a real bummer, but it's possible. Oh, they're in Misk? No, I only saw shellbug stuff in Misk. Whoops! Uh-oh. Did anybody see that? Oh no, that's 1,000 bounty right there. Oh no. Oh, I hate being a vampire. Vampires suck. Literally. Great.
I'll have your head.
Reload? I mean, I could, but that's kind of cheesy, eh? That's a little bit cheesy.
All right, you've had enough.
You've had enough? All right, leave me alone. Now only these guys are mad at me. You said if you side with the vampires, you cannot learn to make crossbow bolts, and they will not show up in the smithing menu. Well, dang. Well, I sided with the vampires. That's too bad, because the bolts are pretty rad. The bolts are pretty cool. It's too bad. If only we could do both. So silly that they make you pick. It's a real shame. Now I kind of regret it. I mean, the vampire questline is kind of fun, and being a vampire is sort of fun. That's what mods are for. Yeah. I mean, but is there a mod to be able to do both? Is there a mod to be able to make bolts? Just a bolt mod, that's it? Because these bolts are pretty sweet. You can if you cheese the game. How do we cheese the game? What do you mean? Can I just like unlock being part of the Dawnguard? I wonder what the, maybe I can look up what the specific mission is. There's a mod that overhauls crafting and smithing. Oh my. Wanna know how I did it? Sounds like I'm about to be sold a shady.exe file. Wanna know how I got it? I'll send you the Dropbox information right now. Just install that program. Now, Windows might say that it's a virus, but I promise it's a real mod. Okay, we were gonna do like one more mission. But first, we killed oh wait, let's kill Dekus. Sounds like somebody's about to say get good. No, Dai's not here. No, Dai's not here. It can't be a get good scenario. I'm just gonna use up all my bolts and throw this crossbow, you know? Throw it out. Bye-bye, crossbow. See you later. I'm back and it's hot out. Is it hot out here? Lupus, welcome back. There's a storm a-brewing. Hey, Delphina, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. It's not a shady.exe. It's funny because Harkin left a vampire low craft post. What? I don't know what that means, but it sounds great. Thanks so much for the follow, Delphina. I appreciate it. I'll just look up and see if I can cheese my way into getting bolts, because I would like to just have bolts. I don't really care about like having the mission or doing the quest or anything. Let's go. But yeah, I think that I'll figure out a way to get bolts. Cause it's too good. It's too good to give up. Let me just kill these floating walruses. Whammo! Big smacks. Yeah, working on my two-handed. Grabbing some sweet, sweet souls. Let's go. That's why they're unavailable? Yeah, cause you sided with him. It's a shame. I'll figure out a way to cheese it. Oh, the dragon's back. Really? I am learning all about how they spawn enemies in this game. It's very confusing. I wish that I could wait. Back to BioShock I go. Hey, no problem. I haven't caught a stream before, but I adore royalty soaps. Oh, Delphina. By the way, my suit just loosened for whatever reason. I didn't tie this as tight as last time. But Delphina, that's awesome sauce. Hey, it's me, the Earl of Suds, with junk all over my face. How are you doing? Delphina, we love vibing over here. I play games like every single day. This is my job now. It's my job now. I quit royalty soaps more than a year ago now, and I've been streaming full time with this pants falling down. Console, command yourself bolts. Dark Gronwyn. If y'all can figure out what the console command is, I will literally do it right now. Also, Lupus is playing BioShock. Awesome sauce. BioShock time. If you can tell me what the console thing is, I'll do it right now. But let's see how powerful this Durgan is. How powerful is that Durgan? Oh, that's a big miss.
He's a real streamer indeed. A real streamer. Playing Dragonborn. Killing a frost dragon sitting up on a hill. Trying to hide from a dragon. A cowardly Dragonborn.
Spiky dragon doesn't know where to land. Hello? Ah! Ah, my face! Hey, that's not very nice there, Mr. Dragon. Could you please let me kill you? Hey!
Type in console help steel bolt. What? Help? Help! Let me see. Function? Huh? Oh my gosh. Oh, there's like, what is that? Steel bolt is that? Okay, so how do I unlock that? I don't want to cheese getting the bolts. I'd like to learn how to do it, right? Yeah, the tilde key. Yeah, I've got the console open, but how do I make it so that I can craft it? That's what I want to do. I want to be able to craft it. Sadness, but as long as you're happy and still enjoying yourself. Wondered why I hadn't seen me in videos. Oh well, no worries. Yeah, I've been in videos since I quit. I just didn't want to work for the family business anymore. Yeah, no, it was just a job. It was a job, but I still talk to them, and I still might be in a video sometime soon. The perk command, you had to look it up. Yeah, because I want to unlock being able to make them. We can do that in a minute. Hang on. Player, add item. See, I don't want to add the item. I don't want to just have like bolts. I don't want to just get endless bolts. I'll figure out a way to unlock the because I want to be able to smith them anyway, because it's useful. It's good to smith. I'm just gonna lower this right now. I'm probably gonna die anyway. So is this a 24-hour stream? No, this isn't a 24-hour stream. Yeah, see, I told you I was gonna die. No, Richie, this is just a normal stream. Just normal old 5-hour stream. Though I am gonna be kind of tempted to play getting over it. I'm not gonna lie. Are you sure? Yes, very sure. You'd have to reset the vampire stuff. It's not worth it, honestly. Yeah, see, I thought that I might be able to... Maybe I'll be able to trigger that mission thing, because I know that you can trigger certain missions, and you can set them to different, like, completions. So I don't know if I'd be able to somehow cheese my way into finishing whatever mission you need. I don't know. I can also just mod the... I can mod the smithing as well. That would work, too. You heard from reliable sources this might be a 24-hour stream. Who said this? What are you talking about? What source is there? There's no source. Is that a source? What do you, what? What the heck? That's a wolf chewing on my ankles. Hey! Hey! Quit nomming on my toesies. Don't nom on my toesies, you dumb old lupus. Dumb old lupus, just like I always say. Okay, so should we kill Deacus or what? I'm scared. Ankle biter. Ankle nom nom. You get your filthy paws off my ankles. You get your filthy hands off my boots. What? You're a game nerd? Oh, what? Nerds in my chat? I can't believe it. I never said that nerds were allowed here. I said that you have to be cool. You have to be a cool person. No nerds. Oh my gosh, he's still here. Look at him from afar. Kaz, you took a day off of work to attend this 24-hour stream. I took a day off of work. Listen, I quit. Listen, I asked my boss if I could take a break so that I could watch this 24-hour stream. They said no, and I quit my job. I quit my job for this 24-hour stream. I'm impoverished and I'm on the street with my phone, and this is my last battery. I've got 24 hours of battery left. I don't even have enough money for a single burger. This is my life now. I sold everything for this 24-hour stream. Yeah, get him, horsey. The horse is in on it. Go, horsey. Ooh. Ooh. There we go. Wait, do you have dwarven smithing? Not yet. Soon enough. All right, bye-bye, frost dragon. I'm just gonna use up all these. It's that Richie. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. La 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 la. But yeah, Game Nerd Delphina. I play lots of games. I play lots of games. Some weeks I'll play a different game every single day. But we've been pretty much. I'm pretty much doing a Skyrim playthrough, mostly because I have an outfit to go along with it. But yeah, recently we played Subnautica Below Zero. We played Fall Guys. We've played, let's see, what else have we played? Getting Over It. I might get over it one time. Oh, you found the BTTV emotes, eh? Hey, it's Richie. Aren't they great? I love the Blepbo. The Blepbo. Boyong. That's why you need the perk. It's activated by Dwarven Smithing. No, it looks like people have been looking it up for me. Chemic was looking up and was saying that that you can't learn how to do that you can't do it unless you are in the Dawn Guard. Wow, we killed him. Wow, look at that. Look, the horse. Oh, there's a troll inside of him. The trolls and the dragons. There was a troll inside of him. He gave birth. He gave birth to Monkey. Back to Monkey. Could you please perish? Just for me. Just for me, Monkey. Hey, it's a new friend. What? Delphina? Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the sub. What? Holy moly. What the heck? Delphina just started watching the show. And then all of a sudden with a sub. Hey, welcome to the party, Delphina. Now, you get all of the benefits of a Twitch sub, including absolutely no ads, and you can also use all of the cutie emotes that were made by my girlfriend. And you can also, if you want to, Delphina, we watch movies over on our Discord every single week. This week we're gonna be watching. What are we watching? What? We're gonna be watching. I can determine it right now if I think hard enough. Not Howl's Moving Castle. What's? No, we're not watching Shrek. No, we're not watching Shrek. What are you talking about? It's Ghibli Week. It's Ghibli Week. Here, can you tell me, Trolley? Trolley? Emotes made by who? Nobody. He dead. He dead-o. Whee! Oh yeah, we're gonna watch Mononoke. That's what we're gonna say. Yep. We're gonna say Princess Mononoke. Because it's not, because we're gonna save, did I just hear another dragon? Because we're gonna save Howl's Moving Castle for last, because it's my favorite. Because it's my favorite. But yes. I think that we're gonna watch Princess Mononoke. That's on Sunday. And that's for anybody that is anybody that subscribes.
is totally invited. You're totally invited. Every Sunday, but this Sunday we're going to be watching Princess Mononoke. Mononoke.
A Silent Voice is also a Ghibli movie, more modern, but also a real tear-jerker. No, Silent Voice is not a Ghibli movie. But it's a good movie. It's a good anime movie. A Silent Voice, and then, I mean, if we're naming, like, good non-Ghibli anime movies, then, like, you've got The Witch's Flower, you've got the Pantema Inverted, you've got Weathering with You, you've got Kimi no Ni. I mean, like, there's a whole bunch of good anime movies that we will totally watch after we finish the Ghibli movies, all right? Garden of Words, what's that other one? Paprika. There's like tons of good anime movies that are kind of standalone. But yeah, that's not Ghibli, but it sure looks good. Spirited Away is one of your favorites. Ooh, oh yeah, and you said to say Del. Is Del the way that I say it? It's Kyoto Animation. Yeah, I think that they've made some of the other movies that I just mentioned. But yeah, Silent Voice is supposed to be really good and very, very sad. I own it, but I haven't seen it yet. I own it on Blu-ray, but I have never put it into the disc player and watched it. Because I am a dum-dum. Because I am King Dummy. Boing. King Dummy. That goat was flipping out. Kuravera. We have to ignore the physics in this game, otherwise we're going to be crazy. Delphina82, what? That's a long name? I've seen longer. I've seen bigger. It's true. How did I not know that until now? Oh, Richie, it's recent. It's very recent. Also, uh-oh. Oh, I announced it on my birthday. That's why. Richie, it's true. Birthday subathon. There was a tier that said, "Tell chat a secret," and they did it. They made it, ladies and gentlemen. We've done it. That's also your LARP name? Ooh, LARPing. I'm kind of wearing a LARP outfit right now. I just need to get a foam sword and bada bing, bada boom, I'm ready to go. Oh, probably a foam axe. Get out of here, ye old ice wolf. Ye old ice wolf! Minus the 82? Oh, what? You're not the 82nd? Yeah, well, it's Lady Delphina Darkstorm, the 82nd. You come from a long line of Delphinas. It's true. It's true, she told me herself. All right, now we're supposed to go kill somebody over here. Somebody's gotta die, all right? We got a contract, somebody's gotta die. The water is blinking out of existence. Yeah. I legit thought it was going to be that he was quitting streaming. The girlfriend thing, you were like, oh, well, duh, excuse-moi. What? Alchemic, it was only apparent to you. Nobody else pays attention as well as you do. I had been dropping hints for quite a while, and only Alchemic had been here long enough and had paid attention enough. I let it slip months ago. I did. Oh, well, maybe Calico as well. Maybe I ain't as slick as I thought. That's a bummer. What? It made the gift card thing really funny. It truly, listen, did I do the roll live? Did I do the, because it is completely random. It was random. I was actually really annoyed. I did not want a mod to get the gift card. That was really disappointing. I wanted to re-roll it, but it wouldn't have been fair to her. I wanted to. I was very unhappy with that. I wanted it to be a suppy, not a mod. That's lame. Oh, this guy is out in the middle of nowhere. Well, this just feels like taking candy from a baby. Oh, they're sitting down. Well, let's practice our pickpocketing at the very least. Because they can't get mad at us. Oh, Deacon's ain't got nothing. Well, you got a soul gem fragment. That's not worth anything. Sapphire's $400. $400. So yeah. Deacus. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to give him a chance. I had to give him a chance to live. I had to shout. Oh, what? You did have stuff on you. Oh, well, I just kind of stole my arrow back. Emeralds, amethyst, and well. It's still considered Diabella statue? Mamma mia, what was this bean doing? What kind of suspicious stuff has this bean been up to? It's got all these gemstones. It got all this money. Must be some shady business that you got doing. I'm gonna eat your salmon as well. Thanks for the food. Go show some of this stuff. Uncooked salmon meat. He was living his best life. What can he say? He's a treasure hunter extraordinaire. All of the loot. Rest in peace. Listen, it's actually it's very loving for me to bury him in the water. How can you steal from a corpse? Exactly. He's dead to this world. I guess maybe there's somebody that was going to inherit his estate. My eyes. This water. This water's busted. Let me in. A proper Viking funeral. It's true. Only the best for my lizardly friends. Oh, a little air pocket. Yeah, so is there any treasure in this shipwreck? Goodness, I know it's hurting my eyes. I don't know why it does this. My eyes. Oh, Skyrim. Oh, sweet, sweet. Ooh. Yum. What do we got? If you were going to remove any of the mods, it'd be the water one because, wow. I mean, but then Dai's going to get even more mad for my fake titles. Don't drown. I hope I don't. I'm not even paying attention. Is there even a water meter? Is there even an air meter? Oh, now we're dying. There we go. We're totally fine. Don't worry about it, Del. Don't worry about it. Easy peasy. Yeah, what? Did I like get a fancy Dai will live? Dai will live. That's pretty good. Dai shall live. To live is pain, to die is gain. Look at that Horker bouncing for joy. He's bouncing for joy. What a happy boy. Look at him. Boyong, boyong, boyong. Oh, no. Oh, no. He was dancing for joy. And then he flew up with jubilation. What a boy. What a lad. Oh, rest in peace. Rest in peace, Horker family. You will be remembered for your ugliness. Hang on. Let me, I'm actually going to hit him with this sword. Let's hop over here. Was Twitch acting up before you started streaming? Twitch always kind of acts up a little bit. Yahoo! Whoa. All right, rest in peace, boys. Sorry about that. Mama Spike, how are you doing? Oh dear. Oh no. Let me see. What is the? You might want to message my mods there, Mama Spike. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to deal with it in chat, but let me see. What did I just miss? Oh, Rivera. Kaboom! They went flying. What can I say? I started blasting. We need to do like one last mission. Oh, we just killed Deakus. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, let's go back and let's go take our sweet, sweet, delicious bounty. Or sweet, sweet, delicious bounty. What mod? Let me see. Let me read this one more time. Allow Twitch streamer, man him in chat, make it most heavy. Yeah, you could message Alchemic there. Alchemic's a mod. Alchemic's a mod. Boyong. Okay. Let's go turn in these missions. We did some real good stabbing. Real good killing. Yeah, Twitch is going crazy. I mean, Twitch is all over the place. You never know. Like, I have trouble with Twitch, too. Sometimes I have trouble streaming, but I also watch plenty of it, and I always have strange situations cropping up all the time. It's a mess. Oh, thanks for the follow. What?
Well done.
What? There's like followers happening. Oh, I can't see them. My silly old screen won't let me turn up. Thank you so much for the 2 follows. If you just followed, you could totally shout out in the chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I totally missed that darn old message. In this silly game, like, whenever I scroll in the game, if I scroll up, then it will, like, scroll up my, it'll scroll around on my other windows. So it totally messes up things. Also, he sat right next to him. Wow. We got the whole family. Everybody has scoot on in. Scoot out. Nazir's like, see you later. See you later. He's like, I'm going to sit down with you. Me as well. Let's eat some bread together. I'm going to go sit over by this table. Oh, the snub. The snub. They both sat next to him and he came and sat at the table. Oh, man. He's got a venison chop. Here, I'll help you eat. Open up your mouth. Here comes a train. Choo-choo. And here's some raw beef. Delicious raw beef. Here's some bread. And a few grilled leeks. Don't forget to eat your greens. What a good boy. What a good boy. Ivy's home with food? What? Ivy, what food did you get? Oh, snap. Ivy, I thought that I was going to get to determine what you were eating. But it was all a dream. What did you actually end up getting? Food. Okay, let's do one more mission, you guys. We're at like hour 5. We're at hour 5, and I kind of want to go over the mountain, to be honest. I think that we should get over it one time. One time, get over it. I just really like the game, and I'll probably play it later. If I don't play it with y'all, I'll play it alone. This is a big mission. We should probably we're gonna leave that mission for a little bit later. This is just return to Brynjolf. Let's clean this up. We can get the Thieves Guild missions going. We'll just real quick do that. All we got to do is just talk to Brynjolf about it, because we already, like, he hired us to do things for Mizra's Blackbriar, so we already helped Maven, and we already burnt the things and poisoned the food and all of that. We already talked back with her again, so all we got to do is just say, hey buddy, we did it. We did it. Oh, you got wings. Ooh. You got spicy wings? Get something spicy? Oh, you're gonna go to bed for work soon? Oh, no worries. This is actually about as late as I ever stream, Del. I normally don't go this far. I normally stop about 20 minutes before right now. And I've been going for 5 hours, so I don't know. Maybe our schedules will align. I'm not sure. But I stream almost every single day, Del. If you wanna bounce in.
Exactly.
If you ever want to, then I'm here for you, my friend. Hanging out, playing games. You can put me on the background while you play some games, or you can just sit here and chat. Chat and watch. Let's go. But yeah, if you need to get some schlep, I want you to be bright and early for work. I want you to be feeling the best that you can be. We got to speak to Mercer. Oh boy. Since we're already down here, we might as well talk to the fella. We might as well talk to Mr. Mercer. What? Is that a lick? Oh my gosh. Thank you very much, I'm Zombie Food, for the sippies. Okay, where is Mercer? Right here. My boy.
There. I've consulted my
All right, Mercer, I did the job. What do you think? I'm just kind of chop. Oh, they're spicy. Ooh, spicy wings are the best. They're the best. You got switched to day shift after working thirds for 4 years? Oh my gosh. I don't actually know what thirds are. I should ask my roommate. He works at I think he works 24s right now. Pretty sure. He works 24 on, 2 days off, something like that. That's 2 to 10. That's thirds. Oh. I'm just kind of skipping past this because I don't really care about his specific reasoning. I just wanted him to tell me what to do. Chilling in bed with your 3 feline daughters. Aw, meow meows. We love the meow meows. That's another thing that we do on Discord, is post all pictures of pets. Pet pictures and art pictures. Yes. We love the companions. Some of us have lizards. Some of us have fish. Plants count as children, I guess. Also, you are dipping your toes in that water right now. You are wetting those leather boots. I hope that you got a lot of oil on those.
You're going to, if that fails, follow him and see.
Yeah, I'm just letting this happen. I was skipping over this, you know. I'm just skipping over this because we're supposed to do... This one is... what is this? He'll be able to identify the anonymous adversary. Okay, we're gonna do that later, basically. We'll do that later. I don't care about that mission. I just got it started. We can do it tomorrow. And the doggos! Oh, post a photo of your dog? Certainly. See the doggo. What breed of dog is it? I mean, I find out in a bit. If you posted it, I would know, but I'll ask for now. Okay, one more mission. Uno mas. Cast a fear spell. Now that's a mission. Elder knowledge. Search for the location of an elder scroll. That is another thing that we'll work on tomorrow. Obtain a mask. Mask? Up here? Obtain... Okay, this is the dungeon. Okay, so let's clear the we'll clear this dungeon and we will... Yeah, sweet. All right. Looks like we're gonna clear a dungeon and then we'll be able to get a mask, and there's also an optional thing to do in here. Sweet. Oh, something sees me? My horse? Does that count as an enemy? I didn't know. My horse isn't my enemy. Detected? Oh. Oh, these lads. Oh, are you a friend? He looks like an Imperial.
What are you waiting for? Get in there and find that mask.
Oh. Okay. I almost shot you, dude. I almost freaking shot you. You can't just stand there and backsass me like that. Ooh, almost level 30. Nice. We're almost a 30-year-old cat. Oh, boy. It's an actual puzzle dungeon. There's a dead Imperial right there. Ooh. Hello. Goodbye. Yeah, we're just basically going to try to sneak attack everything. Looks like this door is open. The trap. We're gonna... Oh, hello. Goodbye. Hello. Goodbye. Uh-oh. Dragon cultist is a little bit stronger. Oh, dear. The cult makes him even stronger. You took a week off to do it? For what? Which did you do? Took a week off to do it. Brownie, who's 16. Flora, who's 4. And Midi, 3. 16-year-old cat. Amazing. Hello? Okay, so we gotta find a mask and then the other... Oh, that guy is dead. That guy is dead. He is not looking good. But his body's out of the way now. Let's see. So we can get a journal that is through here. But I might, gotta save right now. Earl, this is the quest for the start of the Dragon Priest masks. Oh, sweet. Sweet, sweet. The dragon mask, the masks are super duper cool. I like this quest. That's a good quest. This was a good choice. I love the masties. I normally end the game with a mask. That's normally like my, although I did do that whenever I was a mage. I don't know if I'll do that now that I'm not a mage. Can I steel sword this guy? Pretty weak wax, but good practice. I don't have any health potions, so I'll have to heal after I knock this guy out. There we go. Okay. And since we're inside, I should be all good. It's dungeon battles that I can do. It's just the outdoor stuff. I cannot do it. Too weak. I'm a vampire. I'm horrible out in the, whenever I go out and about. This guy's got a face. He may be dead, but he's still got a personality. This is like the least violent part of the game, killing ghosts with a sword. La 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 la. Hey, the sly butterfly. How are you doing? I've always heard of Skyrim, but you've never actually watched it? Oh, Skyrim is muy bueno. Skyrim is muy excelente. I love this game. I've played it for years. Years I've played this game. I've mastered its every mechanic, especially lockpicking. Just kidding. I just broke it. I think that these guys are weak to fire, like your fire breath shout. Oh, yeah. That's true. I am kind of, I'm sort of focusing on just leveling up stuff at the moment. That's true. I probably could have kicked their buns with some fire. But it's a great game. Ah, yes. We love lockpicking. More lock picking. These locks are nothing to my sweet, sweet picky hands. I've actually picked a lock in real life, and it's pretty entertaining. Whoa! Hey, can we turn off these things? Can we turn off the death machine? Is there a lever or something? Nope. All right. Guess I'm just gonna save really quick then, because I'm gonna probably get hit by these stupid. Okay, there we go. And we gotta find the mask. Okay, it's like the opposite side of the room. I've gone the wrong way.
A real Dovahkiin.
Dabba-dee, dabba-doo, dabba-dee, babba-dee. I cannot see anything. I am completely blind. Let me turn on my cat eyes. Let me use my sweet, sweet cat powers. That helps. Helps a bit. Empty chest. A shame. There must be a... Your BF is an expert lockpicker? Expert lockpicker? Do you mean a locksmith? Oh no! You admitting to a life of crime? I can't believe it. Dell's in on it. Dell was in on the whole thing. Dell was the mastermind between the lockpicking. It's true. I don't trust a word they say. Ah, new room. Skeleton bed. Shh, sneaky, sneaky. They didn't even notice me. You silly. You silly, can't see me? You stupid? Are you? Now, I know you're stupid. But are you that stupid? You still can't see me. Right in front of you. All right. Gets paid to do it? No lock picker? What? Locksmith? A lock picker gets paid to do it, eh? Interesting. I hope that we're just having... I think that we may be having a little bit of confusion with definitions, but that is all right. Sure, they're a good bean. Where do we go? Let's see. Is this oh, I thought that might be a drawbridge, but it is not a drawbridge. Oh, this is a new chamber. I thought that this was, we were just on the upper level of an old chamber. Pew. Oh, missed it. Haven't found a lock that he can't crack. Too powerful. Too smart. It'd be great if you could learn shouts both ways using Dragon Souls. The more you use your shouts, You're saying it'd be great if you could learn the shouts both ways, using the Dragon Souls, and the more you the more you use your shouts, then you would like level them up. That would be kind of cool. I mean, I'm sure there's a mod for that. As with everything in Skyrim, there's a mod for that. Iron ore. I think that I've got plenty of pocket space. Nope, not at all. Immediately proved wrong. Thought one thing, proved and wrong almost immediately. I've got the razor that I can't get rid of. Is there any like heavy clothes that I can dump off? No, there's no clothes for me to get rid of. We can throw away like a couple of books though. Who needs knowledge? Who needs knowledge when you can have might and power? And coin. Whoop. Super sneaky. Hello? Oh, all right. And our power is done. And restored. We gotta find a fancy dragon mask. Oh, are we on the other side now? Ooh, dead guy. Dead guy, dead guy. Oh, joggers. Real skeletons. Real tough, spooky skeletons. Oh, spooky and scary. Better look out. They're pretty tough. Uh-oh. Door. Run away. Run away and shoot them from afar. Don't you dare shoot me, you sorry son. Stop shouting at me. I know the food's ready. A hulking drogger. Don't actually know where hulking fits in the, Who needs knowledge? Wise words, sir. Oh, no. Oh, no. What am I encouraging? Nothing bad at all.
Throwing bits to distract the baddies.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Scott just threw some biddies into the corner. You distracted them and they died. You killed them all. Incredible. Scott, you've done it. You've done it again. Oh, yeah. They're toast. Scott, incredible. Absolutely incredible. You even set a trap off. You didn't even mention that. All right, now give me that mask. I actually bet that the mask guy is super strong. Come to think of it. Uh-oh, that's not good. Lammo, how you doing? Oi, 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 oi! Go to sleep if you want to. Yeah, I'm zombie food. If you need some schlep, go to sleep. Go to schlep, go to sleep. All right, let me blur up this guy right here. You want to know who the mod is? Yes. The mod, it's true. It's true. Oh, there's a sip? Oh, is there? Is that true? There's a sip that I haven't done? Oh, is it? Your vampire powers will come in handy for the priest? Yeah, I could transform into a vampire. Or I could seduce him. I could seduce him with my powers. With my charms, with my vampiric charms. Doo, 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 doo. Oh, hello. Boop. Boop. There's a double one in there. Ba-dum. Sneakiest. Oh yes, just the sneakiest lad you've ever seen. Open up. Lammo, did you just use all your money? Did you just use all of it? All right, let me get a drink. I'll get my sippies. Thanks for the sips. Boom. Got it done. Big sips. Big sippy sips. Oh, hi there. Hey there, friend. Bye-bye. It's just standing there. Was there actually a sip? Yeah, from Zombie a long time ago. It's been 80 years. We thought that you were gonna die, streamer. Thank goodness you finally took that. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, these guys are tough. Can we really take out this area? Whammo! Rest in peace, Lammo, but it was all worth it. You're broke now? Perfect. My economic stimulus plan has been working out fantastically. Listen, there's a lot of beans with a lot of bubbles, and I'm trying to eliminate some of them, you know? There's been a lot of inflation with the bubble economy. And now I've given you something to really make me suffer. Thanks a lot. I saw that, but I didn't think that hard. I saw that. I saw it, but I totally ignored it like a dum-dum. Thankfully, we just arrived at this level. Ay. That was like 4 traps in a row. Check out my head. Could you perish, please? Ah, thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Much love. What a bean. What the heck is this? Oh my gosh, I'm not going in there. Oh man, this Dragon Quest. This Dragon Quest that we're on is big. That'll leave a mark. Yeah. It'll leave a mark on my obituary. We'll leave a marker, right? Whammo! Bye-bye. I'm rich in the bubble economy. I wish I had as many British bucks as I had bubbles. Me too. Do you see that? This has got health. Health was just sitting there. Sneak increased. You blast a skeleton in the head and you learned so much. I learned so much from that one time that I killed that skeleton. I have unlimited bubbles. Yeah, I know. Unlimited money. Pure profit. Pure profit. Endless casharoo. Whammo. Take this, Buster. Actually, give me a little bit of practice. Thank you. Thank you. Since I can heal myself now, thank goodness. Thank heck. Whammo. I was trying to do big hits. Wham. There we go. No soul gem large enough. Oh, we must be out. We're out of soul gems. Shaking my head. Okay, double heal. There we go. Magic. Oh, hello.
Hello. Would you like to die?
The Mason Molag Ball. And also super weak. Yeah, so as far as one-handed and two-handed. What are they at right now? Because I'm just gonna kind of level them up just for the experience. Two-handed still needs more. Okay, good. Because I'd rather use this anyway. Oh. Are we under-leveled for this? Are we too low level for this? This is for a dragon mask. This is a dragon mask quest. What difficulty? Oh, the whatever the basic difficulty is. So probably very low difficulty. But yeah, I think that we're gonna take a chill pill with this mask quest. We're gonna become a little bit more powerful, and then we're gonna be able to wrap them. Okay. Okay, we're gonna turn tail. We're gonna run away. We're gonna be cowardly. There we go. Boom. You're dead, so. You're dead, so, Buster. You want to double check that? No. I'm just gonna leave. Run away. Try again. Yeah, listen. Live to try another day. I'm level 29. I'm level 29. I don't have the juice. I need the juice, but I don't have it. We gotta get out of here. We have to escape with our lives. Sometimes it's better to live to be able to fight another day. Huh? Because it's acting like you're on adept? I don't even know what that means, so it probably is that. I'm just playing on whatever the base difficulty is. I haven't touched it. Haven't touched the difficulty meter this entire time. I like this guy out here that's just like, yeah, go get that mask. Listen, there's some super tough monsters in there. Just, you go do it. You'll be fine. You'll be great. Look at him, he's stirring soup. He's cooking. He's a captain. Captain Valmir, and he's just out here cooking soup while I'm in there dying for his stupid mask. You can guarantee I'm not giving that mask back, Buster. Never giving that mask back to you, you big old dummy. Look, you got an empty wine bottle sitting down here. What? Got an empty wine bottle in his tent cooking soup. Unfreaking believable. But yeah, my difficulty is adept. Yeah. What this? Novice, apprentice, adept, expert, master, legendary. Holy moly! I'm on normal mode. Normie mode. Yep, adept. Sweet. We'll keep it on the base difficulty. And I think that we might. Let's see. Queen Bee statue to delve in. What? Oh yeah, I did pick up that Queen Bee statue, didn't I? Okay, let me see. It says level 30 to start the quest on normal difficulty. Yeah, so we're a tiny bit underleveled. We're a tiny bit, but I mean, since I'm focusing on stealth and I'm using light armor and stuff like that, I guess I'm kind of squishy. I think that I kind of am a little bit squishy. Got to focus on the bowmanship, the running. I've been working on my, and also because I'm a vampire.
Good to see you again.
It doesn't make me good against fire, that's for sure, but I don't remember there being any fire enemies, right? My health thing, we'll figure it out later, you guys. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We don't have to put together all of the stats. We don't have to figure it all out. We'll do it in a minute. We'll do it tomorrow, all right? We'll do it tomorrow. We'll put it off. You got this Queen Bee statue. What do you think about that, buddy? Hey? $500. Ooh, nice.
Stick with me.
Can you train me to sneak? For $1,000, he'll trade you to do anything. But can I sell anything to this guy? It's he's not the person that you sell to. She's the person you sell to.
So you're the well, looks like you and I are gonna have.
Yeah, she's the fence. I'm pretty sure, right?
I can also provide a few supplies. Sure. How about? Look, at the end of the day, you'll find that.
Understood. Yeah. I totally understood all those words that you said. You said so many things. What do you give me for these? Yeah, what can I? What? She just gave me the Thieves Guild armor. I didn't even have it. All right, I just turned into a real Thieves Guild member. And I'm gonna sell my steel daggers. What? I'm just keeping daggers on hand? Am I stupid? Maybe a little bit. You totally sold that stuff. Oh, what? Oh yeah, I can see all the things that I stole. These are things that I didn't know that I could sell earlier because I can't see them because I stole them. Got big old boots. Got a rough spun tunic. Now that's nice. It told you to bring the gym to Vex. It? Who? Let's see, what do we got here? We got some Thieves Guild. Oh yeah, we'll just sell these right here, easy peasy. Hello, my Twitch is being awful tonight. There's a few people that said that Twitch was being a pain, Bohemian Moon. I'm sorry that Twitch is being a stupid. I'll give it a smack for you. All right, I'm just gonna sell. You know, I got some rings. Got some fancy rings. I'm not even wearing a ring right now. All right, $43. Increases your health by 10 points. Thanks, lady. Look at this guy. He's ready to go.
Quite a good bit of jobs available.
You buying this? Does it provide anything else? What am I supposed to ask him for? Oh, for extra work. We gotta go. Oh, we'll see you later, Dakota. Have a good time. Have a good time supporting your friend. We'll see you later. Ah, yes, the business ledgers. We must leave it alone. Business ledgers are too much of a pain. Hey, Vex.
Before we begin, 1 and 2. You follow my lead.
They're in this together, okay?
No questions.
These are two angry beans.
Then we understand each other.
You see these two cool beans?
Now, it's time to get your
They will steal your heart, but then they'll steal your wallet.
Who knows?
All right, ma'am. So you can take this unusual gym. They're best friends forever. It's true.
Make a little bit of coin on the side.
Is this unusual gym worth anything?
Been a while since I've seen one of those.
It's a stone of Baranzaya.
Like that. The stone was pried off of
Yeah, we have to collect all the stones of Baranzaya, and we should get There's supposed to be locations of the Baranzaya. There they are. See. If one quest marker is missing, check the Dark Brotherhood. Okay, yeah. So this just unlocked one of the mods that I have, which is the locations of all the stones, I believe. Where are they, though? Misk? Let's see. No stone unturned? Yeah. Recover it. If one of them is missing, check the Dark Brotherhood. Okay. Oh, yep. They're all located. Nice! Now we have markers all over the map that show us where the stones of Baranzaya are, because they are way too freaking hard to find, because it's ridiculous. Like, what? There's one up here. Nice. I found those the hard way. You did? Oh, by Googling. By using I had to use a guide. Man, I was doing it the real gamer way. Looking up a guide on gamerpedia.com. Yeah, look, there's two over here in Windhelm. Awesome. Now we can collect them all. Oh. Hey, what? Realist Ranger, you're back? What? You can't sleep? That's no good. I can't believe it. Well, welcome back, my friend. We're gonna play for just a little while longer. So I'm going to we're gonna call it a night with this game, and we're gonna schmoove over and we're gonna climb over a mountain real quick, okay? Okay. I've been playing for 5.5 hours. It's been big fun, but let's save the game. Tomorrow, we're going to be cracking back into this game, and we're going to become a wizard. We're going to be a wizard, all right? We'll be the most powerful wizard that you've ever seen. But we're going to play like a tiny bit of another game, just a teeny tiny bit of getting over it, and then we're going to call it a night, okay? This will be it. This is it. This is a bonus. Oh, wait. Uh-oh, it's going to be super bright. Hang on. I can turn the brightness. There we go. Okay. Fix the brightness. But this is like, you guys, this is just the, what is it called? The, like, after show? This is the after show, the after credits. Will you tell us who the mod is? Yes. I'll tell you the mod now that we hop on this mountain. Hang on, let me adjust this so that it's not too loud. Okay, there we go. Getting over it. Here we go, sweet. Okay. Nice. Now we can get over it together, you guys. I don't know if you've ever seen this game, but it is a nightmare. Thank you, Alchemic, for switching the game. Thank you for switching the game. We're just gonna hop over this mountain real hasty-like, and that'll be the final thing that we do this evening. Little after party. Boyong. What's the face paint gonna be tomorrow? I am going to be doing... What are we doing tomorrow? I already have a plan. I just have to remember it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do I'm I'm gonna do Ayla, the Huntress. I'm gonna do the Huntress makeup for the Huntress in Skyrim. Have you ever seen her? She's part of that, like, the companions. That's who she's part of. I couldn't remember it earlier. She's a companion warrior that is in the companion's quest is for being a werewolf. But yeah, I'm gonna do the Aelia. I don't remember how to say her name. She's got awesome, like, scratches on her face. I'm gonna try. Yeah, she's a woof. She's a woof. She's a furry. Of course. Nothing wrong with being a furry. Especially whenever it gives you rare powers. It's amazing. I'd be a furry in this world. Way better than being a vampire. Being hated and being burnt in the sun, no thanks. No thanks. I'd rather be a woof. A woof, I say. Boing. Oh, no, we were schmoovin'. We were utterly schmooving. I cannot believe it. We were doing so well. What have I done? Oh, Dell, you married her? A good choice. A good choice indeed. I'm pretty sure that I've married her in... Oh, my bad. I've married her in one of my runs for sure. Kind of weird to have her at home. Don't really love it. She's just... she just has to stay home. It's no good. Boyong. You just thought about them? It has been a while, eh? Oh, wait. Okay, there we go. Oh, I almost fell there. Whee! It's like a clawed face. Yeah, she looks like she's been attacked by a werewolf, which is very fitting since she is a werewolf. Werewolf battle. Werewolf duel. My favorite. Boing. Whoop. Hang on. Zoot. Stop. I'm just bouncing around on here. We're just gonna hop in the hot tub, you guys. Whenever I said hot tub stream, I meant that we would play Getting Over It. We'd be speedrunning Getting Over It for 5 hours, and we'd just be hanging out near this hot tub, okay? Here's the hot tub stream. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Come on now. The buffering is driving you crazy. Oh no. Bohemian Moon. Stupid Twitch. Okay, hang on. I know what I'm gonna do. We're supposed to pull, like, straight down, but I keep messing it up. Boing. Okay, so I'm supposed to go straight up. That just messed it up. That was not how to do it. Okay, so you're, like, supposed to be poised and then straight. Oh, that worked. Okay, that was it. Oh my gosh, 160p and still buffering? Ah, oh, stupid stream. I can't believe it. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Ooh. Here we go. Okay, up's a daisy. Yeah, buffering potato. It's potato quality and it's still having trouble. I can't believe it. I think we're still, we could still beat our record from yesterday for this, right? I think so. As long as we can go relatively quick, I bet you that we can beat that 19-minute that we did. It's not just your stream, it's every stream. Ah, so frustrating. Stupid server issues. But yeah, if we really schmoove along, we could beat our 19, it was what, like 19 minutes and something? I have done way faster. I think that we made it to like, like 11 minutes one time, and it was fast. 1940 was yesterday? Okay. Oh, that's a little far. There we go. I've schmooved this part before, but it's scary. Oh, my bad. My bad. I was doing something weird with my wrist. I'd overextended me handsy. Okay, here we go. We just got to get over to this corner. There we go. Easy peasy. Rice and whoops. Oh, bye-bye. See you later. See you later, little buddy. Schmoove on down the mountain the quick way. The quickest way is down the mountain is to fall the whole way. Woo! Oh, whoa! What was that? Yikes. Yikes. That was very strange. Why did this happen? Stop. Stop. Mistakes. Mistakes were made. That's a silly place to make a mistake. Okay. Boing. Boing. Okay. Not new mistakes unlocked. That old mistake, we're totally over it. We're totally over making mistakes like that. Let's find some. Oh no, we gotta slow down. Holy moly. Goodness. There we go. Okay, we continue. To the hat. To the, whoops. To the hat. Yahoo. Yeehaw. Whoa. Boing. Okay. Now to the hat. To the hat hop. Oop. My bad. Boing, 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 boing. This one can take a little while. The hat and the ice are the two things that I work on the most. I mean, besides the tower. Obviously, the tower just kind of takes some time, but I am totally not annoyed by the tower. I'm just always happy to get over it. But this hat and the, oh dear. Oh, I'm kind of struggling tonight. This one's rough. Come on. We can do it. Realist Rager, we got it. We've got it. It'll just, take some. There we go. Hat, please leave. There we go. Absolutely throwing the hat. All right, now if we can never do that ice jump again, we will have a significant advantage over most of our runs. Okay. It's also kind of weird to do this while standing. I don't prefer it. Ah. Dang it. Dang it. Okay, come on. Big hops. Big hoppies. No! Oh, it wasn't fully extended. I wasn't ready. Dang it. I gotta reach. I gotta reach for the sky. Oh, that was a reach. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Maybe it's just not a good launch. Here we go. Ooh. Launch for lunch, please. I'm starving. Okay, this time. Guaranteed wins. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Off the edge I go. Splendid. Arr! Dang it. Yeah, no. Yes. Splendid. Perfecto. We've done it. We've perfected. We've perfected the challenge. Okay, now this spot, I'm always throwing myself a little too hard. Okay, pogo time. Yeah, I'm just gonna take it easy and pogo. Take it easy and pogo. Yes. Oh no! Such clumsiness. Ah, it's a shame. My wrist was in a weird spot. That's a shame. That's a real shame. All the way to the bottom. Well, not all the way to the bottom, but you know what I mean. We had it. We had it. That was a lazy pogo, and then also just, I just got really, what is that? It was greedy. Got too greedy there. I could have just taken my time and done like a normal jump, but instead I wanted it all. I wanted it all. I tried, you guys. Sometimes you gotta do what's bad for you. Just 'cause you're a dummy. Sometimes you gotta go full dummy. Ooh. Yatta. Yatta. Up the stairs we go. Yoot. Yoot. To yeet. And then he yote himself off the edge. Yeah. At least we're doing this ice relatively good. What was that sound effect? Oh. What is that? Stop doing that. We're doing well. He's still making sassy noises. How dare he? Oh. Oh, that's bad. That is, nope, not enough. Not enough. Ah. Oh. No, wrong side. I just don't want to fly off that edge. I want to ride on that snake. Snake ride. Here we go. Come on, everybody. Everybody hop on the snake. We're going on a field trip. I'm doing this because, if I don't keep that momentum going around in a circle, then I will fly off the right side and we will be back down to where we were. And if I ride on the snake, hey, no problem. You know why it's no problem? Because I've never ridden the snake before, so it would be an enlightening experience. And we could just quit this run, because if I ride that snake, we are donezo. We are freaking donezo. Sorry, sucker. You sorry, sucker? Come on. This bucket jump with, I changed my mouse sensitivity. And now this bucket jump is, infinitely more difficult. Woo! We're going on a trip in our favorite bucket ship, zooming through the ice. God dang it. Ooh, no. Ah! Ah. Come on. I've got nothing to say. There's no commentary for this. We're going on a trip. But this game don't give a frick. Son of a biscuit, why didn't that work? It's the bounce. It's a stupid rebound. I know this. Focus. Focus. Okay, there we go. This is the first time that we have actually hooked it. There we go. Gee whiz. Gee whiz, there was no reason for it to be so difficult. Now this is faster. But also, I am worse at it. But it worked. All right, now we flail. And now we flail. Your nickname? Oh dear, Realist Rager. I'll look at it in a second. I'm sorry, I'm super focused. I'm super sorry. I am mega focused. This is a scary game. A scary game. I'm bad at reading chat during this game sometimes. Sometimes I'm kind of good. But it's the easier parts. This part, now I'm focused. Now that I'm up to this, ooh, that was pretty quick. Hey, that was pretty dang quick. That's not bad. Okay. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Oh yeah, and I just realized we don't have any music on. Kind of strange. Kind of empty. Ooh, that could have been it. That could have been it. Ah! Ah! Scary. Ah, no! No! Dang it! We're so close to going fast. Oh, man, I kind of choked it there. That's a bummer. That could have been amazing. It could have been amazing. Whoops, a little too hasty there, HM. A little hasty. Oh. Oh. Those were so good. Those were so good. Now I'm probably just gonna go slower. Dang it, we had that momentum going, baby. We were going, we were schmoving. Now we're gonna have to take a little bit of a chill pill, I think. Because I'm kind of messing it up. Ah! Too high, actually too good of a jump. That was strange. Baby shark, go fast. Man, yeah, like that is a big leap. Oh, what was that? That is some baloney. That is some delicious prime beef Oscar Mayer bologna, my favorite. Almost fell off. There we go. All right, we did it. We got over it. Hey, now we just need a zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Away we go. And away we go. Boing. Ha-ha. We got over it. All right. We got over ourselves. And how fast was it? 14 minutes. Nice. 14 and a half minutes. That's pretty quick. That's approaching my personal best. That is approaching my personal best pretty quick. Pretty darn quick, I say. We should all be proud. 5 minutes off. We shaved 5 minutes off, and we were slow at the bucket, and I had a fall on the ice, right? Let's see. We did slide skip pretty quick. Everything else was fast. Devil's Chimney was quickly done. Orange Hell was quick. Yeah, so basically, if I could just not make that mistake on the ice and get that bucket, if I could do better with the bucket, not miss the ice, then it would only, then once I can do that with no mistakes, once I can do a run with no mistakes, then we'll just figure out some methods to go faster, which will take forever, which, I mean, I will just slowly get better and better at that. But yeah, what excitement! What excitement, what drama. The Earl of Suds. And we'll do a little spinny spin. We gonna get lucky? No! Less lucky than last time, but hey, that was super fun. Thanks for being with me while I got over it. Awesome sauce. Boom, 11 wins with Poggies. I mean, I'm gonna eventually get, I'll eventually get a delicious spicy, what, 50? 50 is a thing. Yeah, 50 is the amount that you're supposed to do. Okay. Hang on, let me just adjust this music. It's a little loud. It's a little loud for me. Okay, so as our little final evening thing. Let me turn this down a little bit. Let's get that golden pot, exactly, because there's a golden pot if you can defeat it over 50 times. Or if you defeat it 50 times, then you get a golden pot. It's true. And we are, so far, I've got, what, how many wins? Did you say 11 or 10? 11 wins. Yep, it's 50. I've got 11 so far. We can totally do it. I mean, I could get a win a night if we wanted to. It honestly wouldn't be a... should I re-say your nickname? Yes, go ahead. If you'll just re-say your nickname. That would make it even easier for me, Racher. It's true. Okay. Yeah. So, the last thing that I wanted to announce is, let's see. I don't know how many people we got here, but I'm gonna announce one. We have picked one mod so far that we want to, that we're going to accept into the Mods Guild. I wanna first thank everybody so much, for all of the people that are here. And this might be clipped or something so that people can see it. But thank you so much to everybody who... This music is too chaotic. Too chaotic for me, I'm sorry. Okay, that's better. A little bit. Okay, so first, I want to say thank you, everybody, so much for submitting mod applications. I super duper appreciate it. Anybody that took the time to do it, I so appreciate that you want to help out the community and that you wanted to support me in that way. It is a very, very specific role. It's a very specific job. And I opened up mod applications whenever Alchemic Refuge wasn't like fully modded. It wasn't fully helping. So thankfully, now I have way more support than whenever I was back then. So now that I've got Alchemic on board, almost all the modding is covered. It's fantastic. So we only really need one mod right now. The stream is constantly growing. Everything has been going super fantastic. People have been so supportive. Things have just been good. Things have been lots of fun. We've been playing lots of new games. And that to say, I might need more mods in the future, but I only need one more mod at the moment. Kind of like a junior mod that we can train up and get ready, especially for like 24-hour streams and stuff like that. But thank you so much for everybody that submitted. We are going to, the person that's getting modded is Linz, just another person like you. Thank you so much for submitting your application. We're totally gonna accept you onto the board right now. Thank you everybody else that submitted application. I love all of you beans. I'm keeping all of the applications are totally staying, and we're keeping the list. We're keeping all of the applications. Thank you so much everybody who submitted, and I'm telling you, some of them were so sweet. And just hearing all of you sweet beans and all of your sweet things that you had to say, I about cried. You guys are so nice. But we accepted Linz is the bean. Linz is the bean that will be the latest mod, the most recent mod. Linz is here all the time. Linz is a super sweet bean that it's been super duper supportive and is here like all the time, extremely consistent. It is fantastic. It's fantastic, and Linz, we'd be honored. I'm pretty sure that some of my mods were gonna riot if Linz didn't submit an application. So that is it. I don't really have anything else to say. So Linz is the newest model, and we will help them. Give her the sword already. It's true. There was gonna be a riot. Lex, oh thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream. Hooray! What? Unable to contribute. You just contributed words right there. Saying thanks for the stream is super duper sweet, Linz. Lex. Excuse me, Lex. Thanks for thanking me. It's super sweet, and It makes me happy that people want to watch. I'm glad that you enjoy. I hope that I give you some good vibes. Hopefully you have a good time here. I'm just trying to entertain. Let me see. Okay, Realist Rager, I'm sorry, I missed your message, so let me scroll up. I'm gonna scroll up, I'll find it this time. It's Z, pronounced A's. A's? Is that how to say it? I can try to remember A's. Also, music pauses. Okay, I think it's A's. You enjoy the streams whenever you're here? Awesome sauce, Lex. Well, you're totally helping me out. What are you talking about? You're helping me out just by whether you're lurking, whether you're talking, whether you're supporting with bits, subscriptions, whether you're just followed and you occasionally check in and you don't even say a word. You're totally helping me out. I personally am a big time lurker. That's how I support other streamers, is that I just like leave their streams on the background and kind of put it as background sound. That's totally supporting. That's totally helping. Thank you so much, Lex. I appreciate it, and I would never ask you to do anything else. You're shaking. I love you all so much. Such an honor. Linz, you sweet bean. You sweet bean. You will be yes. Coronation ceremony is gonna happen. I can mod here, but I think that we're going to, we'll just have like a brief mod meeting with at least a couple of mods, and then we should get that sword, all right? Then we'll get that sword, all right? We'll get the, we'll get you armed and ready, okay? We'll get you armed and ready. We'll give you the green sword. Again, thank you so much, everybody that submitted mod applications. I'm keeping all of them, just like I said, and we will, as we need more mods, then I can totally, I'll open them back up again, so that you can either update them, or so that you can, or so that other people can submit them. But I will keep them on file. You sweet beans. Thank you so much. Gotta train the sword skills to fight the trolls. Indeed. Listen, we just have to teach Linz to be able to wield the sword without injuring themselves. That's all. You don't want to disappoint or be a bad friend? Oh, what? Lex, you being a good friend is you jumping in every now and again, which is what I've said. I've said it before, which is just, if you arrive just like randomly, woo! If you just like arrive at the most random times and all you say is like, oh, hi, just checking in. If you just say like, hi and bye, I so appreciate it. If you don't arrive for months, and then you're just like, oh, I just want to see what you were doing. That is totally supporting me, and I totally appreciate it. So that's it. There's nothing else that happens. There's no other requirements. There's no other things that I expect. There's no other things that I want. I just want you to hang out whenever you want to. That's it. I wouldn't want you to ever feel like you have to do anything. Kenny's the biggest of lurkers. It's true. I mean, I lurk like yes. I mean, it just happens. I'm honestly probably, whenever Risa starts streaming, I'll probably be lurking in her stream too. So we get a free juggle session. I mean, the only thing that's frustrating about juggling here is the mic. I just have to shout, or yeah, it's the green screen. You have to make like a full motion with your arm, so it's difficult. It's a limited area. It's scary, and I make mistakes. Woo! What? You're deaf gonna injure yourself with a sword? No. I was only kidding. You almost left because you really didn't think you were gonna get it? What, you almost left because you really didn't think you were gonna get it? No, you will, of course. You're super consistent. You're totally just the best bean. Everybody loves Linz. Everybody was expecting Linz to be knighted except for Linz. This is all too typical. It's all too typical. This is how it always goes, is that everybody's like, you know what it's gonna be. You know who it's gonna be. And then Linz is like, what? Me? What? Realist Ranger, you shush. There's no reason for comparison. Don't compare. You want the Yoshi lick, but you also want to save your bubbles. Ah, Kiwi, I see. Is there a sound effect that would be more tempting to you? Is there a more tempting sound effect that I could sucker some of those? Let me see. What other kind of clips can I pick for tomorrow? That's the question. I've got Screaming Goat. Let's see. SpongeBob what? What is this? What am I on? System? Okay, I don't think that I can play these properly. But I've got, yeah, Yoshi Lick. I've got wow. Windows USB. That's the worst. No. No, can you just play it with VLC? Yeah. that even play? I didn't even hear it. Didn't even hear it. Okay, well, regardless, I'll pick one of these sounds, but I've got plenty of sound effects that I'm gonna be putting on here. A quack! That's what I should do! Yes, the duck! The duck! I should do the goose. I need to put the goose. Let me see, do I have that honk? Where is it? It should just be under honk. Goose honk. There it is. That would work. I think that we might do that. It's a perfect tiny sound. Especially if you're trying to tell me to drink water. This is the frustrating sound. Okay. I'm switching it to quack tomorrow. Tomorrow it's gonna be quack. There shall be no more lick. There shall only be honk. There shall only be honk. We shall all become geese. We shall all become geese. But anyhow, you guys, thank you so much for sticking all the way to the end. I hope that you enjoyed the Skyrim. I hope that you enjoyed the this was kind of awkward to announce a mod live. I don't think I'm ever gonna do this again. It's kind of awkward, kind of strange. Kind of strange. I was gonna write it out. Next time I'm gonna write it out. All right. For the future, next time. Let's see who's online right now. Who can we give some love to? Oh boy, last lick then. Just a bunch of gooses up in here. Yeah, I was gonna say honkies, but then I thought better of it, and now I thought worse of it. You were supposed to write something up too. Yeah, that was the plan. I wasn't supposed to announce it live because I knew that I'd bugger it all up, but that's all right. I did the best that I could. I did my best. That's all you could expect from me. You can expect awkward dialogue and, what is it? Just like wholesome awkward dialogue. Okay. So who we're gonna raid is either, let's see, I've got Art. Well, we raided Art yesterday. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Listen, this is just me. I'm just trying to be real, you guys, you know? I don't wanna seem too like a hoity-toity streamer, you know? I want y'all to be able to see the awkward Kenny, you know? Kenny uncomfortable. Why else do you think that I stream with a resub? Let's raid. Let's raid Nicole. Let's raid Nicole. She's playing Ocarina of Time. Let's go say hi to her. That sounds like a deal. That's what I want to do. Let's go say hi to Nicole. I flippin' love Ocarina of Time, baby. Come on. Let's go say hi to my friend Nicole. She's a real sweet bean. She's really funny, and she's also playing one of the sweetest games of all time. One of my favorite games that I'll be playing very soon, honestly. I haven't got to start it yet, but we're playing Skyrim at the moment. We're gonna probably be playing Mario Sunshine sometime soon, and then after that, I might get back to some Zelda games. I've been taking a little bit of a break. The last one that we played was Twilight Princess, and I've kind of been burnt out a little bit since that. I never even finished it. I never even finished Twilight Princess. Not really a fan. Don't love it. I'd rather Ukraine couple Zelda games, poggers, poggies. Yes, Zelda games. Twilight Princess sucks. I'm sorry, I don't like it. It's not too bad. I just don't want it. I just don't want to play right now. I'm sorry. No, we're not gonna. I would rather play Ocarina of Time. I would rather play the original Zelda. I'd rather play Link to the Past again. Hey, you're still going? I am. Oh, well, Kelsey, we're leaving. We're done. We're done. Listen, we played the game for like 6 hours. No, we played it for 5 hours. We played Skyrim for like 5.5 hours. Then we got over the mountain in record time. Almost record time, not quite. I think that one time we went 11, right? Doesn't seem like the Earl of anything. What? Doesn't want to seem like an Earl or anything.
Nothing too fancy. I don't want you puny weaklings to not be able to relate with me. Gotta remain relatable for the children. I've just got to start a TikTok and do some TikTok dances. I want to make sure that the children don't think of me as an old fogey.
What? Further mock the Lupa's bloodline. Kill the dogs. I went on a walk now painting my nails black. Ooh. I'll paint my nails black tomorrow. I've got black nail polish. The black nails are honestly the best. Kelsey, absolutely amazing. Do you still have sharp nails? Are they still sharp claws? Because I actually grew out my nails because I wanted to make them sharp like your claws, but then I got too annoyed with taking out my, I got annoyed with my contacts. That's what my problem was. Do you have contacts, Anti-Dark Heart? Because long nails and contacts are no bueno. Like, I use my fingers. I don't use, I don't use, like, removal devices or anything. Child, please, I'm older than you. I know, Del. Del, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Del. I was only joking. I got KJP's back. What? KJP, we're going to bed. You're supposed to be asleep. You're supposed to be in bed. What are you doing? You can't paint your nails. The dogs will eat them. No. Nail painting stream. Ooh, nail painting stream. That sounds boring. You're going to bed? All right, Calico. We'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out, and thank you so much for your submission. I appreciate it. You sweet bean. I keep all things on file. All things. What was I gonna say? Oh yes, I think that I might paint me nailsies. Not sure. Tomorrow I'm gonna be having like Ayla, like big scratches all over my face, like I was killed by a werewolf. But yes, we should go say hello to my friend Nicole B. Okay, it's 99999. You guys, I gotta go 90 nights. Okay, 90 times. Listen, I love all you beans so much. But it's 99 times. We all got to go to sleep. Okay, so but besides going to sleep, let's go say hi to my friend Nicole. Please, for heaven's sakes, come along with me, and we will put some love in her chat. She's a really sweet bean. She's playing Ocarina of Time, one of the best games of all time. And I think that she might be doing it for charity. I don't know. She does charity stuff all the time, so it could be. Maybe it isn't. We'll find out whenever we get there. 2 words, Kenny. Hollow Taco. My sister got one of the like OG releases of Hollow Taco. Never tried it. Never tried it. I'd never painted my nails back then, but boom, I've got some black nail polish now. Maybe I'll do black nail polish and some cool makeup tomorrow. But it's Skyrim again tomorrow, you guys. More Skyrim. We're going to become a wizard this time, 100% guaranteed. Now we've got the levels and we've got the magicka. We can become a wizard. We can get the Elder Scroll. We can learn about the Moth Priest, and then we can finally not be a vampire, because being a vampire sucks. We can also meet Ayla because we got the cool face. We'll have a cool face that matches up. You met Simply Nailogical? So did my sister. That's true. At VidCon, she met Simply Nailogical, Sophia, and I even saw... Yeah, there's a lot of famous people there. It was awesome. Oh, Dodo Pizza, what's up? You just got this game? I'll be playing it tomorrow. If you want to hang out, okay, I'm going to get this stream started, you guys. VidCon is a bomb. You can say hi to like everybody. You have the whole collection. Oh... You've got the whole collection of Hollow Taco Heavens above. Okay, you guys are distracting me because I love all of y'all. Because I could just sit here and talk to y'all forever, but I mustn't. I must get this cleaned off my face and get some stuff done. Thanks for being here. I love you all. Let's go say hi to Nicole. And let me shout out my moderators. I've got some mods. I got some mods in the chat. Distractions. I've got Alchemic Refuge, Jedi Aurora, and of course, cannot forget, Arisa got this, and also Die 101, and our newest mod. Can we please put some hearts in the chat for all of the mods, including Linz? Linz, just another person like you, with Pookie at their side. Pookie's basically like a familiar that will keep them strong. Could we please put some hearts in the chat for all of my mods, including Linz, the newest mod? And let me also shout out my VIPs, extremely important people that have been watching over this stream, taking care of me, and being good beans for a long time. Thank you so much. Lemonberry, Anti-Dark Heart, Bohemian Moon, Calico Kitties, Linz, who won't be on this list for very long, Kivy, Lupus, Malice, and the Crane couple. Thank you so much for being so supportive and being so sweet. Welcome. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time. Nighty night. I love you all. Have a wonderful evening. Have a wonderful day tomorrow. Hope that you have the best vibes. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's put some love in the chat for our sweet friend Nicole, who is doing charity stuff right now. I'll see you there. And tomorrow's Skyrim time. I love you all. All the best vibes. Best vibes for all you beans. All right, bye-bye. See you later, King of Squirrel. Dodo Pizza, Crane Couple. Bye-bye. Go. Ay. Oh, yeah. And all the friendos are gone, but I'm still here. Hi there. Also, bye there. Thanks for watching the VODs. Toodaloo.